flyover, actually 3 flyovers from the Flint hometown Flyboys. Their base of operations is Flint Bishop International Airport. The Warbird Group started in 1992, and the founder was Jim Greason. Jim served in the United States Air Force as a combat pilot. When Jim retired from the Screaming Rebels, Bruce Cook took the lead as chief pilot. The planes you'll see later are from World War II. Today, the Screaming Rebels, that are a vintage Warbird squadron, will perform 4 ceremonial flyovers in honoring the men and women that have fought and fallen for our country. The last pass will be the Missing Man Formation. It's an aerial salute performed typically in memory of a fallen pilot, a well-known military service member or veteran, or a well-known political figure. In all cases, the aircraft performing the pull-up, split off, or missing from the formation is honoring the person or persons who have died for our country, and it represents their departure with a smoke trail into the heavens. During the 4th pass, the music score from John Williams' Hymn to the Fallen will be playing, and we ask all to be silent in honoring them. Their lead ship today flying is a Vultee SNV-1, similar to a Texan, and the other ship flying is an AT-6. North American Aviation AT-6 Texans, a single-engine advanced trainer aircraft used to train pilots of the United States Army Air Forces, United States Navy, Royal Air Force, and other air forces of the British Commonwealth during World War II in the 1950s. For more than 6 decades after its design in 1937, the North American AT-6 Texans were used throughout the world as advanced trainers, artillery spotters, especially in Korea and Vietnam wars, among other theaters, and as a counterinsurgency and fighter bombers by numerous developing countries up to 1982. One of our other squadron aircraft, T-6 Texan, that is located at Tuskegee Airmen National Historical Museum in Detroit, once used by the celebrated African American aviation unit Red Tails. That is not flying today, but the rest are based throughout in Michigan. And again, after the 3rd pass, we will have Hymn to the Fallen start, and we ask that you all be silent and stand in honoring the men and women that have given the ultimate sacrifice for our freedom in performing the Missing Man Formation for them. So that'll be happening during our opening ceremonies, scheduled to take place in about 8 minutes.
Check, check, 1, 2. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Gray family and Owosso Speedway, we welcome you here to beautiful Ovid, Michigan for the crown jewel modified racing in the country. This is Hot Shoe 100X, the 10th anniversary of the Hot Shoe 100. It is also event number 6 of the 2024 International 500 Snowmobile Race here at Michigan Summer Tour. When you walked into the property today, you saw the display on the concourse here at the Speedway. A big thank you to the number 10 Let's Go Racing Polaris team, who races in the most grueling and prestigious snowmobile race in the country. Todd Hoffmeyer as well as Vaughn Hoffmeyer. Give them a nice round of applause for bringing those brand new 2025 Polaris snowmobile sleds. Rick Federow, chairman of the board, the International 500 Snowmobile Race. We're halfway through the summer tour, my friend, and we're back home once again here at Owosso Speedway. Isn't this great?
It just feels so good to be here. Thank you, Rex Wheeler and your crew, for the hospitality you give us. And thank you for the fans that have stand behind the I-500 and Owosso Speedway. What a pleasure to be here. We just can't thank you enough. So come on up and see us at the I-500.
Indeed, the Owosso Speedway presents the 56th running of the International 500 Snowmobile Race. It all starts on Sunday, January 26, 2025, and culminates with the most grueling and prestigious snowmobile race in the world, the 56th running of the International 500 Snowmobile Race on Saturday, February 1st. At this time, want to talk to the owner, operator, the head janitor, everything here at Owosso Speedway. What you see before you here tonight and throughout the 2024 racing season is because of this man. Please, a round of applause for Mr. Rex Wheeler. Rex, I'm one of those guys that's worked here in the past. I remember the high times and even the low times here at Owosso Speedway. I'm sure I can safely speak for everybody on property here today. What you have done and what you continue to do here at Owosso Speedway is nothing short of amazing. You are a godsend, and we all thank you so much for what you have done, Rex. Thank you. Rex, now we're going to get the questions. I had to get that out of the way. The season of big events continues, and here we are in August, Hot Shoe 100X, man. Well, what a great field of cars.
Well, we're honored to have this event, and, you know, I get to take the credit, but there's over 60 employees here at Owosso Speedway that work their tail off every day. They've been on this property every day except 4 days since September 30th, 2022, working on this property. So it's a heck of a feat, but we do it because look at these fans, these families, and these kids come out and enjoy their night.
They absolutely do, and the month continues, leading right into September. The iconic Owosso Fall Nationals. There must be 12 divisions that weekend.
Yeah, there's 8 of them, and it's basically a Friday, Saturday, Sunday event this year. We cannot fit it in one day.
Well, race fans, as is tradition in all sporting events throughout this nation of ours, and when we uphold here at Owosso Speedway, would you please rise for the invocation and the singing of the Canadian National Anthem and the Star-Spangled Banner. With our invocation here this evening, Director of Operations for Owosso Speedway, Mr. Dennis Wheeler.
Everybody, if you would, please bow your heads in prayer. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the beautiful weather that you've blessed us with today. We thank you for watching over the brave men and women serving in our military and their families. It's because of them that we're able to enjoy the freedoms that allow us to be here living our passion of racing. Lord, your grace and your favor towards us knows no bounds, and for that we love you and could never show you the appreciation that you deserve. All we can do is give you our hearts and hope that our faith and our love reflect the true graciousness we feel inside. Father, as we prepare for an exhilarating night filled with horsepower and speed, we pray that you keep our competitors and our fans safe. We love you and we thank you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Singing the national anthem tonight, this young lady is 17 years old from Grand Ledge, Michigan. Please welcome the daughter of former modified track champion Harry Parrish. This is Aubrey Parrish.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north, strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our lands glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watch were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Race fans, big round of applause. Just 17 years old, Parrish. The flyover continues. Is that Mike Luckhurst in the two-seater? Oh, man. You fire it up. Go for it.
And we want to ask you folks if you would please rise for this fourth flyover as they'll come by honoring the men and women that have given the ultimate sacrifice for our freedom in performing the missing man formation. One more time for the folks from Screamin' Rebels with their flyover. Another beautiful display here at Owosso Speedway. As we get set for some racing here today, are we ready to get things rolling on this day? Those of you watching at home on YouTube or maybe listening at Track Tune, it's windy, it's rather chilly, it's overcast, it's really windy. Flags are standing about straight out, pointing towards the east, and should make for a very fast racing surface, something that we would expect to see about mid-September, I would figure, with the way the weather is right now. Not a whole lot of sun here in the afternoon, so should make for a fast track, Chris. I'm Roger Williams. Chris Philby here in the booth. We'll hear plenty of Matt Preer throughout the evening as well, as he is the voice of the Hot Shoe.
Some would say too much Matt Preer.
Well, never heard of such a thing in my life. But we're glad to have you folks with us. Oh, we got almost 150 cars in the pit area here this evening.
Yeah, if you got 2 race cars at home right now, feel free to pop them in. You don't even have to start the race. We just want to hit that number. So.
Just see if we can squeeze them in the pits there. 50 of them are modifieds.
It's like the used car dealer. Push them, pull them, drag them. We don't care. Just bring them down.
Get your trade in, well, you know.
But only 2 of them. Any more than that, and I don't. We want a nice round number.
We'll be throwing hands. Is that what you're saying?
Well, hand.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah. That funny thing, Karma, is I give you grief for falling and breaking your shoulder last week, and then I do something and I can't use my left arm very well.
Yeah. How dare you, by the way, last week comment about me being at home on pharmaceuticals when I was actually at home on pharmaceuticals?
Well, you know, I'm going to call it out. I'm going to call it as a season.
I was listening at home and I heard that line and I looked at my wife and said, how did he know?
Because that's exactly what I would be doing if I had that opportunity. We've got some B mains to take care of here. Actually, one B main for the Sport Compacts that we'll take care of. Kind of an idea of how tonight's show will go. We'll run that B main for the Flory Crane Rental Sport Compacts. Then we'll have the Pure Stock main event, followed by the B feature for Hot Shoe X. That'll be 50 laps in length. And then we'll have our Street Stocks for their 30-lap main event. Then it'll be a very small intermission while we bring out the 24 drivers scheduled to start tonight's Hot Shoe 100. We'll have out-of-car introductions and pre-race ceremonies. Then we'll follow up tonight's events with the Sport Compact A feature, and the trucks will wind up the action here tonight at Owosso Speedway. And I'm excited already for the trucks after the show they put on last week in the final feature event of the night. That's going to be one you folks are going to want to stick around for.
That one was a 3-wide finish to the line. It was amazing, exciting, and no pharmaceuticals were needed for that one.
No, but I needed a few aspirin after it was over. But we can't overdo it today because we've got a big destruction show tomorrow afternoon as well. So we've got all kinds of activity going on here this weekend at Owosso Speedway. A lot of you folks camped out here for the weekend. And some of you were here last night for the new shoe and the mini shoe.
Some of us stayed home.
Well, yes.
Not pointing any fingers. Or
well, there was not much for me to do here. Plus, it gave me a little extra sleep for the Mint Festival this morning. And I understand. Did you stay for the band, Chris?
I did not.
You did not. Sounds like our first event will be ready to roll out here any second here. And again, it's the Flory Compact, or the Flory Crane Rental Sport Compacts with their 15-lap B main.
Yeah, did get word that the 99 of Peyton Robinson not going to be able to make it out for this one. A pretty significant transmission leak as they rolled through tech. So Peyton will be sitting on the sidelines, but still 13 other cars scheduled to go. All right, your scheduled starting lineup, the 12S, Gerald Schwartz, who I don't see out there at the moment. Then you got the 3 of Dustin Workman, 0 of Ollie Workman, Gabe Brusnell in the 24, followed by the 1 of Wes Allen, Chad Baker in the T16, Keegan Cudd in the 11, Josh Shiver in the 7X, Dennis Motes in the 42. Jeff Asmus making his return after several weeks off in the 14. 00 David Smith, 12 of Don Burton, and the 51 of Ryan Cords looks like not answering the call as well. So we're going to be less than 99 of Peyton Robinson and the 51 of Gerald Schwartz, or no, excuse me, the 51 of Ryan Cords. Can't look at two names at the same time, Roger.
That beautiful Owosso pace car bringing the field around. Big thanks to Agnew Sign for what they do to make our vehicles look sharp.
All right, race fans, this time around, first time tonight, want to see you get up on your feet. Give these drivers a wave as they come around our Sport Compact B feature, getting ready to kick off 15 laps the distance. So get on your feet from turn 4 to turn 1, hands in the air, wave them back and forth.
But don't hurt yourself like Chris and I have. Come on, give them a wave, ladies and gentlemen. Here comes your B main.
All right, safety car pulls to the infield. Zane Cruz and Logan McCaslin on the flag stand tonight. As Workman and Workman lead them into turn number 3, coming off of turn number 4. Green flag is out. We're underway with Flory Crane Rental Sport Compact B feature.
These will be the drivers that qualify 21st on back in tonight's 34-car field. As well, it's the Workmen out in front. Dustin in the 3, Ollie in the 0. Baker trying to make a move topside. That's for the 3rd position.
And Dustin Workman has picked up a B feature or 2 over his season so far. Looking to add another one to the tally right now as he is out in front by several car lengths here on the 2nd lap.
Gabe Rusno in the 4th position. Then it's a cut in the 14. Back there in 5th as Baker tries to step out of line. He'll work the 0. Ollie Workman can't do anything with it. He tucks in the line. Problems for the number 1 machine on the back straightaway.
Yeah, Wes Allen going to draw the caution here on the 2nd lap as the yellow flag comes out.
Oh, it looks like that right front is pointing the wrong way. Wonder if he got a piece of the wall at some point.
Or the wall got a piece of him.
That too, as he has come to rest in the infield. Unless he's just getting a good starting spot for tomorrow's destruction show.
Well, that could be. You park it early, it stands to reason you'll be able to get on the track first. Want to mention also we have some of our great marketing partners in attendance here tonight, Roger. Our friends at Reefer Peterbilt stopping in to hang out with us tonight, seeing part of the big show, as well as M&K Truck Centers and Tri-Coast, our insurance company. So if there's anything that looks unsafe, just look away.
Great.
Don't be
advice.
a snitch.
Great advice. Well, Tri-Coast Advisors, our trusted partners, as Chris had just mentioned. Are you ready to transform your challenges into competitive advantages? Look no further. Tri-Coast Advisors specialize in providing expert guidance in risk management, insurance, and employee benefits, empowering bold business leaders like you to embark on uncharted territories and achieve extraordinary results. With their experience and innovative team of advisors, they offer a unique approach tailored to your specific business needs and goals. They understand that every business is on a unique journey, and they're here to support you every step of the way. Through our proprietary process, we develop and execute a personalized plan for success, ensuring remarkable outcomes. For more information or to get started on your journey to success, visit their website, tricoastadvisors.com. You can reach them by phone, 616-264-3011.
All right, we just did the Owosso option for our restarts. Those of you in attendance for the first time may know it as the Madhouse style restart or the NASCAR style choose restart. But they basically go around that painted arrow on our front straightaway, choose either the outside or inside lanes. And each driver has their own option of which lane they want to start in. So for example, if your first 3 cars all choose the inside, 4th place can choose the outside, and they'll move outside of row number 1 for the restart.
And we did not see you lose your hat, sir.
I did.
We just wanted to make sure you knew that.
By the way, wave to YouTube.
Yeah, right. All right, not sure what. Oh, they were still working on getting the number 1 taken care of, and probably move to the infield here so that we can let them loose another time. Just a couple of laps into this one. Workman, Dustin Workman, was credited with the lead. Ollie Workman second, Chad Baker, Gabe Rusnell, and Keegan Cudd, your top 5. I guess we will take that one all the way to the pit area. Big thanks to Northside Towing of St. John's, always helping us out on race day. Jeff Asmussen, the 6th spot. Dennis Motes in 7th. Shiver, Schwartz, Smith, Burton, and Allen in that order here as we wait to remove the number 1 machine.
All right, so 13 laps remaining here, our first event of the evening. And I would expect that they're going to see the one-to-go signal this time around.
I would be very disappointed if I did not see the one-to-go signal.
I would be bereft.
Mr. McCaslin celebrated did he celebrate number 16?
I think it was number 9.
Number 9. He got some new white pants for his birthday after he soiled the last ones.
Well, you know what? The older you get, the less you can trust them. You know what I mean?
Ain't that the truth? All right.
There we go.
We've got the Workman back in the front row. Dustin on the inside, Ollie on the outside. Baker and Rusnell back there in row number 2. Asmus and Cudd in row 3 as the field set to go back to green flag. 13 laps remain.
All right, we are back underway. The pair of Workmen lead them off into turn number 1. Dustin with the advantage by the time we get to the corner. Look at Gabe Rusnell in that 24. Workman. Oh, Ollie's got a problem. So Ollie Workman going to pull down into the infield from 2nd position. Tough break for him. As Gabe Rusnell up into the 2nd spot. Now he'll give chase to the 3 of Dustin Workman as we complete 3 laps here in our Flory Crane Rental Sport Compact B feature.
Dustin Workman with about an 1/8 of a second advantage over Rusnell. Those two starting to pull away from the field. Dennis Motes up to 3rd now. Baker falls to 4th. Asmus now has gotten himself into the top 5. He's working on the outside of Baker.
Oh, Baker and Motes side by side there. And Jeffrey Asmus going to take him 3 wide for 3rd down the back straightaway. They're going to split the difference, it looks like, as they pinch out the 42 of Motes. It's now Baker and Asmus side by side for that 3rd position.
They make it work 3 wide, and now they're battling side by side for the 3rd spot, but not for long. Asmus takes the spot. So Baker still in the 4th position as it looks like Motes falls back another spot as the 12 has moved up another position. Don Burton, or rather Gerald Schwartz moving up a spot. Problems for Asmus in the 14.
Yeah, Roger, unfortunately he broke out of his qualifying time, so he went greater than 0.3 of a second faster than his qualifying time for 2 laps in this race, so he was asked to take it pit side as Dustin Workman continues to lead. Gabe Rusnell has cut that lead about in half by this point, Roger.
Boy, did he, and so much in half, he's going to look to the top side for that race lead. Couldn't get it done in turn number 1. Let's see what he sizes up for that 3. In turn number 3, he'll look to the bottom. Will he slide up to the top side? No, he'll stay in the tire tracks of your race leader.
Rusnell right on the back bumper of Workman as Josh Shiver goes down to the concrete for some reason. Rusnell closing in on the back bumper of Workman once again, but not able to yet make a move as we come down to 6 laps to go.
Schwartz in the 3rd spot, Baker 4th, Dennis Motes in 5th, then it's David Smith, Shiver, and Cudd. That's your top 8 with your leaders down the back straightaway, about a 1/2 to 3/4 of a straightaway advantage between the front 2 and that number 12 car of Gerald Schwartz. Laps click down, we're 5 to go now.
Well, Rusnell taking a wider approach into the corner, trying to get that outer groove working. Able to get a bit of a better drive off the corner, so he's able to close in on entry. However, that 3 of Workman really able to get to the hammer a lot quicker and drive away.
Momentum is key with these front-wheel drive machines, or these sport compacts. And again, 0.3 of a second. It doesn't look like much on the track, maybe a half a car length separating the two, as it's going to come down to these two drivers, it looks like, barring any slowdowns in this event. Although the 12 of Schwartz starting to gobble up that real estate, but I think he's going to run out of laps.
Yeah, just 3 laps remaining now. Russ Nell's beginning to search around the bank here at the Owosso Speedway, trying to find an opening, was testing the waters on the inside groove the last couple laps, has now taken it back to the outside, kind of diamonding the corner a little bit as we get down the front straightaway to 2 laps to go.
2 to go, last opportunity, or getting to be the last opportunity for Russ Nell. Now he's on the back bumper. He'll look to the inside out of turn number 2. He had a fender there, but again, Workman able to drive out of it. Russ Nell going to take it again to the inside. 3 and 4. Here they come to the white flag, Chris.
1 more lap remaining as Russ Nell going to take it to the high side to see what he can do, but he's lost quite a bit of contact with Workman as the 3 car comes out of turn 2 for the final time down the back straightaway. It's going to be a pretty healthy gap here. I don't think Russ Nell will be able to contest it. Yeah, 1 last prayer in turn number 3, but it's going to be Dustin Workman back to the line. Gabe Russ Nell second, Gerald Schwartz third, Chad Baker will come home in 4th, and Dennis Motes will complete your top 5. Looks like it's going to be Don Burton in 6th, David Smith in 7th, and Keegan Cudd completes your cars running on the track. All right, so Dustin Workman will head down to Gross Construction Victory Lane. He will get a word with our very own Roger Williams down in Victory Lane.
So Dustin Workman gets it done here in the B main. Alrighty, talking trash back and forth between the folks in the grandstands. Here is fans, of course, as Workman climbs out of the car. Happy man winning this B main. Dustin Workman. A lot of fun. Got to be fun to start next to Ollie when you get the opportunity to race each other. Unfortunately, didn't get to race him all the way to the end there.
Yeah, it's my brother. You know, I mean, brings tears to my eyes. You know, I mean, I got to thank a lot of people. Randy Moore for helping me out. Corbin Kelly's team for helping me out. I appreciate it.
Well, you're going to get in that A main. You're going to be pretty competitive. You're getting faster every week.
I'm trying. That's for sure.
Well, congratulations. Enjoy the rest of the show, and congratulations on your B main win.
Thank you.
How about it one more time, ladies and gentlemen, winning the B main? How about it for Dustin Workman?
All right, well, the hits just keep on coming tonight. It's going to be the McAllister Rental Pure Stocks coming up next. They've got a fun little race coming up. Good field of cars, 20 strong showed up here today. I think we lost a couple throughout the afternoon, but 20 showed up here today, so the Workman family will get their family photos down there in Victory Lane before we get things going with our next event.
we mentioned the big destruction show tomorrow. Start time 3 o'clock here at Owosso Speedway. Hope that you'll join us for the destruction overload. And then next week, the big ASA Stars Michigan 200 here at Owosso Speedway. Pure Stocks Mods and Sport Compacts will be in action as well. 200 laps for the ASA Stars in the Michigan 200. Going to be a great show. First time in over 40 years that the ASA drivers have graced this land that we call Owosso Speedway.
First time since 1979. First time on this configuration. It's going to be a great event. I just saw a mock-up of what our trophy is going to look like.
Yes.
It is beautiful.
It is sharp. It is sharp. I mean, and it might have sharp edges, but I mean, it's a nice looking piece.
That it is. And it's a cool trophy.
Even better.
All right,
hope that
so
you'll join us for next week.
In theory, Pure Stock's rolling out shortly.
Yeah, wonder who they needed the flatbed for.
Not me this time.
I should have looked to see if that was the one I was sitting on earlier today. Northside Towing providing me with the stage for the St. John's Mint Parade. And by the way, Chris, there were plenty of Shut Up Rogers when they came around the corner and saw me on the stage. Some
That's
of them
good.
pelted me with souvenirs and corn. I got corn.
I hope. Never mind. I'm not going to finish that line.
Here comes the Pure Stock main event. 25 laps, 20 cars are scheduled to make the start. We'll see who's made it out. Bill Livesey should be on the pole. I look up. There he is alongside Scott Garcia on the 6S. Row number 2, Brent Forrest in the 5. And Tim Kirby in car number 81. Ben Heidi inside row number 3 in the 97. The 14, he's picked himself a feature win this season. Kyle Callahan, Landon Heidi in car 87, and Brian Thompson, 66, make up row 4. Hunter Dotre in the 73, and Dan Goki in the 83 back in row number 5. Jason Spencer, currently runner-up in the point standings in the 55, will start in row 6 next to Lonnie Sommier in the M15. Your point leader, Jim Miller Jr. in car number 9, and Jordan Gustin with a new motor in that car back there in row 7. Lexi Motzinger, first time we've seen Lexi this year in the 79 machine. Jeremy Johnson celebrating a birthday in the 47. That's row 8. Row 9, Craig Hills in the 07, and Talon Deal, the rookie, in the M57. Final row, Jeff Parks in the U2, and Chris Deviney in car number 13.
Yeah, Roger, unfortunately, the U2 at Jeff Parks not able to make it out for this one. Tough break on his birthday. But we're still going to celebrate here tonight. Race fans, get on your feet one more time. McAllister Rental Pure Stocks getting ready to go 25 laps here tonight. Get those hands up in the air. Wave them back and forth. All right, safety car heads towards the infield. Logan McCaslin has the green flag at the ready. That can only mean it's time to go racing.
Fun times with the Pure Stocks as they get ready to go. McAllister Rentals, Pure Stocks on the field, ready to race. They'll get to the M&K Truck Center restart zone in turn 4. They mash the gas. We go green. We're underway for 25. Livesey is going to get a good start. He'll lead him out of turn number 2 here for this opening lap, while Boris and Garcia slap fight for the second spot. Everybody side by side except for, wow, Sommier going to pick up a couple positions in that 15 machine. He slid between the 83 and the number 9 back mid-pack. Somebody off the pace, maybe Thompson. Oh, Callahan, big-time problems on the 14. Slides it across the wall.
Yeah, Nightmare weekend for that 14 car continues on. Ended up suffering some damage to his trailer on the way here this weekend.
Right.
Somebody blew a stop sign, ran into his trailer. He was okay, car was okay, trailer can be repaired, but unfortunately looks like the car maybe a little less okay than it was a couple laps ago.
And Kyle Callahan currently 5th in the points. Is 199 back of Jim Miller Jr. Jim Miller Jr., age point leader, heading into tonight with a 34-point advantage over Jason Spencer, 148 over Brian Thompson, and 161 over Jordan Lakota. Of course, everybody fighting for that season-long championship. And we've got a very limited amount of weeks before our championship weekend, our Young Chevrolet Championship Night, which will take place on September 19th. So what's that for
about
this
5 weeks?
Yeah, 2 nights, 2 more nights after tonight for the Pure Stocks before their championship night. So for all intents and purposes, really, it's going to come down to Jim Miller Jr. or Jason Spencer for this championship. Of course, Jim Miller Jr. picking up some extra points today. Fast qualifier in today's practice and qualifying as the 76 Augustin at a stop here on the front straightaway. We're also losing the 87 machine of Landon Heidi. He's pulled it to the pit area. So Augustin, I believe I had seen on Facebook that he had just put a new motor underneath the hood of that 76 car, and wondering if something might not be hooked up right. You never can tell with putting in a new motor.
Yeah, and he's battled gremlins all season long, and he's put in a lot of time on Wednesdays trying to get that car running right. Somehow he shows up on Saturdays, and it just seems a little shy. The car, not him.
Gotcha. So it looks like Callahan, he's got it fired back up, so 76 back underway, but it looks like Callahan going to see the business end of the north side record. Oh, there was another car over there. Did not see.
Oh, it looks like the 81 of Tim Kirby over there as well.
I'd been watching a little deeper in the pack between Samir, Goki, and Miller. They were all checking up there. They were well behind the incident. With 1 lap complete, Livsey, Voris, Ben Heidi, Scott Garcia, your top 5. Make that top 4. Landon Heidi was in the 5th spot. He has since headed to the pits. Kyle Callahan was in 6th. Tim Kirby 7th. So that's going to move Hunter Dotre up 3 spots, up to 5th.
Well, one man's trash is another man's treasure.
And of course, we should be just about set to do the Owosso option. We'll see how much this field shakes up once they choose which lane they want to restart as they go back onto the big track. Livesey, well, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say the same thing. Bill Livesey has the first choice. We're 1 lap in to this 25-lap event. Livesey making it very clear he's going to take the inside. Brent Voris follows suit to the outside. Ben Heidi inside. Scott Garcia outside.
And Dotre and Thompson both took the inside, while Spencer and Samir both took the outside. So a little different strategy once you got to mid-pack, but the first 5 or 6 pretty much alternating lanes. As your final car drove over the box, but he's already going to the tail anyway.
And I gotta say, the M15 Alani Samir is always one of the best ones to keep an eye on early on in the race. Usually qualifies towards the front of the field, but he puts that car where nobody else will. So you always see some moves that seem like they would have a limited amount of success, and somehow he's able to pull it off.
Well, last week in Victory Lane, they're talking with Jim Miller Jr. He said there is the ability to race on that top side. And that's certainly great to hear. Because these drivers are on street tires, radial tires in the Pure Stock division. But he said there is, by the looks of practice on Wednesday, it looked like that was really what Miller was working on trying to find something consistent in that higher line. Of course, you got to pass them where they're not. And most everybody likes to run that inside line. So if you can figure out the top side before anyone else can, boy, oh boy, you can start racking up some good finishes. As we're set to try it again, M&K Truck Center restart zone is where they can go fast, and they oblige.
And pretty much dead even as they got back to the line is Brent Boris going to try to make that outside line work around Bill Livesay. Livesay had a great initial start, but it looks like Boris might have a little more smoke on this restart. Ben Heide thought that was a nice looking move, so he looks to the outside, but Livesay goes to fill the gap. Jason Spencer going to shoot through the middle there in between Hunter Dutry and Ben Heide for third. Right now he has the advantage. He's stuck behind the 14 of Livesay as the caution's out.
The birthday boy, Jeremy Johnson, has gone around, and it was just starting to get a little woolly there in the top 5 as Spencer not afraid to go 3 wide. The last lap and a half, I don't think he was in anything less than 3 wide. He knows how important it is to get up to the field as fast as you can in front of the M15 and the 9. So many times that he was not the first one to get to the front of that trio and ends up finishing, behind them, as the 87 has made his way back out into the playing surface. Landon Heide.
Yeah, he will be 1 lap down, but with the drivers up ahead that may or may not drop out over the next 23 laps, that could still gain him a few positions.
Kirby might be making his way back out in car number 81 as well. Safety official talking to him there before he pulls out onto the track. And looks like Johnson may be taking his car to the pit area. Or he might be the caution car, and
yeah, it looks like he is the caution car, but doesn't appear to be overjoyed about it.
No, I don't think he was going to stop and say thank you.
How are you going to put me to the tail on my birthday?
Yeah, right. Got icing on my tire. Or on my shoe. So Brent Voris, your race leader with 2 laps complete. Bill Livesay second, Ben Heide, Jason Spencer, Hunter Dutry. Your top 5, Thompson, Samir, Goki, Miller Jr., and Scott Garcia completing that top 10. As we now do the Owosso option. Voris takes the inside, Livesay top side, Heide inside, Spencer, Dutry all take the inside. So Thompson and Samir are going to move up at least a couple of rows. Thompson's going to be on the outside of row number 2. And Samir will be right next to Spencer's number 55 in row number 3.
That's kind of an unexpected move for Brian Thompson. He's consistently been one of the guys that always chooses the inside, even running second spot 9 times out of 10. He chose the inside line. So I'm very surprised to see him choose the outside, and even more surprised to see how it works out.
Well, I wonder if he was hedging bets on which one would get a better start, that 14 or the 5. And he's hitched his wagon to Livesay for this restart. We'll see if it pays off for the double 6s.
Oh, well, that was quite a shove. All right, green flag's back out.
Voris got a heck of a start there, and we're 3 wide already. Thompson's going to lose at least a couple of spots as Samir has moved his way up to 3rd. Now he's moving up to 2nd. He gets by Livesay's number 14. And now he's got his eyes set on the 5 of Voris.
Yeah, it looked like Brian Thompson got a really good start. Unfortunately, the car directly in front of him, the 14 of Bill Livesay, did not. So Thompson tried to push the 14 down the straightaway, but unfortunately got marred back there as Lonnie Samir now to the inside of Brent Voris for the top spot. They make a little bit of contact. Voris hangs out the back end. Samir will take the lead at the line.
Yeah, Voris didn't want to give Samir too much of that inside line, but Samir was able to keep the tires off the concrete, and he's able to take over the lead. Now Spencer up to 3rd. Miller follows him up to 4th. Thompson clawing his way back in the 66 as Miller goes to work on the top side of Spencer.
Well, Samir in that M15, probably one of his longest winless droughts here at the Owosso Speedway in many years. as he sits just one victory to his credit here in the Pure Stock Division this season. He'd like to erase that record and hit back into the win column, but there's a lot of very hungry drivers that are 2nd through 4th right now that would like to have a say in that.
Boy, Voris had a white knuckle moment on the back straightaway when he was dancing with the 9 of Jim Miller Jr. before he got it under control. He's fallen back to 5th now as your front 4. A freight train down the front straightaway led by Lonnie Saumier.
Yeah, Saumier not quite able to run away right now. Jason Spencer, in fact, about a 1/10 of a second quicker that last lap by. So Saumier not running away from the field, but not giving up a lot of advantage right now at the moment.
Well, we still have 17 laps to go. It seems like this has been a long green flag run, but that's because we were only able to click them off one at a time before cautions slowed this field down. So finally getting some green flag laps and some of these drivers getting into a rhythm here. Goki high, wide, and handsome coming out of turn number 4. Dutre able to take a look to the inside in the 73. That's your first side-by-side battle. It's outside of the top 5.
Yeah, Dan Goki and his band were live last night in the tech area for a concert after our racing program on Friday, but now he's trying to rock out in a different way.
Lexi Mottsinger about to go a lap down, pulls up to the high side, leaders go by underneath. 15 circuits remain. Saumier, Spencer, Miller, and Thompson. Now your front 3 a lot more tightly bunched than that 66 as he's lost just a little bit of a touch with the lead trio. They're going to have a couple of cars to deal with here momentarily with Talendale and the 47 of Jeremy Johnson.
Spencer's now caught the back bumper of the M15, Alani Saumier, for that lead. But so far, Saumier is painting that yellow line right on the bottom of the track, and Spencer not able to get his nose underneath. And that's allowed the 9 of Jim Miller Jr. now to get to the outside of Spencer as Talendale pulls off over in turn 2.
And that was a quick decision by the 57. I didn't think he was going to make it. I thought maybe overshooting that pit lane, but gets back there. So Jeremy Johnson in danger of going down a lap here as they come by. Spencer trying to hold off the 9 of Miller. Miller keeps looking to the high side as Spencer has nowhere to put that 55. We all know that you can get to the back bumper of the M15, but trying to get around it is a whole different ball game.
A legendarily difficult driver to pass is Lonnie Saumier, but he left the inside open there off of 4. Spencer fills the gap. Saumier able to shut the door into turn number 1.
Lloyd Kirby and the 13 at Deviney making some contact. That's right in front of your leaders as Deviney right in the middle groove as your leaders come on by. Miller almost got picked off there as he was almost stuck behind that 13, but able to get by and push Thompson back to 4th.
Oh, once again, Spencer going to get a run down the back straightaway, shows the nose to Saumier, but gets the door shut right in his face again going into turn number 3.
Yeah, I think Spencer was hoping maybe that 81 would help him out a little bit. Did not come to fruition.
Well, there goes that new engine.
Oh, boy. And the caution flag will wave. Yeah, we got a possible fire underneath the hood of that Gustin car on the infield. Yeah, that's going to be a rough one to take here. We mentioned, I can see it's blowing oil all over underneath the front end of that machine. I can see a little bit of a fire there. And that is not, it's not the right spot or time or place to barbecue. Boy, that's got to be heartbreaking. Put together that motor himself and gives it out its first runs at high RPM, and unfortunately, something lets go in a hurry.
$7,300 Dutry stopped over in turn 4, down on the apron as well. So Lonnie Saumier leads with 8 laps remaining. Jason Spencer second in the 55, then the 9 of Jim Miller Jr., 66 Brian Thompson, and 83 Dan Goki breaking into the top 5.
Well, this will be interesting here Chris is, you know, obviously the Owosso option going to take place. You top 4 cars, pretty well even, pretty tough competition. And I think the first 2 rows will easily be the M1555 and then the 966. I can't imagine that unless Thompson throws us the curveball and takes the same lane as the 9 machine.
Yeah, looks like we might have been mistaken, Roger. Landon Heidi on the lead lap. So it looks like he made it back out before going a lap down. So he's back on the track and running in the 8th spot right now, right ahead of his brother Ben.
Now, right as the push vehicle gets to Dutre, that looks like he might need to be escorted either to the pit or to the infield. Hopefully he'll just make a left-hand turn and we can...
Well, that'd be ideal. But, I mean, it looks like we might have a little bit of time with oil dry going down over there on the backstretch. Looks like Gustin caught it pretty quickly.
So the Don Barrow Motors number 73 will get the friendly assist with our 4-wheel by safety vehicle as Deal makes his way back out in the 57. 8 laps remain. In your pure stock main event, the B feature. The Hot Shoe B feature will be coming up next. 50 laps for those drivers. They did not make the main here tonight on a very stout field, so half the field in the A, the other half in the B here tonight.
Yep, and looks like we're going to pick this time, Roger. And, of course, tonight the modifieds under a special rule set for the Hot Shoe 100. All of our other house classes, this is a full-blown points event for these drivers.
Okay. And did someone take the Kimball Midwest Challenge?
No. Nope. No, did
no
not
takers.
take the challenge. In fact, I'll look it back up to see who was offered so we can publicly shame them.
So that will go up another $100. I think we're going to be up about $700 next week.
Yeah, it was offered to the street stocks tonight. Scott Wetzel, our fast qualifier, declining, which would make sense. It's our biggest field of the season for street stocks. We got 25 of them here.
That'd be a tall task to come through 25 in 30 laps. Can be done. But Wetzel says, nah, I think I like my starting position just fine.
We'll try that again, maybe a different day.
So Sommier and Spencer, your front row for the restart. Miller and Thompson in row 2, just as I had foreseen it. Goki and Heidi in row number 3. And Voris Livesay. Actually, there's a missing man formation there in row number 3 here. Hopefully Heidi will move into that spot here as we get to the M&K Truck Center's restart zone for the final 8 laps of this main event. Here's the green. Rather slow start, and Sommier just able to get ahead.
Yeah, he really caught the 55 nap in there a little bit. And 87 of Landon Heidi laid back quite a ways before that one fired off. Got a good restart as a result.
Yeah, Thompson really overshot turns 1 and 2.
That restart not slowing down Jason Spencer at all. He actually led that last lap. And he's going to try to make that outside line work, Roger.
Well, he had committed to it since the beginning of the season, but boy, not any luck there in the center of 3 and 4. Now allows Jim Miller Jr. look to the top side.
And Dan Goki getting up there as well. It's now a 4-car battle for this one, Roger.
Oh, Thompson, I think, might have gotten some help from the 87 on that last restart because he just gave him a little shove in turns 1 and 2. Now they're back to playing nice as they battle for 5th, but look at this lead 4 cars battling out with 6, make it 5 to go.
And Miller has committed, saying that there is an outside groove here at the Owosso Speedway, and he's going to use every bit of it here to try to get around the M15. Alani Sommier gets to the door on the outside as Thompson and Heidi continue to rub down the front straightaway.
Oh, and now Heidi's going to make contact, and they're both going to go into the wall. Well, the the two made contact numerous times, and I think Heidi might have had enough there as he and Thompson in a bit of a shoving match. Unfortunately, we'll see good runs go for nothing, as both will likely be heading to the pits with too much damage to be able to continue. Just not sure what had happened on that restart. I wasn't sure if the 66 had just overshot turn 1 or if he got some help to get up into that high line, but ever since that point, those two had been pretty much all over each other for the last 2 laps or so. So this will stack us up for another Owosso option side-by-side restart. As we go back to the last completed lap, what you see on the scoreboard is not correct. We'll go to the last completed lap, and it looks like Lonnie Salmier credited with leading lap number 20. Jim Miller Jr. second, Jason Spencer in third, Dan Goki fourth. This should move Voris up to the 5th position, as Heidi and Thompson were running 5th and 6th on lap number 20.
If we were choosing that time, were we choosing that time? Oh, nope. We were. I thought they were choosing that time. Then I saw the 14 run. But Logan was looking at us. That wind blowing really threw me off. I thought he had the flags out, but he just had them. He just had them in his hand. Now we're going to choose this time.
He's kind of a magician. All right, let's see who picks what, as Salmier takes the inside, Miller takes the outside, Spencer inside, Goki inside. So the 83 not going to take the chance of going to the high side. That allows Voris to move up to outside row number 2. Goki falls back inside row 3. Then Heidi alongside. Kirby Livesey back in row 4. 1 to go before green. 5 green flag laps left to go. This is going to be a barn burner.
Now we are at time limit, Roger, so either we see the green, white, and checkered, or if we see a yellow, that's race over. So keep in mind we are at our time limit. So either we race this one to the checkered, or we pack her up early.
So wreckers also mean checkers. Okay, here we go. M&K Truck Center restart zone allows him to go fast. Goki steps out of line. He's 3 wide for the 3rd spot. Not going to work out for him. Salmier with the advantage. Here comes Miller.
And he's using every inch of that back straightaway as Miller tries to get to the outside of Salmier. But now the 55 of Spencer will fill that opening on the inside.
Boy, talk about the 15 being hard to pass. Oh, look out, Voris. Oh, and your leader spins.
Oh, no. Caution flag out.
And, oh, boy, this is going to be an interesting finish here.
Yeah, that's...
I've seen Miller's hand out on the roof of the car, so I don't know if he's tapping or what. I'm guessing that the 9 is tapping.
Okay, so
I'm saying that unofficially. Maybe he's not. I saw his hand out.
Yeah, that's what I saw.
He did not? Okay. I was assuming when I saw the hand go out the window there that maybe he was tapping out, but that obviously was not the case. And maybe a bit of a discussion here.
All right, well, that's going to complete the race. As we mentioned, it was that was the end. So the M15, Alani Samir, will take the win, and the 9 of Jim Miller Jr. assessed with the caution. So we will get down to M&K Truck Center's victory lane, the second victory of the year in the pure stocks for Alani Samir. Gross Construction pure victory lane. Yeah, there we go. McAllister Rental Pure Stocks, Gross Construction victory lane. Eventually we'll get these sponsors straight. And I'm sure this'll make things pretty interesting the rest of the week. We'll see how that plays out, but Roger Williams going to head down to victory lane to get a word with Lonnie Salmier.
Well, well, well. Found you some hardware. I found you this flag from Top Speed Motorsports. And I know you'd rather race the last few laps. What happened there at the end?
Yeah, I prefer to race the last few laps, but 9 car seemed to want to drive into me there a few times. Usually we race pretty good, but hit me after the race there once or twice, and then under caution before that. But it is what it is. Hard racing. I don't know if he's mad or not, but no hard feelings on mine. But thanks to my mom and dad, I appreciate them letting me drive the race car. My wife Shelby, Travis Eddy Performance Solutions, he's helped me out a lot on this lately, so for helping me find victory lane again. Troyer Racing Engines, Finish Line Seamless Gutters, Mike and Chris Stearns at Stearns M15 Garage, special thanks to them also. Ricky Bryan at Top Speed Motorsports, if it wasn't for him, definitely wouldn't be out here on the front stretch, so thank you to him. Beach's One Stop Performance, M57 Towing and Repair, and Showcase Auto Sales. I think that's it.
Well, you even let me ask any more questions. Did you learn anything for the street stock?
I'm still learning. I feel like it's been a minute since I had it here, and I feel like I'm a little underpowered still, but we're going to make the best of it.
All right, well, enjoy this win.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you guys. Thanks to the fans, too.
Lonnie Salmier picking up the win in your pure stocks here tonight as we get set for 50 laps B main style. Good to see you here for the Hot Shoe 10 or Hot Shoe X. And I'm going to guess probably up there already is Matt Prier ready to roll. Ooh, that's my bad arm. I should have done that.
Well, Matt, I think, or Roger, I think Matt's busy putting on his chapstick. He'll be back in just a moment.
Well, well.
Hey. Oh.
Gotta hit the right button there, buddy. If you just keep hitting them, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Where are you at?
Check, check, 1, 2. Check, check, 1, 2.
This is why we have meetings with lawyers every week. Is he touching you, Chris?
I'm blinking twice, Roger. All right, so 50 laps coming up. Hot Shoe X 50 lap B feature will be our next race on track.
Well, Chris, looking at this B feature lineup, I tell you, if you look anywhere else in the country and you were looking at this B feature lineup, you would swear this is one of the crown jewels of modified racing in the country, but this is the B feature.
Yeah, it's an all-star field in this race, Matt, but somehow only a B feature.
Amazing to say the least. Scotty Lamp, the State Building Company home built chassis number 16 out of Davison, Michigan. Technically your fast qualifier for B cars. Overall, it was 25th quick. out of the 50 cars here this weekend.
Yeah, that is insane.
And his time last year, he was talking about it. And when we talked to him during the autograph session, his time would have put him in the top 10 in qualifying for last year's Hot Shoe 100. His time today, as we try to pull it up here, his time of 15.403 was not good enough to get into the Hot Shoe 100A feature.
Well, it just seems every year it gets harder and harder to qualify into that A feature. The field gets closer, and the margin for error is basically non-existent at this point. If you want to be in that A feature, you have to be 100% on the ball.
Your 24th quick time was a 15.399. The last car to transfer in on qualifying is no slouch. Chuck Barnes Jr. out of Louisville, Kentucky, was the last car to qualify in on time.
Yeah, exactly. And as you mentioned, Matt, Chuck Barnes, definitely not a slouch. I mean, you look at his pedigree. I mean, this is a guy that calls Salem Speedway his home track.
Yeah.
And you gotta have a set if you want to call Salem your home track.
Indeed. As congratulations to Lonnie Samier picking up his first Hot Shoe feature win here this evening in the McAllister Reynolds Pure Stocks. But we're coming up with the B feature. $1,500 to win, $750 to start. So these guys definitely not going home with chump change, to say the least. They're going to run 50 laps, and as the field gets ready to set out, 24 cars scheduled to go. Scratch the 0-2 of Rick Sibila, who broke within the first 5 minutes of the first practice session. His day is over. Tough break for the driver making the haul from Massillon, Ohio, former Motor Mountain Masters winner. Also scratched the number 4 of Lon Putnam, who called it a weekend. Also want to give a call out to the 3 drivers that ran the New Shoe Shootout powered by Wheeler Trucking yesterday. The 23 of Dayton Zink out of DeWitt, Michigan, unable to come back today, as well as the number 3 of Bobby Garms, who went back home to Sheboygan, Michigan. And Randy Jaraneski, here's a good story for you. Randy Jaraneski in the 141 machine crashed yesterday in that New Shoe Shootout. His brother, Jeremy Jaraneski, needed a new motor. They took the motor out of the 141, put it in the 1. Jeremy Jaraneski is starting outside of the front row in tonight's A feature.
So the car may not have made it, but the heart carries on.
The heart did. The heart lives on, yes. The heart will go on. I'm waiting for...
Where's Celine Dion?
That's what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for Celine Dion. A big welcome in to everyone tuning in on Owosso Speedway's YouTube channel. My name is Matt Preer of the Performance Racing Network out of Westerville, Ohio, alongside the co-voice of the Owosso Speedway, Chris Foby, who now
I was on MAV TV once.
You were. Who resides in Mason, Michigan now, originally from Lansing. Here's your lineup, starting on the pole. The Wheeler Trucking, Birkenester Race Cars, number 86. In New Lothrop, Michigan, that's Scott Clifford. Alongside him, the Carver Propane, BSR Fabrication, number 61. From Ashley, Indiana, Brad Springer. Inside of row number 2, the inline 2, Birkenester Race Cars, number 13. From Romeo, Michigan, 15-year-old Austin Kreita starts inside of row number 2. Alongside him, running the B feature in his own family's event, the Jim Gray's Cottage Care, Birkenester Race Cars, number 24. From Petoskey, Michigan, Buddy Gray. Inside of row number 3, the Cheater Motorsports Home-Built Chassis, number 62. From Durand, Michigan, Stephen Pelkey. Alongside him, the Wakarusa Heavy Equipment Sales and Rental, FLF Race Cars, number 68. From Bremen, Indiana, that's J.J. Schaefer. Inside of row number 4, the McIntosh Oil Company, Birkenester Race Cars, number 31. From North Canton, Ohio, it's Doug Meyer. Alongside him, the High Side Trucking, Birkenester Race Cars, number 559. From Langsburg, Michigan, Damian Lytle. 5th row on the inside, the State Building Company, Home-Built Chassis, number 16. From Davison, Michigan, that is Scotty Lamp. Alongside him, the Taylor Concrete, Birkenester Race Cars, number 22. From Flushing, Michigan, Tim Ryan. Row number 6 is the 21 of Robbie Johnson out of Bertrand, Michigan, alongside the 15 of Justin Nuffsinger from West Branch. Row 7 from Vicksburg, Michigan, the 5, Tyler Hufford alongside Clio, Michigan's Jason Condon in the 4. Row number 8, LaGrange, Indiana's Nathan Jordan in the 9, alongside Ovid's own Dale Spencer in the number 555. Next up, 17th from Lewiston, Michigan, the 34 of Landon Stark. Alongside Mount Morris, Michigan's Rick Wycorick in the 1 machine. Then you got Mechanicsville, Virginia's Eric Folks in the 43 alongside Imlay City's Kyle Mackey in the 18. Langsburg, Michigan's Josh Shavinsky in the 57 alongside Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario, Canada's Layla Whalen in the 11 car. Final row on the inside, but also from Otter Lake, Michigan, the 2, Rich Eady Jr., the 40, Chris Stark out of Lewiston, Michigan. That is your field, 24 cars, 50 laps. So race fans, our first major feature of the night. Everybody get up, everybody stand up. Come on, get up, get up, get up, get up. Hot Shoe 100 B feature rolling next. This is an A feature anywhere else in the country. It's a B feature tonight here at Owosso Speedway. Waving the green flag for this one, co-chair of the International 500 Snowmobile Race, Miss Carrie Bradley will throw the green flag here the next time by. As chief starter out of Angola, Indiana, Mr. Weo Schwayer gives him the 1 lap to go signal. Scott Clifford, 3-time track champion, alongside the driver, 4th all-time in career stars in the Midwest Modified Tour, Brad Springer. Pace car pulls in the infield. It's in the hands of Scott Clifford in the 86. Brad Springer in the 61. The lead is field out of turns 3 and 4. Special guest starter, Carrie Bradley, co-chair of the International 500 Snowmobile Race, will throw the green flag, and we are racing.
Brad Springer in the 61, a great start, gets around the outside of the 86 of Scotty Clifford. Right now the 24 of Buddy Gray got a little bit shoved out there. Oh, caution on the speedway already.
Yeah, Josh Savinsky and Layla Whalen got together. Whalen kind of crab walking there on the backstretch. That left rear not pointed exactly in the right direction in that 11 car.
Yeah, Jason Congdon up there in turn number 1 as well, up against the wall. So a false start here. Looks like we'll be looking at a complete restart minus what may or may not be leaving.
So a complete restart on this one, as Brad Springer got a nice jump on your pole sitter, Scott Clifford, in the 86 car. In the back of the field, you see Layla Whalen, that left rear tire not exactly straight on that Easy Racing Seneca Performance machine. And Jason Congdon stopped at the top of turns 1 and 2, that back row beauty salon, number 4. Possible drive shaft issues, Chris Phobie?
Yeah, it sounds like race control saying they may or may not see a drive shaft rolling around over there.
Tough break for Jason Congdon in the 4 car. So a complete restart on this one.
Want to wish Ron Horn a happy birthday today. And speaking of people that are not having a good day, because I'm sure Ron is, got a couple people need to move their vehicles immediately. Got somebody blocked in that has to go to a bit of an emergency. So a red Pontiac, license plate 3, P as in Paul, R as in Roger, Q as in Quail, 72. And a black Traverse, Indiana plates, Z as in Zebra, T as in Tom, P as in Paul, 282. Black Traverse, red Pontiac, you got somebody blocked in, you have questionable parking abilities, and if you don't move your vehicles, we'll move them for you, because we got great friends like Northside Towing that's out there right now helping us get this one cleaned up.
50-50 tickets still on sale.
Well, as Matt mentioned before, he had to seek oxygen. 50-50 tickets on sale.
Yeah, thank you. I had a frog in my throat or something there. 50-50
Well,
tickets on sale.
You're not supposed to eat them whole. You got to take bites.
Yes, got to take bites. Over $1,800 going to the winner at the moment. So if you haven't got your 50-50 tickets, head on down to the Hot Shoe 100X raffled and display booth located behind the grandstands here on the concourse. And also at the conclusion of this race, it'll be last call for all the raffle items. We'll be giving all those raffle items away at the conclusion of the Gross Construction Street Stock feature, which will be coming up after this.
Oh, hey, our friends Meyer Electric are here tonight. Thanks to partners like them, we can keep the ticket prices low. Meyer Electric running all of the lights over in our pit area, on our pit road out front. And without them giving us a good deal on getting that work done, we wouldn't be able to keep our ticket prices just $14 for adults. So thank you to Meyer Electric for all of your hard work. They're here week in and week out making sure we shine bright here at the Owosso Speedway.
So we'll try it again. Restart number 2. Scott Clifford, Brad Springer on the turns 3 and 4. Wheel Schwer, the green flag in hand, and we're back underway. And Springer with a good start once again as he works the outside, but here comes Buddy Gray. Buddy Gray is perhaps a bit perturbed. He has never had to run anything but the A feature in his family's Hot Shoe 100 event. And here comes Gray into the high side of the 24.
Yeah, you got to believe with everything going on here, he has to be a favorite to pick up the win here, Matt.
Gray currently third in the points in the Midwest second in the points in the Midwest Modified Tour. I mean, how tough is this field? He's second in one of the premier modified tours in the country in the point standings, and he has to run the B feature. He got by Scott Clifford. Now Gray will set his sights on the driver 4th all time in Midwest Modified Tour starts. That's Brad Springer in the 61 car. 3 laps completed, 47 laps to go. Springer, your race leader. Buddy Gray riding second. Scott Clifford third. J.J. Schaefer, the inline 2 Rookie of the Year points leader of the Midwest Modified Tour. He's in the B feature.
Yeah, he's kind of had a rough stretch of it here with the last Midwest Modified Tour event here at the Owosso Speedway. And then here today, he's been struggling a bit with that car to get Owosso figured out.
15-year-old Austin Crichton, that bright orange number 13, running in the top 5. He's got Stephen Pelkey right behind him, as well as Damian Lytle. Tim Ryan is there, and so is Doug Meyer, another driver you wouldn't expect to see in the B feature. That is North Canton, Ohio's Doug Meyer.
Yeah, Doug Meyer, probably one of the best modified drivers to come from the state of Ohio.
6 laps completed, 44 laps to go. Brad Springer continues to lead in the 61 car, but here comes Buddy Gray in the 24 machine. Has never won in his family's Hot Shoe 100, and now the 10th anniversary. He perhaps thought he'd win an A feature, but this is his first appearance ever in a B feature in his family's race. And as we mentioned, you know, he's got a little bit of a chip on his shoulder right now.
And especially with how well he's ran this year at Owosso. He's had several good runs, whether it be in our weekly Valley Truck Center modifieds or some of the touring events we've had coming through. But he's had great pace, but today was just off by a little bit. But a little bit today is the difference between an A race and a B race.
The separation of the 24 cars who will start tonight's 100-lap A feature, 0.342 seconds. Just such a close field, the closest field in Hot Shoe 100 history. Brad Springer, your race leader, but now he's got a back bumper full of Buddy Gray, who has reeled him in a hurry. And Gray, wasting no time, he'll go to the inside in turns 3 and 4. Gray and Springer side by side for the race lead. Give the lead to Buddy Gray on lap 11.
And Josh Savinsky doing everything he could to get out of the way there. He's like, I just want to turn some laps. Please don't run me over.
J.J. Schaefer has clawed his way up to the 3rd spot. He's looking to make this a 3-car battle. This time by 12 laps completed, 38 laps to go. Buddy Gray, your race leader in the 24. Brad Springer 2nd. J.J. Schaefer 3rd. Scott Clifford, good job for him. Starting the pole, he's still hanging on in 4th. With Stephen Pelkey rounding out the top 5.
Yeah, J.J. Schaefer was greatly helped by that little bit of a battle between Gray and Springer there up at the front of the field. With that, Schaefer was able to reel in your top 2 and still continues to have comparable pace in that number 68 car. He very well could be a threat here in the closing laps, Matt.
To say the least, Schaefer was just absolutely bummed 2 weekends ago, not making the show for the prelude to the Hot Shoe. That allowed Luke Warhurst to gain some valuable points on Schaefer in that chase for that inline 2 Rookie of the Year title in the Midwest Modified Tour. And now Schaefer, unfortunately, he made the A feature last year, not able to make it here. He's in the B feature, looking for that win, and he's catching up to Brad Springer.
Yeah, he's eating up that space between them rather quick. About a 1/10 of a second a lap quicker than Springer.
Laps continue to click off. This time by 16 laps completed, 34 to go. Your top 3 has pulled away. Buddy Gray, Brad Springer, J.J. Schaefer, Stephen Pelkey 4, but now Tim Ryan is into the top 5. He'll look to challenge the 62 of Pelkey's. They go into 3 and 4.
Oh, caution on the speedway. Got a car facing the wrong way over in turn number 2.
I see it. There it is over in turn number 2. Brings out the caution flag. 16 laps completed. Looks like it possibly could be Justin Knopfsinger, the 15 machine. that worthy tree service. Howe Racing Enterprises machine over in turn number 2. The defending race winner of this B feature in the Hot Shoe 100.
Well, it looks like the 34 Landon Stark going to head pit side. And before that caution came out, Matt, there was a nice little, you can see the bumper on the 559 and Damian Lytle all jacked up.
Yeah.
Him and Robbie Johnson were throwing some haymakers there for quite a bit.
And Robbie Johnson can throw a haymaker every so often.
In or out of the car.
Yes, indeed.
Robbie Johnson don't take no crap.
No, he does not. Just thinking about last year's B feature, you and I were standing up here 363 days ago and thinking how talented that B feature was. That had Brian Nestor in it, eventual track champion David McManus in it. But I'll make the argument this is the strongest B feature in Hot Shoe 100 history.
And you know, also a credit to Hoosier Racing Tire. Last year they got knocked around quite a bit for we'll say some quality control issues some of the drivers felt there were as we went into this race last year. This year I haven't heard anywhere near the complaints about the product. And you know, when you have a company like that that's backing a race like this, a huge demand, hundreds of tires are ordered specifically just for tonight, and it looks like a quality product showing up here today. So a great effort by them to step up and deliver here tonight.
Hot Shoe 100X following the rules and procedures of the Midwest Modified Tour, powered by Wheeler Trucking. So the restart procedure for the MMT in effect. The leader in this case, the 24, Buddy Gray, has the option of choosing the inside or the outside lane. He chooses the inside, which forces the second place driver, in this case Brad Springer, to 61, to go the outside lane. Everybody else is 2x2. The Hot Shoe 100, and for that matter, the Midwest Modified Tour, does not utilize the choose option like you see here on weekly Saturday nights or on TV with NASCAR's 3 big series. And you saw Dale Spencer stopping the racetrack temporarily. Now Austin Kreita getting looked over. Last year became the youngest starter in Hot Shoe 100 history at just 14 years old to take the green flag.
Yeah, it looks like Spencer may have been reporting maybe something leaking from underneath the 13. So they pulled him down just to get a quick peek, and looks like they're going to direct him into the infield. So something leaking out of the 13 of Austin Kreita.
That's a tough break for inline 2, number 13. As mentioned, just 15 years old, out of Romeo, Michigan. And he's going to park in the infield tonight. Tough break for Kreita.
Yeah, it's already a disappointment not making the A, and unfortunately having to end it early for a reason like that, that's going to sting as well.
16 laps completed, 34 laps to go here in the Hot Shoe B feature. Buddy Gray, your race leader. Brad Springer second, J.J. Schaefer third. Now Stephen Pelkey to fourth. Tim Ryan rounding out the top 5. Scott Clifford is sixth.
All right.
Robbie Johnson. Oh, sorry about that.
Sorry. I was going to say we're going to dispatch the safety crew here real quick. Obviously, we know there was a car that had something leaking out of it, so we're going to dispatch safety real quick just to do a quick inspection of the track.
And we'll give you the rest of the field. Scott Clifford is 6th in the 86. Robbie Johnson 7th in the 21. Scotty Lamp 8th in the 16. Damian Lytle's fallen back to 9th in the 559. And Doug Meyer rounding up the top 10. They got Nathan Jordan in 11th. Tyler Hufford 12th. Kreita was 13th. Now Dale Spencer occupies that spot. Nossinger was the cause of the caution. Rick White-Clark 14th. And Kyle Mackey rounding up the top 15. His mom, Mary Ellen, all the way down in Texas, tuning in on Owosso Speedway's YouTube channel. So welcome in, Mama Mackey.
And I got to say, Kyle Mackey, he's been very public about his struggles trying to get on the track this year. You know, he's had some injury issues and some struggles, and basically trying to get to the last minute to get that car on track. And for a team like that level of perseverance, that level of persistence, just to get the car here alone is a huge win. And I mean, that's one of those teams, and we have a few of them out there. Maybe not the quickest ones right now. They're still working on it. But the fact that they even got the car here is just such a huge victory. And we got a few drivers out there with similar stories that definitely should be very proud of the fact that their B feature, A feature, doesn't matter. They're here. And that's something a lot of guys are sitting at home scared watching on YouTube that didn't have the nerve to come out here to begin with.
And that is that black number 18 of Kyle Mackey making his way in turns 1 and 2. 38-year-old driver out of Imlay City, Michigan, former template pro late model competitor at Auto City Speedway in years past, as well as a pro late model competitor at Birch Run Speedway. Just got a mod here in the last couple of seasons. Attended to compete in last year's downright awesome modified race over at Birch Run Speedway is where you'll find him running mostly along with relative Matt Mackey. But yeah, Kyle Mackey, to your point, Kyle Mackey, I mean, he does the absolute most with what he has.
Absolutely.
And he's got himself a brand new Birkin Nestor race car. Still working the bugs out of Karen, as he calls her.
Yeah, I mean, less than a week ago, he had to drive that car down to Hamilton, Indiana, drop it off to Birkin Nestor to get some work done to it. I mean, that round trip isn't exactly right around the corner.
No, it's definitely not. So 16 laps completed, 34 laps to go. And as it turns out, Austin Kreitzer did lay down some fluid on the racetrack. So track safety crew laying down the kitty litter. Big thank you to our chairman of the board, the International 500 Snowmobile Race, Rick Federer. Co-chairs, Kerry Bradley, Dan Burrow are here as well. Most of the board is here, except for Dave Thomas, the treasurer. But yeah, John Babcock's here. Brett Kuhn, Ryan Kostanowitz, all making the trip from Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan and Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario. Big thanks to Paul and Sandy Boucher. Had the cookout going over the I-500 compound here in the campsites. Excited, man.
They weren't the ones doing donuts at 2 a.m., were they?
No, they were not.
Okay.
No, they were not. You would have heard snowmobiles if that was the case. But yeah, all of them making the trip from Michigan's Upper Peninsula to come down here to enjoy Hot Shoe 100X race weekend. It is event 6 of the 2024 CUI 500 Pure Michigan Summer Tour. Event number 7 coming up in 2 weeks. Friday and Saturday, August 23rd and 24th, outside of Michigan. Ironic enough, since it is the Pure Michigan Summer Tour, up at Laird Raceway in Echo Bay, Ontario, Canada, as part of the Mike Parsons Memorial. So that is event number 7, the next stop of the 2024 CUI 500 Pure Michigan / Ontario Summer Tour.
I mean, that part of Ontario really is just maple-flavored Michigan anyway.
Maple-flavored Michigan, yes.
All right, those of you sitting down in front, we are going to get the cars up to speed a little bit to get the oil dry, blown off the track. Protect your eyes there for a moment as the dust kind of heads your way.
So a couple laps, make sure the speedy dry's worked in. Again, tough break for Austin Kreitzer, who's a semi-regular here on Saturday nights in the Valley Truck Center's Modified Division. Currently sitting 12th in your point standings there, Chris. Also has seen some time over at Birch Run Speedway in the Wheeler Trucking Modified Division, where he's 16th in the standings there. Looking at making a full run next year in the Midwest Modified Tour for the rookie title in 2025.
Well, it's definitely a good step to take. A young driver, you want to get experience at as many different tracks as possible. The Midwest Modified Tour will provide him the chance to drive a familiar car in unfamiliar places, and that helps him figure out his adaptability.
And I'll let you in a little secret, too. Rather a large revamption of the schedule for 2025. The Midwest Modified Tour, powered by Wheeler Trucking. A little bit more money. A streamlined schedule, if you will. We're excited about it. Already know some of the details. They're not 100% confirmed and finalized yet, but I'll tell you what, it's going to be an exciting 2025 season for the Midwest Modified Tour, powered by Wheeler Trucking. We get set to go. Buddy Gray, Brad Springer lead them on to turns 3 and 4. Green flag is out. We're back underway with the Hot Shoe 100B feature.
Great restart there by the 24 Gray as the 61 of Brad Springer slides in right behind him. In front of that battle for third between Stephen Pelkey and JJ Schaefer.
Good battle between Schaefer and Pelkey. Right behind them, Tim Ryan and Scott Clifford has found some new life in the 86 machine. But here comes Robbie Johnson. Damian Lytle trying to make his way back through, but Schaefer now up front. To the inside of Brad Springer, gives second spot to JJ Schaefer.
Yeah, JJ Schaefer is playing for keeps today. He has no...
and Springer kind of sent him up the hill. And Schaefer is going to be bumper a little bit verklempt at that.
Just a touch. And that also opens the door for the 22 of Tim Ryan to take a look. Ryan not able to capitalize, though, as Schaefer falls back in line behind the 61 of Springer.
Schaefer surrounded by a couple veterans. Brad Springer in the 61. Tim Ryan, the 22, and Schaefer voicing his displeasure to the back bumper of Brad Springer.
Yeah, he maybe let that car roll for just a second or two longer than normal just to let Mr. Springer know how he feels.
We'll keep your eye on that battle between the black 61 of Brad Springer, the white 68 of J.J. Schaefer. The patriotic 22 of Tim Ryan is right there as well. Good battle between second through fourth.
And that's very honestly a car that surprises me to be in the B. That car has been right in contention with its sister car.
Most of this field is a surprise to be in the B feature.
Fair enough. But that's a car that's here almost every week and has been very fast every time it's been here.
Yeah, Tim Ryan in the 22 machine, 11th place in the point standings. Finds himself in the B. The battle for fifth between the yellow 21 of Robbie Johnson, the blue 62 of Stephen Pelkey. Johnson definitely knows his way around the Owosso Speedway. As we look back up front, Damian Lido got shoved up the hill. Allows Scott Clifford and Scotty Lamb to get by. Back up front, coming out of turn number 4, Brad Springer, J.J. Schaefer resume their battle for second.
And J.J. Schaefer at this point, he's got to feel like he has something to prove after how that move went. I don't know if he quite expected the 61 to get him like he got as we come to the halfway point. 25 in, 25 to go back to the line.
Buddy Gray continues to lead the battle between a pair of Hoosier State drivers. Ashley, Indiana's Brad Springer. Bremen, Indiana's J.J. Schaefer in that battle for that runner-up spot. Tim Ryan is 4th, Stephen Pelkey 5th, Robbie Johnson 6th, Scott Clifford 7th, Doug Meyer 8th. Good run for Tyler Hufford up to 9th. And North Nathan Jordan, good run for him in the top 10.
Robbie Johnson at that number 21 all over the back of Stephen Pelkey, trying to break into the top 5. But Pelkey leaves the inside open there. Johnson shows him the nose, but not gonna happen.
Buddy Gray keeping a 1.1 second advantage over the battle for second spot between the 61 of Brad Springer, the 68 of J.J. Schaefer. Schaefer trying to set up the crafty veteran out of Ashley, Indiana. Brad Springer, interesting note, the one and only year that what is now Russell's M40 Speedway ran modified as a weekly division, Brad Springer was your track champion. And he had to go way back. Well, not way back, 1997. As Josh Savensky goes sideways, brings out the caution flag. Yeah, to finish that thought, Brad Springer was the 1997 modified track champion of what is now Russell's M40 Speedway. Josh Savensky facing the wrong way, was facing the wrong way in turns 1 and 2. That's going to erase the lead that Buddy Gray was enjoying with 28 laps completed, 22 to go. Coming up after this, Chris, Gross Construction Street Stocks. What a field of street stocks today.
25 of them showing up here today. 25 good ones is the biggest thing. I mean, we have a stacked field and a deep invert. So Scott Wetzel made the trip up, and he's going to have his work cut out for him if he wants to make it to victory lane. So we're past halfway now, Matt. 28 in, 22 to go. Now, Buddy Gray is your leader. And over the years, you and I have seen a lot of these hot shoe races, and the guy that wins the A is always happy, but the reactions to the drivers in the B and the C is always different.
It's mixed.
Yeah, some people are happy to have made it to victory lane, but some people are heartbroken over the fact that
they won the B,
that they weren't in the A. And I'm interested to see how Buddy Gray reacts to this. I mean, he can't be happy that he missed the A, but still to finally get a victory in the event that his family has poured their blood, sweat, and tears into over the years, that's got to mean a lot.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm interested to see what the reaction will be if he's able to seal the deal here with 22 to go.
Well, kind of contrast in emotions. BJ Marcoux won the B feature in 2015 at Whittemore Speedway. Happy, elated, biggest win of his career. He won the B feature again in 2019 at Kinross Raceway Park. You'd have thought someone shot his dog.
Exactly. I mean, you want to be in the big show, But this B main is probably one of the biggest races of the year still.
You can make an argument this is one of the strongest feature fields in the country, and this is only the B feature. On turn number 4, green flag, we're back underway.
And Brad Springer hung with Buddy Gray there in turns 1 and 2, falls back in line by the time we get to the backstretch.
J.J. Schaefer's right there. Tim Ryan battling with Stephen Pelkey. Robbie Johnson's there, so is Doug Meyer. Scotty Lamb pulled off 4 laps ago. Tough break for technically your fast qualifier of the beef cars. Buddy Gray continues to show the way. Brad Springer, J.J. Schaefer, Stephen Pelkey, Tim Ryan are top 5. 30 laps completed, 20 laps to go. Doug Meyer to the inside of Robbie Johnson. That is a battle for the 6th spot.
Boy, that's a couple hard-nosed racers right there battling for position.
We're 31 laps into this, Chris Colby, and still can't get over the fact that this is the B feature of Hot Shoe 100X.
Yeah, look at the championships and wins all over the Midwest that are lined up in this race.
I mean, most tracks would kill for a feature of this talent, and this is only the B here in the Hot Shoe 100X. The crown jewel of modified racing in the country, and Buddy Gray in his family's event is 17 laps away from ironically picking up his first ever win. Should he be able to hang on, but he's got a couple of Indiana drivers duking it out. They've been throwing haymakers at each other all race long. The 61 of Brad Springer, the 68 of J.J. Schaefer.
Yeah, those two have no love lost for each other in this race. Schaefer got around Springer early on. Springer decided to move him out of the way. Those two cannot be overly happy with each other, and they have the rest of the field running right behind them.
15 laps to go. 15 to go for Buddy Gray, the 24 machine. Stephen Pelkey trying to hang on for 4th. He's got a couple of veterans behind him for that 4th spot. Tim Ryan, the 22, Doug Meyer in the 31. Robbie Johnson has fallen back to the 7th spot. Tyler Hufford is 8. Scott Clifford 9. Battle for 10th now. The 9 of Nathan Jordan, the 555 of Dale Spencer. But up front, it's still Buddy Gray continuing to show the way with a half-second lead over the 2 Hoosier State drivers.
Tim Ryan able to battle past the 62 of Stephen Pelkey to move up into 4th. Leaves the door open for Doug Meyer to take a look. And Meyer will try to break into the top 5 here as he works underneath that blue 62 of Pelkey.
Buddy Gray is not pulling away from the 2 drivers from Indiana. You would have thought with the talent of Buddy Gray, he would just pull away and check out in the field. But Brad Springer and J.J. Schaefer are not letting Buddy Gray stray too far out in front.
Well, looking at the lap times from the last couple of circuits here, your fastest guy in the track is that red, white, and blue 22 of Tim Ryan back and forth. He's faster than all 3 of the cars up ahead of him, but we only have 10 laps remaining.
10 laps to go for Buddy Gray, the 24 machine. Fighting a very loose race car. He's been wicked loose coming out of turn number 2 and turn number 4 the last several laps. Keep your eye on that black number 24. He makes his way out of 4 again, just a little bit. That back end starting to kick out on him.
Well, we've talked in the past, Matt, this track is very weather sensitive. And with the quick cool off we've had the last few days, this track has been throwing everybody curveballs. You've seen drivers that are fast at the middle of the day that get to this point in the day and totally fall off. Look at Billy Luckhurst, for example, in the New Shoe race yesterday. We had probably a 10-15 degree weather swing. He went from being the fastest car to not being able to make a pass. And so a lot of these drivers are really throwing Hail Marys trying to get the setups of these cars right.
And Brad Springer has caught the back bumper of Buddy Gray. But you can see a battle for the race lead pursuing here in just a matter of moments with a lap driver Josh Savensky right in front. This time 6 laps to go. Buddy Gray your leader, but now he's got to deal with a veteran Brad Springer in a 61 car.
And Tim Ryan beginning to creep up on the back of the field here as well. He's catching up to the 68 of J.J. Schaefer there for 3rd.
5 laps to go. 5 laps to go for Buddy Gray, the 24 machine. He's got a couple car lengths on Brad Springer, who's got J.J. Schaefer right behind, and Tim Ryan has caught this battle as well. Doug Meyer now in the top 5. Stephen Pelkey 6. Tyler Hufford 7th. Robbie Johnson 8th. Scott Clifford, Nathan Jordan, your top 10.
Oh, problems for the 21 of Robbie Johnson. He's way up at the top of the track. Tough break for him. As we continue on, coming to 3 to go here as Buddy Gray leads him off at turn 4.
3 laps to go for Buddy Gray. He's opened up that lead again. Found the car not nearly as loose as it was for a period of time there. And he's opened the gap back up to a half-second lead over Brad Springer. 2 to go this time by.
Well, this could very well be a case of slowing down to go faster. He doesn't have to put the hammer down. He's managed his lead effectively. There's not a lot of time left in this one, so he's got a safety net there that he can breathe. So as he comes down to the white flag, he doesn't have to pedal it as hard, he just has to pedal it enough.
White flag is out, 1 lap to go for Buddy Gray in the 24 machine. Gray looking for his first win ever in his family's race. His mom and dad, Bud Gray III, Amy Gray. The promoters of this event, Buddy Gray's going to victory lane. He'll win the B feature. Brad Springer second, J.J. Shaver third, Tim Ryan fourth, Doug Meyer in fifth.
As we continue on through your top 10 as they come down, Stephen Pelkey in the 62 comes home in 6th. Tyler Hufford 7th, Scott Clifford 8th, Nathan Jordan 9th, and Dale Spencer completes the top 10 in that 555 car. So the teams will head down to Gross Construction Victory Lane as we get a word with our winner, Buddy Gray, picking up the Hot Shoe 100X B feature here this evening. Also, a quick note for those of you in the grandstands, got a silver Ford Explorer and a pewter Oldsmobile Silhouette van. If either of those are your vehicle, please move it. You are blocking somebody in. And if you don't move it, we'll have to move it for you, and we're not going to tell you where we put it.
Well, Chris Phobie, in 2014, this young man's parents, Bud Gray III and Amy Gray, started what we know today as the Hot Shoe 100 back in 2014 at Whittemore Speedway. He has competed, Gray has competed in every Hot Shoe 100. It may not be the feature he wanted, but it is a feature in his family's race. The Jim Gray's Cottage Care number 24, Buddy Gray, your winner of the B feature. Buddy, congratulations. First and foremost, what a star-studded field we had here today. I've known you since you were a kid, so we're going to get a little personal here. I've known you since you were a kid. I know how much the Hot Shoe 100 means to you. Yeah, you want to race later tonight, but you're in victory lane in the Hot Shoe 100. Yeah, it's a B feature, but you know what? The hell with that. You won in the Hot Shoe 100. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I just want to say thank you to everyone that supports me. We had a shitty car all day, and it still was shitty that getting at the end, but we made the most of what we had, and I just wanted to win a race with my baby girl here, and did it.
We said we know how much this whole event means to you. Your mom and dad started this. We just told the fans, you know, back in 2014 at Whittemore Speedway, a Gray has raced every Hot Shoe 100, but a Gray has never visited victory lane until now. It's an old cliche. It's an old question I hate asking, but what does this mean to you and the entire family?
Yeah, no, it means a lot. Just everyone that shows up. Like I said, make the most of what you got for the day. I mean, we struggled, but, you know, come down here and do this and have these guys come out in here and cheer me on. It means the world to me. So, at least paid for my tire bills. Now I can drink some beer tonight.
Buddy, last question for you before you go start drinking those beers. Tell us about all the sponsors, all the marketing partners, all the family, everyone who makes this happen for you.
Yeah, first of all, I got to thank my dad. He works on this thing just as much as I do, and my mom, and Joe, Pat, you know, everyone, Kyle, Jake, everyone that helped me out today. And then my wife for looking after my baby all day while we're out working on the car, and you know, everyone on the car that makes this possible. Well, I got, you know, my aunts here that they sponsor me every year, and you know, my in-laws, they help me with the car, and it's been a struggle, but we made the most of it today.
Congratulations. Enjoy a beer for me, all right?
Thank you.
Buddy Gray, you're a winner of the Hot Shoe 100 B feature. Second spot, the veteran out of Ashley, Indiana, Brad Springer, comes home in second spot. And it looks like you had a good battle going on, quite the battle going there with fellow Hoosier State driver J.J. Schaefer. You got to Buddy's back bumper there, but then Buddy kind of pulled away. Tell us about the run.
Well, it wasn't too bad of a night. We changed everything all weekend, and just before the feature, we changed the car completely. And I decided to go for it and see what we had, and it wasn't too bad. It was fun racing his buddy, and JJ ran me clean. Everybody ran clean, so it was a heck of a good race.
Tell us about the sponsor, what makes this happen for you.
Brad Springer, my wife, my daughter, Carper Propane. That's about it.
Brad Springer comes home in second spot tonight in the B feature for the Hot Shoe 100. Third spot, final man on the podium, the inline 2 Rookie of the Year leader in the Midwest Modified Tour, powered by Wheeler Trucking. J.J. Schaefer. And J.J., it's been a hectic couple of weeks here, the last 2 events here at Owosso Speedway, but you do end it on the podium, a third-place effort, and probably one of those, in the strongest B feature lineup in this race's history. Tell us about the run.
Yeah, a couple weeks ago, it's a race I've never made, and I took it to heart. I went home, busting my butt for the last 2 weeks trying to get this thing ready to go. Was in the top 10 all day yesterday, top 10 today, and then I don't know how to qualify on sticker tires, I guess. That's a struggle of mine. I'm still learning this stuff. But this race is fun. I got into Brad there early. I didn't mean to. I drove it in there way too deep, and then I bozoed myself and drove it too deep myself and couldn't get it rode down. So all in all, it was fun. We learned a lot. We finally got the car back where we need it. We just need a tune on it now. I want to thank my sponsors, Walker's Heavy Equipment, HRP Construction, J3 Graphics and Design, Seafirst Garage and Welding Repair, Bremen CarQuest, Birch Frank and Associates, McGonigal Race Engines for the power under the hood, my mom, my dad, my wife, my son. He's racing now, so it's a lot now for both of us to be racing, but I love it. So I think I got all the sponsors. If I didn't, Legacy Towing. I can't forget Legacy Towing.
JJ, nice job. Congratulations. Third place ever for JJ Schaefer. Gross Construction Street Stock feature up after the Street Stocks. It will be time for Hot Shoe 100X, the 100-lap main event, paying $10,024 to win. In the meantime, turn it back over to the co-voices of Owosso Speedway, Chris Phobie and Roger Williams.
Well, thank you, Matt, as we get set for Street Stocks coming up momentarily. We'll do lucky number programs following the interview with the Street Stock feature winner here. Chris is 50 laps of modifieds down, 100 more to go, and the paycheck gets bigger and bigger once we get to that A main.
Yeah, the paycheck between this one and the next one, it's like somebody gave it steroids or something.
Well, we want to thank the folks from Reefer Peterbilt being in the stands here tonight. Hey, truckers, if you're looking for top-notch service that keeps you on the road where you belong, look no further than Reefer Peterbilt in Auburn Hills. Since 1989, Reefer Peterbilt has been a trusted name in heavy-duty truck solutions, founded on a dream of quality service by William G. Reefer himself back in 1955. At Reefer Peterbilt, uptime isn't just a goal, it's the heartbeat of everything they do. From check-in to closing, their friendly staff and proven process are geared to get you back on the road fast and smooth. And guess what? They've just rolled out their full-time mobile truck repair service because they know that your wheels never stop turning, and neither do they. Whether you're an owner-operator or part of a large fleet, Reefer Peterbilt understands your needs and delivers the professionalism and dedication you deserve. With their strong network, they minimize downtime, keeping you moving forward. So big thanks to Reefer Peterbilt. Get reeferpeterbilt.com and learn more info.
Yes, indeed. Also want to make a mention, it is last call for 50/50 tickets as well as the raffle items down at the Hot Shoe 100 raffle display booth with a Hot Shoe apparel. If you haven't got your Hot Shoe 100 apparel, get down there now this time. It is last call for both 50-50 as well as the raffle items. We're going to start giving those away at the conclusion of this Gross Construction Street Stock feature.
As the pomp and circumstance wrapping up down there on the front straightaway. Unbelievable 25 street stocks here this evening, beating our season high. I think that beats the high from the last 2 years.
I think so. This might be highest street stock count on this Owosso Speedway layout.
Indiana is represented, Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario. All no Ohio ones. I was looking there.
Good.
I figure I was going to see one from Ohio. You really have something against, but did Ohio hurt you?
No, but it hurt a friend.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Friends don't let friends move to Ohio.
I understand. All right. We got a new junior flag man. Is that what we got up there?
No, that's the good flag man. Everyone else is the junior. Ace is the flag man. Everyone else is just pretending.
Look, and he's not shy of the spotlight either.
He's really a man of the people.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I think he and I look a lot alike.
Except he's got more hair.
Well, that's just wait.
Father time.
I had to shave. Natalie Decker is expecting me to be shaved. A clean shaven face.
She was at Berlin on Wednesday. I'm surprised she didn't head over.
Couldn't find a way to get my wife to let me drive all the way down to Berlin.
Should have just had her hang out with Sam's girlfriend.
Yeah. Good old Sam.
Good's kind of a stretch.
Hey, I want to thank our staff and security and everybody that's been here all weekend so far. We've got one more day of entertainment here at Owosso Speedway as we get set to go now with our street stocks. Here's your lineup. Last week's winner.
Broken.
Wow. Yeah, I looked up. He's not there. He was scheduled to start on the pole. That'll move Tyler Hufford in car number 5 on the pole. Tom Stone alongside out of Linden in car number 10. Row number 2 is Jerry Ballard in the double deuce. And Jeff Owens in car 65. Row 3, John Trudell in car number 70. And Jake Thompson back with us in car number 50. Buddy Head driving the street stock tonight in car number 7. And your fast qualifier, Scott Wetzel, will be there in row number 4. Aaron Newman set to maybe take over as your point leader at the end of tonight. Will be in mid-pack with Lonnie Saumier's M15. Mike Mosier running the backup Jake Thompson car in the black number 15. Christopher Bagg back with us in the X17. Tyler Preisner out of Ontario, car 05. John Leonard in the 28. Adam Rowe in the 0 and Dusty Lincoln, car 26. We go deeper in the field. Row number 9. It's Brandon Barkus out of Kendallville, Indiana, in car number 50, and Daniel Folk in the 1-2-3, also out of Indiana. Chance Taylor back in row 10, car 25. Hannah Jaroniski in the 41. Then Jason Robinson, 45. Michael Alleman in the 65. Final row scheduled to be Bob Baumgarten in the 108 and Josh Freelitz in the 1776. Big field. Street stocks here tonight at Owosso Speedway.
Yeah, very, very big field of cars for this one.
Jeff Owens with a couple of feature wins this season in the street stocks. I'm going through the field and I think he's the only one.
Well, race fans, this time around, want to see you get back up on your feet. Street stock racing, getting ready to roll here at the Owosso Speedway. Get on your feet, put those hands in the air, wave them back and forth. Gross Construction Street Stocks getting ready to go. 30 laps here tonight.
wheel gets tightened up as we are set to go racing. I'm excited to see how this one shakes up. A lot of laps, a lot of cars. Let's see, they get to the restart zone, green flag in the air. Tom Stone off the pace, car number 10. Your front row all jumbled up behind on the outside as Stone does not come up to speed. Caution is out.
Yeah, your outside front starter not going. Not sure why the caution came out, because he did end up making it off the track.
So we'll have a restart, and that's going to move the only guy in the field with a feature win, Jeff Owens, to the outside of the front row. So
yeah.
Tyler Hufford.
So the explanation I got, I did ask. So because the 10 car didn't get going, it was not considered a good restart.
Okay.
So we called to start back.
Oh,
That's
okay.
So
I got it. Okay.
Calling it back.
Well, that's good news for everyone that was on the high side, Ben.
Not
I mean,
good
on the
news
top
for,
side.
Yeah. Not good news for Tom Stone, who unfortunately
No.
will end his race before it got started.
How unfortunate to get a great starting position and come down to the green and find nothing happening when you step on the gas pedal. Got to be a helpless feeling. So it looks like we're ready to try this again. M&K Truck Center restart zone is where they can pick up that pace. Hufford and Jeff Owens ready to bring them to the green flag. Ballard and Thompson in row number 2. Here they come. Owens has a slight advantage down the back straightaway. Thompson trying to go with them as they pin that 5 machine of Hufford in the bottom lane. Nice job, everybody giving each other some space as they come out of turn 4, lap number 1 complete. Owens now by himself out front. Hufford trying to hold on. Thompson's going to take that second spot now. He'll dive to the bottom as your front 4 single file.
And there's some drivers in this field that unfamiliar to fans here at the Owosso Speedway, but stars elsewhere in the state of Michigan. Tyler Hufford, probably one of the more accomplished street stock and late model drivers over on the west side of the state, in that number 5 car, running third, chasing down Jake Thompson. And in that blue and yellow number 70, John Trudell, a many time track champion down at Springport Mid-Michigan Speedway. 2 very good drivers up there in the mix in the top 5 here this evening.
Yeah, and Wetzel, your fast qualifiers right on the top side of Trudell with a battle for that 5th position. Buddy Head wants in there as well in that number 7. He was a bit too high in that inside line, able to keep off of that number 2 machine. As already these leaders getting into some lap traffic as Freelance goes a lap down.
Yeah, Jeff Owens continuing to show the way here. A pretty healthy margin over the rest of the field right now. Probably the biggest beneficiary of all of Tom Stone dropping out. He got to move to the outside of the front row.
Thompson, who just jumped back onto asphalt just a few weeks ago, after spending the last number of years on dirt in a street stock and a modified, sits back there in the 2nd spot.
And jumped in with both feet.
Yes.
He very quickly went from 0 pavement cars to 2 pavement cars.
Winning that raffle of Ron Hart's machine. Hits backup car back there about mid-pack there with Mosier behind the wheel. Baumgarten goes a lap down in the 108.
Good to see the X17 of Chris Begg out on track in the station wagon looking machine out there, the purple one, X17. He battled some health issues earlier in the year and was not looking great there for a little while. So glad to see him back out on track, a former track champion. And of course, as I say that, he puts the arm up, he's leaving the track.
Some heavier traffic. Owens able to make his way by. So does Thompson. So does Hufford. Your top three get through. Oh, look out. Wetzel. Contact with the 45 of Robinson. That was pretty heavy contact. Left front of the 45, the right rear of the 2 machine. We'll see how that affects that 2 car. It knocked him a bit sideways down the front straightaway as he was trying to go by the lap car. Owens lead now 1.4 seconds over Thompson, Hufford, and Trudell. Boy, I love the look of that number 70 machine.
And that's a car that's picked up a couple feature wins down in Springport this season. They graciously took this Saturday off to make way for the hot shoe, allowing some of their drivers to travel up this way. So big thanks to Donnie Ritter and his crew down there.
And he's trying to get around Hufford now. As he got to the inside, both drivers behind that 50 machine. No one could get around Thompson as Bumgarten's going to call it a night. Robinson going to get put another lap down. Look out as Trudell almost was almost got stuck behind that battle there, getting around the 45. And Buddy Head just suddenly showed up and says, "Hi guys, I'm ready to play."
Boy, John Trudell, Tyler Hufford up there in the top 3. It's beginning to feel like 2017 back at Springport. But Jeff Owens continuing to show the way as everybody else dukes it out for position. Owens driving off into the sunset as we've been caution-free since that first little incident on the initial start.
We're going to lose Thompson here, Chris. Something to miss on the white number 50 is Jake Thompson, after being in the top 5 the majority of this event, has called it quits. As Owens all by himself by a straightaway here at lap number 16. 14 circuits remain.
Your fast qualifier, Scott Wetzel in the 2, knocking on the door to a podium spot as he closes in on the back bumper of the 5 of Tyler Hufford. Hufford, the back end, tries to get out from underneath him there a little bit. Wetzel tried to capitalize but was not able to get underneath.
Daniel Falk trying to make it look like a drift show over there in turn number 4. He thinks this is a dirt track as he keeps slinging that back end sideways in the 1, 2, 3. That's way, well, actually I was going to say way back in the pack. Your leader about to catch him. Oh, and again sideways. He might have a bigger problem than just getting a bit sideways. Caution is out.
Yeah, looks like whatever that problem is may have just became everybody's problem. Heavy smoke out of the back of the 123 as he stops over in turn number 3.
Well, he was so far sideways the last 2 laps. I thought he was just kind of goofing around there, but apparently there was a problem developing, and then it just, the problem came to a full circle. And no pun intended, he only went a quarter of a circle. But this slows down the field, much to the chagrin of your race leader, Jeff Owens, who was out to an over 2-second lead over Trudell, Hufford, Wetzel, and Buddy Head were your top 5 at lap number 17.
Yeah, this is going to erase a huge lead that Owens had in the 65. And now he's going to have, well, everyone else in this race that's been fast right next to him.
And really, for, I'm going to say most intents and purposes, going to have some drivers that have not visited Victory Lane here or have been here much in 2024. So, going to be a very interesting final 13 laps.
Want to wish Tiffany Randall a happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Tiffany.
The gentleman who gave us that note told us not to say his name, so I'm fighting every urge in my body to actually say what his name is, but I won't.
He doesn't know Linda from finance, does he?
Probably. If he's ashamed to say his name in public, he's got to be friends with Linda, who should also be ashamed. You know, I found out, Roger, Linda, big investor in Lime scooters.
Oh, really? So that...
so I have all the more reason to hate Linda.
Yeah, I forgot that that was one of the main causes of your current medical condition.
I would say exclusively the cause. Nothing to do with driver error, that's for sure.
As we look back here, 6th spot, Lonnie Salmier, Jerry Ballard in 7th, Aaron Newman 8th, Mike Mosier 9th, and 10th was Jonathan Leonard.
Yeah, John Leonard, his first appearance of the season here at the Owosso Speedway. Primarily runs Fridays up at Birch Run Speedway. They did not have a regular racing program. They had a destruction program yesterday. So Mr. Leonard apparently had an itch to scratch still and decided to come out to the Owosso Speedway to play.
As we headed into tonight, Aaron Newman, it's going to come down to Aaron Newman, Jeff Owens, and Jerry Ballard for a championship here. They're separated by about 21 points, with Newman having the advantage. And Aaron Newman right now is running in the 8th spot while Jeff Owens is at the front of the field. So if they were to finish as they are, well, that would give Owens a bit closer to Newman in the final standings, with just a few weeks remaining before our Young Chevrolet Championship night. We've got, let's see, the next time the Street Stocks will be here on the 24th. And that's it. So they've got one more point night after tonight before championship night. Lots of big races coming up here. We mentioned the ASA Stars Michigan 200 next Saturday night here at Owosso Speedway. Then the Reveal the Hammer Series will be here on August 24th, and the Ron Hauser Memorial. We'll have a 100-lap Outlaw Super Late Model main event. Must-see sprint cars will be here on the 31st, and then on September 7th, 5,000 to win spectator drags, and the National Compact Touring Series front-wheel drive tour will be here. They put on a great show last year when they were here. Destruction Overload number 5 will be on the 8th, so the 4th is tomorrow. The 4th show, I should say, is tomorrow. Young Chevrolet Championship night on the 14th, and then the 2-day show for the iconic Owosso Nationals. The first day, Outlaw Super Late Models, Late Model Sportsmen, Pure Stocks, Trucks, Sport Compacts, Mini Wedges. Then we come back on Sunday. The CRA Jegs Tour will be here, Modifieds, and the Street Stocks. We had so many cars last year, we had to move it to a 2-day show. Well, mostly because Chris said, I really want to be at the track another Sunday. I love my Sundays at the racetrack.
I do actually enjoy.
What would you do at home? Clean the house.
Yeah, chores.
Yeah, exactly. No, thank you.
Sorry, babe, can't vacuum the house today. I got to work at the racetrack. Oh no.
Sorry, honey, I got to go to my 3rd job. But you have fun. We're choosing. Owens takes the inside. Trudell took the inside. Looks like Wetzel has taken the outside. He'll be outside row number 2, but this puts Trudell on the outside of the front row for the restart.
All right, lights are out. 1 to go.
So the scoreboard will correct itself here in a second as this field gets to the M&K Truck Center restart zone. Owens and Trudell. To the green flag they come. Well, let's see what the road. Oh, look out. Boy, Mosier shoved back a bit, and problems on the black and orange number 50 as he will come to a stop. So both Thompson cars, Thompson now finds himself with 2 ill-handling Street Stocks. And we do not get a set of corners in on this one.
Yeah, so he jumped in with both feet into pavement racing. Unfortunately, it kicked back, at least tonight, as Jake Thompson's primary and backup car both having a case of the ouchies here.
Well, some of the field getting a little bit antsy there about mid-pack, trying to take advantage of track position. They were 3 wide. including the Jonathan Leonard, number 28, was in that mess as well. Oh, the right front down on the 50 machine. That seems to be what the main culprit was. And we'll see if he's going to, as Jake Thompson comes back out. So 150 comes out, 150 goes back to the pits.
And there was a third 50 out there at one point in time. Oh, there he is, Brandon Barkus.
So I'm going to make an assumption that he's on the that Moser's on the 3-lap rule. I'm waiting for confirmation.
Not sure what happened there. The 50 and the 26 almost drove into the wall together.
Just waiting for confirmation here whether Moser is going to change. He is. So we give them 3 laps once they get to their pit stall to change that tire, and he'll go to the tail of the field as long as he's back out within those 3 laps.
Yeah, we do have the 3-lap rule. We start counting those laps under caution once the driver arrives at their pit stall. We prefer not to have drivers have any reason to want to speed through our pit area. So they get to their pit stall, 3 laps under caution. If they make it back in time, great. If they don't, then they don't.
Well, they'll come by one more time, single file. Next time by, I believe they will get the option to choose, and they'll try it again here at lap number 17.
Well, Roger, lucky for us, this is America. You always have the option to choose.
Oh, fantastic.
However, this is also a racetrack, so you only get to choose where you restart when we tell you you can.
Sure.
And not we as in you and I. You and I don't have any idea what's going on around here.
Big Brother will tell you.
Yep.
And when I say Big Brother, I mean the guy that's talking in your ear. Not the one that's on your shoulder.
Oh, that one tells me to burn things. Which is hard because I only got one hand right now.
Sure.
And the right one's my burning hand, so.
Well, no changes here as far as the restart here. Owens takes the inside. Trudell will take the high side. Hufford inside row 2. Wetzel to the top side. Then Buddyhead in the 7. Salmier in the 15 make up row 3. Then Ballard and Newman back there in row number 4. And here comes Moser's number 50. He'll tag to the back, and we give him the 1 to go signal. Lucky number 13 left here. As the pace car pulls off, field will direct itself to the M&K Truck Center restart zone, and we'll see what Trudell has for Jeff Owens, who's led the majority of this event. Here's the green. Wow, Taylor goes through the infield, and then he'll pay for it.
Great job by the rest of the field taking avoiding action there. Wow, that could have gone real bad.
Yeah, well, I figured something was going to happen when all 4 wheels of that 25 machine was on the concrete.
Yeah, it turns out we tell them not to race on the concrete, not for our good, but for their good. Wouldn't you know it?
And Chaz Taylor, trying to take the shortcut, ends up drawing the short stick.
Hey. All right, so Chaz Taylor facing the wrong way over in turn number 2. 13 is beginning to feel unlucky.
Very.
It's been 13 to go for the last, like, 3 hours.
13 minutes, you mean?
It felt like 3 hours.
Well, Taylor's going to get back underway. I would have to assume that it will likely be the cause of the caution. Of course, my call always unofficial until an official tells me if it's officially official or not.
Yeah, as I like to say, our call the most unofficial.
Yes.
We don't make the calls, we just work here.
Yep.
If you want to call it work.
So we'll you You think anyone's going to take a different lane on the restart? I'm going to find it hard to believe that.
You know what? I would, just because I'm a little bit superstitious, and I would feel that me choosing the same lane multiple times is probably what caused the caution. Not literally.
That's
but,
a lot of overthinking. Yeah, do you go over this with your therapist, or are you looking for one?
Well, I had one, but she fired me.
She fired you.
She said, "I can't touch that. That is too much."
Yeah, I'm going into the food services.
Yeah.
This one broke me. Congratulations, Mr. Folby. You broke me. Well, we're gonna pick here. Phobes, what do you think here?
I try not to.
Yeah. Well, Owen's inside. No change. Second verse, same as the first here, huh?
I think we're on like the fourth verse. Maybe this might be the reprise.
Take it to the bridge, my friend. We'll give him the one to go. Owens Trudell, the front row, which ironically was supposed to be the third row on the initial start. Hufford inside row 2, Wetzel to his right, Head and Sommier in row number 3, Ballard and Newman row 4. Well, cross your knees, cross your fingers, cross your toes. Let's see if we can get at least a half a lap in as the M&K Truck Center restart zone is active and they're green.
And Trudell hanging with Owens there on the restart. Already made it further than the last couple times, so that feels like a win as we get back to the line. Trudell gonna lead by a nose.
Just barely as they cross the stripe. Trudell still working that. Oh, you can see those front wheels. He's really working the steering wheel on that number 70, still alongside the 65. Wetzel and Hufford, they're still door to door in a battle for the third spot. 11 laps to go, and it is a fight at the front of the field as we're going to lose a pair of 50s as well. Barkus and Thompson both taking the 50s out. Look at this battle for the lead, Chris. They're still even across the stripe.
Yeah, just barely. I think Owens may have had it by a nose, scoring so close it didn't reflect it, but they're still door to door into turn number 3, and they're closing in on lap traffic.
Boy, Buddy had a bit of a moment over there in turn number 2. Car got tight all of a sudden. He had to walk it up the hill. He was able to duck it back in the line behind the 5 as now here we go for the race lead. Trudell will take it over in car number 70.
Around the, caution on the speedway.
Boy.
Somebody going for
Looks
a
like the
smoky
25.
loop over in turn 2.
Is it Taylor again?
It does appear that way.
Just to stay, oh yeah, and that's a lot of smoke coming out from that machine. As another car, well, we're off of 13. If that's helpful at all, Chris, and I'm going to say you are saying probably not, but that's a lot of smoke coming out from the Chaz Taylor machine, the Clio driver.
I'm not taking responsibility for this one.
9 laps to go. Trudell, your race leader. Owen second, Wetzel third, Tyler Hufford in fourth. As looks like Taylor's going to be able to drive it away and take it to the pits, would be his second caution. Buddy Head in the 5th spot, then Lonnie Sommier, Jerry Ballard, Aaron Newman, Jonathan Leonard, Tyler Praisner, the Canadian, holding on to 10th. Looks like 15 cars still on the track of the 24 that started. Safety officials doing some quick cleanup. Looks like they're all set to vacate the race area.
John Trudell, your leader over there in the blue and yellow number 70. The Dan Lewis owned machine. He's got a few cars that he owns, Dan Lewis. Just bringing the one here tonight. Normally competes on Saturdays at Springport, as mentioned. Jeff Owens, longtime competitor. in the 65. Having a great season overall, Roger.
All right, Hill getting the. We're busting each other's chops up here in the press booth. We're going to now pick for our restart. And it looks like we're going to flip-flop the front row. Trudell's going to restart on the inside now, forcing Owens to the top side. Wetzel on the inside. Looks like Buddy Head's going to pick up some spots. He'll be on the outside of row number 2. Tyler Hufford inside row 3 with Lonnie Sommier. Nine laps to go here in this straight stock main event brought to you by Gross Construction. 1 to go.
So John Trudell gets to set the pace down to the green. Well, down to the M&K Truck Center restart zone, but that's also green.
It's green, yes. I was notified that that was the color the first time I got it wrong. One of my finer moments of 2024.
What's weird is the second and third times you got it wrong after I told you. That was the odd part.
Well, I'm not a quick learner. Field starts a quick in the pace. Through the M&K Truck Center restart zone to the green flag they come, and Trudell, nice start. In car number 70, he will pull and clear Owens' machine, although here they come. Wetzel gonna come with him as well. 3 cars now starting to break away. Almost 3 Owens up the track.
Problems for the 65. He's well up out of the groove now as Trudell has a bit of a gap, but he's got your fast qualifier Scott Wetzel up behind him now, and it looks like the 65 maybe coming to a stop on the front straightaway. He's still rolling, but not at a very rapid pace, and yeah, that's going to draw the caution here.
Well, we'll see. Boy, it had all the looks of a tire going down the way he went into the corner.
Yeah. Must be one of those yellow flag activated starters on that.
So we'll see if that is indeed the case, if he's getting a 3-lap reprieve to change that tire. But Trudell, your leader now. Wetzel in second. Buddy Head, Tyler Hufford, Lonnie Sommier end up now being your top 5 at lap number 22.
Yeah, so this caution probably not what Trudell wanted to see, as he's got your fast qualifier that'll be starting somewhere in his vicinity with the Owosso option restart. It could start behind him, could start next to him. We shall see. And this will be a good snap in the standings for Aaron Newman. He was probably likely to lose a lot of ground to to Jeff Owens. Too many names here. But now Owens heads pit side. That will allow Aaron Newman to gain a lot of ground.
So indeed, he's got the 3 laps to get this tire changed after drawing the caution.
Well, that's not going to offer a lot of time to get the remaining 8 laps of this race in. We're closing in on that time limit. We have a lap a minute time limit in these races, and we are getting dangerously close.
Oh yeah, I see that.
Precariously close.
So, but he'll have the opportunity maybe to pick up a couple of positions if he makes it out in time and tags onto the tail of the field. But very likely here we may have a new winner for 2024 possibly by the time we get done with this street stock main event.
Of course, we have drivers that have won in other classes in this race. Buddy Head's picked up a couple wins in the late model sportsman division. Lonnie Sawmere. Oh, Lonnie Sawmere has a street stock win, doesn't he? He won in the backup Lahar car.
Yes, that's correct. Yes, that's right. Thank you. I did forget about that. That spectacular finish.
I forgot about it too until literally just now. All right, we're going to pick this time in the event that Jeff Owens does make it back. Trudell takes the inside line.
Wetzel will move to the top, then Head and Hufford in row number 2. And Owens has got the tire changed. He'll tag to the tail.
And he's going to have 8 laps to make up as much ground as he can.
Field going to get the 1 to go as Owens jumps back into the field. Well, this will be quite a shootout. Your front 2.
Yeah, your fast qualifier Wetzel. The driver that finds himself at the front of the field, John Trudell. Couple very experienced, very talented drivers at the front of this field as well, Roger.
Yes, indeed, as they make their way to the west to head back to the east to take that green flag for the final 8 laps. Here they come. Wetzel tried to get a good start. He's got a nose out in front. Trudell, now he'll take that lead to himself down the back straightaway. He'll move down to the inside line.
Yeah, Wetzel does get a very good restart, able to get clear on the outside.
But he had putting some pressure on the back bumper of Trudell as well. Sawmere trying to crack the top 4, couldn't get by the 5 of Hufford.
Laps continuing to click away here. Now we get down to 6 to go. Wetzel very fast, but is leaving that inside open. If Trudell can get up there, he would have a door to walk through, but the challenge is going to be getting up there. And in fact, Trudell losing more ground as he falls back to the clutches of the 7 of Buddy Head as we come down to 5 laps to go.
Wonder what's going on with that number 70, because yeah, he got halfway down the back straightaway and Wetzel just pulled away. I wonder if that 70's getting a little warm.
Yeah, it seemed like it chugged a little bit off of turn 2 there. Buddy Head takes a peek to the inside, almost a little bit of contact. 4 to go now. Looks like he's rolling just fine down the front straightaway into 1 and 2, but off of 2 is where he seems to struggle.
Yes, he does, and Buddy Head can't put that number 7 anywhere to take advantage of that. But yeah, coming out of 4, completely different story than when you see him coming out of turn number 2 with 3 to go. And Wetzel right now, he's in control, and he's just got to hit his marks and not hope for a caution.
Well, Jeff Owens at the back of the field trying to slice and dice his way up, make up as much ground as he can as he works around the 28 of John Leonard. But we have just 2 laps remaining as Scott Wetzel out in front, and the 2 car continues to gap the field. So Wetzel will come down into turn number 3 for the penultimate time. He'll see the white flag back at the line as Wetzel drives off into the sunset. Down the back straightaway into turn 3, coming off at turn 4. Your winner is going to be Scott Wetzel. John Trudell 2nd, Buddy Head 3rd, Tyler Hufford 4th, Lonnie Sawmere completes your top 5. Aaron Newman in the 67, Jerry Ballard in the 22 in 7th, and Tyler Praisner, Jeff Owens, and John Leonard will complete your top 10 runners. All right, so he'll head down to Gross Construction Victory Lane. First feature win of the season here at the Owosso Speedway for Scott Wetzel.
So the Hudson, Indiana driver, big smile on his face here in Victory Lane. Scott Wetzel in this beautiful number 2 machine. He climbs out of the car, folks. How about a big round of applause, Scott Wetzel? Big day today Fast qualifier and finds himself in victory lane at the end of 30. Beautiful trophy for your efforts here, and boy, some tough competition. Talk about your battle with Jeff Owens there.
Yeah, I didn't know if I was going to get him on the outside, but I drove her in there and she stuck, so I hit the gas and away we went. So we'll take her.
Fast qualifier, all that. Boy, you've got it hooked up here at Owosso Speedway.
Yeah, this is the third time here. We run Angola quite a bit, and this is like sister track to Angola, but except really nice. I mean, this is my favorite place. You know, it's great. We struggled all year. We started struggling the middle of last season, DNF after DNF, and this is my crew. I couldn't do it without them. My wife, all my sponsors. It's great.
Well, you know what? Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Enjoy that drive back to Indiana as the winner of tonight's show.
We sure will. Appreciate it. And what a great facility. Nice place. Love this place.
Well, we appreciate you having you here, Scott. How about it one more time? Scott Wetzel picking up the win in your street stock division here in the Gross Construction Victory Lane. And you might want to get your lucky number programs up. We're going to have a little bit of an intermission here as we get the modified drivers ready for their main event. But we'll give some stuff away from those lucky number programs here after you. And after you, you got all the water. So get your lucky number programs out. If we call your number, come on down to the souvenir stand to claim your prize. Oh, thank you. While I'm here, we'll give it a shot. Oh, I got some Wheeler Trucking golf balls. Lucky number 204. 204. A Michigan Kenworth hat. 0219. 0219. $25 gift card. Courtesy of Burton Corners Market. Lucky number 0226. 0226. Another Michigan Kenworth hat to 0208. 0208. I've got a Napa Racing hat to 0234. 0234. An Owosso Nationals t-shirt to 1621. 1621. And I think I've got everything covered. So if we called your lucky number program, come on down and claim your prize.
Check, check, 1, 2. Check, check, 1, 2. Just about ready to go for the raffle drawings here of the Hot Shoe 100X raffle circus tent, if you will. So just about set to go. Get those raffle tickets out and get them ready. We're going to start giving away a whole bunch of prizes. If any of the numbers are your numbers, come on down to the Hot Shoe 100X raffle table to claim your prize. Once again, Hot Shoe 100X raffle items about to be given out right now. If it's your number, come down to the circus tent and claim your prize.
Okay, we're doing 2 tickets for this.
All right, here we go. 2 tickets, 1 boy's bike and 1 girl's bike. Ticket number 393-905. That's 393-905. If you hear your number being called, we're doing the Hot Shoe 100X raffle items right now. If you hear your number, the circus tent and claim your prize. 393-905. For the second bike, 393-906. That's 393-906. Yeah, pretty much. So once again, you hear your raffle numbers, come down to the Hot Shoe 100X circus tent and claim your prize. So we're going to go right down the line and start giving everything away. 3 tickets, all for outdoor canopies. Oh, those are cool, actually. And camp tents. Purple ticket, 038041. That's 038041. White ticket, 589956. That's 589956. The final ticket, also a white ticket, 989704. That's 989704. What's next? The cooler bag with alcohol. For those of you who enjoy your adult beverages, this one's for you. How many? Just 1. White ticket, 989304. That's 989304 for the cooler bag filled with alcohol. It'll get you through the night, we promise. For the women's bundle, white ticket, 393-845. That's 393-845 for the women's bundle. For the women's basket, if you have any of these numbers, come down to the Hot Shoe 100X circus tent behind the grandstands next door to the concession stand. For the women's basket, purple ticket, 038126. That's 038126 for the women's basket. For the Owosso themed basket, lots of food in there. Wow. There's all kinds of goodies and snacks and things. Gift certificates, a hat, all kinds of good stuff. 588819. That's 588819 for the cool Owosso themed basket. For the doggy basket, all kinds of stuff for your puppy. Purple ticket, 038103. That's 038103. For the, what is it? For the back-to-school backpack bundle. How many? For the back-to-school backpack bundle, white ticket, 589862. That's 589862. For another back-to-school bundle, boys. The first one was for girls. This one's for boys. White ticket, 989120. That's 989120. Early learning bundles. There's 3 tickets for this one. Early learning bundles. First one, white ticket, 989729. That's 989729. Second ticket, white ticket, 588882. That's 588882. Final one for the school bundle. White ticket, 589638. That's 589638. Oh, we got. For the Ryobi Impact Wrench. White ticket, 393302. That's 302 for the seafood boil pot. That's interesting. For the seafood boil pot, along with a $100 gift card for Gilbert's Hardware, 038017. That's a purple ticket, 038017. For the Jam Salsa and Margarita Mix. White ticket, 393531. That's 393531. Up next, the Milwaukee Impact Wrench and a bunch of other tools. There's a flater in there. 589-596. That's 589-596. For the Busch Light sign. That was advertised on the Hot Shoe 100 page. Busch Light sign. White ticket, 588-762. That's 588-762. For the camping basket. Oh, I'm sorry, I mean the elbow. White ticket, 989-276. That's 989-276. For the Lotto ticket tree. For the Lotto ticket tree, purple ticket, 038-309. That's 038-309. For the Ice Maker. White ticket, 393-754. 393-754. For the Michigan Favorite Store bundle. Might be alcohol in that. White ticket, 989-592. 989-592. For the men's bundle. All kinds of cool stuff for dudes. White ticket, 989-942. That's 989-942. That concludes the dollar prizes. We're now to the $5 prizes. Yeti cooler. Green ticket, 959-429. That's 959-429. For the Curtis Cabin Rental. These are all the $5 tickets now. For the Curtis Cabin Rental, 959-165. That's 959-165. For the electric scooter, we're getting to the big stuff now. For the electric scooter, green ticket, 959-474. That's 989-474. For the women's basket, green ticket, 959-116. 959-116. For the what? For the Hot Shoe 100X cornhole boards. Green ticket, 959-516. That's 959-516. For the Lotto ticket tree. Some $20 tickets in there. Green ticket, 959-051. That's 959-051. For the Michigan chairs, one of the most popular items every year, the Hot Shoe 100. Green ticket, 959-562. That's 959-562 for the Michigan chairs. For the Dale Earnhardt coat. Green ticket, 959-613. 959-613. For the Big Dog Grill. For the Big Dog Grill, lucky number, green ticket, 959-422. That's 959-422. And last but certainly not least, the biggest prize of all, the Hot Shoe 100X Modified Wagon. There's rocks in here. Your winner is a rock. Hold on. Green ticket, 959-197. That's 959-197. If you have any of those numbers, come down to the Hot Shoe 100X Circus tent and claim your prize. Thank you so much for everyone who came out and was a part of the raffle table And Amy Gray, I'm going to surprise you here just for a second. Amy Gray, one of the promoters here, we're going to be right amongst the fans. One of the promoters of Hot Shoe 100X with your husband, Buddy, with Bud Gray III. For those that don't know the history of the Hot Shoe 100, what made it come about and what does it benefit?
It benefits the Cancer Crusaders. It started because my husband's grandfather was diagnosed with cancer, battled cancer for many, many years, and we finally lost him to cancer. So, and this year, we're celebrating a special lady, my daughter's mother-in-law, going through ovarian cancer. That's our teal color this year. So she's fighting it and surviving right now.
Thank you so much on what you and Bud do. It is such an honor and a privilege to be a part of this event. I want to do this personally. I thank you so much. It is a sincere honor. I love you guys so much. Thank you so much. Race fans, a big round of applause for our promoters, Bud Gray III and Amy Gray. So coming up next, driver introductions coming up here in just a matter of moments as we slide through the stands here and slide through the crowd. Rick Federer is going to bring down the I-500 group for a little bit later for a special Gentlemen Start Your Engines. Race fans, we sincerely thank you for being a part of the crown jewel of modified racing in the country. This is Hot Shoe 100X, the 10th anniversary of the best modified race in the country. Before we get started tonight, we already met one half of the promotion team of Hot Shoe 100X, Amy Gray. At this time, I'd like to introduce the second co-promoter of this event. Please welcome Mr. Bud Gray III. Bud, take a look around. We just watched a B feature here a little while ago, and that probably would have been a feature anywhere else in the country. Now we take a look. These are 24 of the best modified drivers in North America. From what started in 2014 at Whittemore Speedway to today, did you ever, in your wildest dreams, imagine this growth?
I don't know if I ever imagined it, but I always kind of hoped it would happen. And, I just got to thank all these guys for coming out and spending their nights here, their nights in the garage, keeping these cars going and keeping them prepared. And the competition level is just off the charts right now with these guys. It's so close, and it's anybody's race. It's just going to be a fun one.
You know it's a good field when one of the best drivers in the country, Chuck Barnes Jr., first ever appearance here at Owosso Speedway, the 24th and last qualifier to get into the show. What does that say about this field?
It's just unbelievable how strong the competition is. Chuck's a real strong competitor down south, runs real strong in Salem and stuff. And I mean, he was really scratching his head trying to figure out how these guys are going that fast. And it's good to see him make the long trip and make the show.
Absolutely is. But, ladies and gentlemen, please round of applause. Co-promoter, Hot Shoe 100X, Mr. Bud Gray III. We met him earlier today, but want to reintroduce it. This is event number 6 of 2024 Sioux I-500 Pure Michigan Summer Tour event. Please, if you would, a nice round of applause for our I-500 Board of Directors. The chairman of the board, Rick Federer, co-chairs, Dan Burrow, Kerry Bradley, also John Babcock, Ryan Kosenowitz, and Brett Cohn. Also a big thanks to Dan and Denise Walsh, as well as Taylor Walsh from Walsh Service Solutions, sponsors of the Mini 5 Kids Snowmobile races that kick off the 56th running of the International 500 Snowmobile Race Week on Sunday, January 26th. A big thank you to Paul and Sandy Boucher for the wonderful meals. That hamburger was outstanding, by the way. Thank you so much, guys. If you would, please, a round of applause for our I-500 contingent. Ladies and gentlemen, let's meet your starting lineup for the 10th anniversary of the crown jewel of modified racing in the country. This is Hot Shoe 100X. And starting shotgun on the field, aboard the United Mechanical number 55, he comes to us from Louisville, Kentucky. Please welcome Chuck Barnes Jr. Starting inside of that last row, 2012 track champion here at Owosso Speedway, the O'Gwin Family Funeral Homes Fast Racing Designs house car. From Clio, Michigan, to 34, Nick Clemens. Starting outside of row number 11, he's one of the contenders for the Inline 2 Rookie of the Year title chase in the Midwest Modifieds Tour. The 4-star transportation number 12 from Dexter, Michigan, Luke Warhurst. Inside of that row, finished on the podium last night, the New Shoe Shootout, powered by Wheeler Trucking. The Mays Tire and Service Center number 93, from Salt Rock, West Virginia, Thomas Mays. Starting outside the next row, first ever appearance with us here at Owosso Speedway, first Hot Shoe 100 start. The former Midvale Speedway track champion, the Black Diamond Earthworks, number 331, from Carrollton, Ohio. Please welcome Michael Stone. Starting inside of row number 10, longtime campaigner in the Midwest Modified Tours in the 2007 season. The 05 Racing number 05, originally from Melbourne, Victoria, in his native country of Australia, now resides in Howell, Michigan. Driver of the 05, Greg Fullerton. Starting outside the next row, also a podium finisher last night, the New Shoe Shootout. Aboard the 4th Street Auto number 9 from Lake Orion, Michigan, please welcome Terry Trost. Starting inside of the 9th row, he is your defending track champion here at Owosso Speedway, the Valley Truck Center's Modified Division. The Wheeler Trucking number 7 from Bertrand, Michigan. This is David McManus. Starting outside the next row, our lone Canadian to make the A feature, the McGregor Plumbing and Heating number 3, the pride of Goulet River, Ontario, Canada. This is B.J. Marcoux. Starting inside of that row, in his first ever start behind the wheel of Modified, he went to victory lane last night in the New Shoe Shootout powered by Wheeler Trucking. The Marks Muffler and Auto Care Centers, number 3, 19-year-old driver from Bowling Green, Kentucky. This is Blaine Aiken. Starting outside the next row, the Ridgekill Pallet Company number 0 machine. First start here at Owosso Speedway from Uriceville, Ohio. Please welcome Lucas Ripley. Starting inside of that row, one of the most accomplished street stock drivers in Southern Indiana. Aboard the Hudson Machine Shop, number 00 from Owensboro, Kentucky. Please welcome first ever appearance for Brett Hudson. Starting outside of row number 6, former winner of the Bob Finley Memorial in the modified division just under a year ago. Over the Mickey Snowmobile Depot, number 7 from Barbow, Michigan. This is Josh Ware. Starting inside of that row, 2017 Modified Track Champion here at Owosso Speedway. The Showcase Auto Sales number 12 from Clio, Michigan, Nick Lakota. Starting outside of row number 5. He was your Hot Shoe 100X Fast Qualifier with a new Hot Shoe 100 track record. The O'Connor Trucking number 37 from Clio, Michigan. This is Trevor Berry. Starting inside of that row, a regular campaigner on Saturday nights in the Trax Valley Truck Center's Modified Division. The Lucky Smokehouse number 36, all the way from Elsie, Michigan, it's Billy Luckhurst. Starting outside of the next row, he is your defending Midwest Modifieds Tour, Powered by Wheeler Trucking champion, as well as your current points leader, the Dennis Craft Construction Birkenester Race Cars House Car from Fort Wayne, Indiana, the number 7, Matt Dimmitt. Starting inside of row number 4, one of the hottest modified drivers in the country. He's your current points leader here at Owosso Speedway in the Valley Truck Center's Modified Division. 4 feature wins, plus the winner of the last Midwest Modified Tour event here at Owosso Speedway. The Taylor Concrete number 22 from Jackson, Michigan, Aaron Taylor. Starting outside of row number 3, another regular on Saturday nights in the Valley Truck Center's Modified Division, the Gaffner Towing and Recovery number 93 from Owosso, Michigan, Curtis Spencer. Starting inside of row number 3, he is the all-time winningest driver in Midwest Modifieds Tour history. He is also the only former winner of the Hot Shoe 100, having won it 4 times in the Wheeler Trucking number 11 from Hamilton, Indiana. This is Brian Nestor. Starting outside of row number 2, one of the most accomplished drivers to the Michigan's Upper Peninsula, the Preston Excavating number 57. He calls Daphne, Michigan home. Please welcome Todd Jackson. Starting inside of row number 2, he is your current points leader in the Wheeler Trucking Modified Division on Friday nights at Bertrand Speedway. The Jacobson's Mountain Inn number 22 from Kyle, Michigan. It's Kyle Hayden. We now move to the front row. Starting outside of row number 1, 2022 Kinross Raceway Park Track Champion, the Betty's Restaurants number 1 from Vanderbilt, Michigan. This is Jeremy Jaraneski. And starting on the pole, a former Sport Compact Track Champion here at Owosso Speedway, the DTS Drivetrain Specialist number 3 from Owosso, Michigan, Alex Donnard. Race fans, a big round of applause for your 24-car starting field. Representing 7 different states and 1 Canadian province, they're going to go 100 laps for $10,024 a win and $1,024 just to start. We'll give these drivers a few minutes, get strapped in, get final instructions, talk to their spotters, make sure everything's ready to go, and then we'll send them off with the most famous words in motorsports. If you've got some friends or family that couldn't make it out tonight for the crown jewel of modified racing in the country, Owosso Speedway's YouTube channel is live right now. So give them a call, shoot them a text, get them on the Facebook Messenger, whatever you got to do. They're about to witness the biggest modified race in the country. We can talk about a lot of modified races. We can talk about the 19th annual Run for the Gun 50 at Winchester Speedway coming up on October 12th. We can talk about the Snowball Derby modified race coming up in December. We can talk about the Mountaineer 100. We can talk about any modified race you want. But you are about to witness the crown jewel of modified racing in the country. These are 24 of the best modified drivers in North America. They're going to put on a show for you. Give them a nice round of applause. And you fans here at Owosso Speedway are very lucky. The Valley Truck Center's modified division, far and away the most competitive weekly division in the country. Not just pure Michigan, not just in the Great Lakes region of the country, but in the entire United States. You have a lot to be proud of. With your defending track champion, David McManus, with your current points leader, Aaron Taylor, you've got Elsie's own Billy Luckhurst, who qualified 4th quick out of 50 cars here tonight against the very best in the country. And you're about to then witness 100 laps here in just a few minutes. Final instructions being given as race director Ryan Warning going through, making sure everything's A-okay, making sure all the electronics work. Radios are optional. Just for general information with regards to rules, radios are optional. This race is sanctioned by the Midwest Modifieds Tour, powered by Wheeler Trucking. It is considered a non-points race for the tour, following the format, procedures, and rule book stated within the Midwest Modifieds Tour, which we saw here 2 weekends ago, the prelude to the Hot Shoe, won by your current points leader, Aaron Taylor. But radios are optional. You may see a couple of cars with a big X on the back panel of their cars. That means they are not utilizing radios. So their only communication they have is with race control. They do not have a spotter. Basically what that means. There are a select few cars that are not utilizing radios tonight. And race director of race operations, Ryan Warney, making one through the field one last time to make sure everything's A-okay. Race fans, are you ready for the modifieds? It seems like we've gone through this before. I know you can do better than that. You are the greatest fans in pure Michigan, if not the Great Lakes region of the country. Are you ready for the crown jewel, the modified racing in the country? We're going to send them off in style, the most famous words in motorsports. We got a little bit of help from the International 500 Snowmobile Race Board of Directors, but we need your help as well. Let's count them off in style, and the count of 5, 4. Thank you very much. It's time to go. Open Wheel Warrior Racing. This is Hot Shoe 100X.
All right, 24 starters roar to life as we get set to go 100 laps. The Hot Shoe 100. Alex Donnert will start on pole. Jeremy Jaraneski in the one starts to his outside. Jaraneski, a feature winner in waiting, it has felt like, and what a stage it would be to take a victory if he were to hang on for this one. But he's got some stiff competition out there. 23 other cars that are the best of the best in open wheel racing here in the state of Michigan, in the Midwest region. Southern Ontario. Well, Matt, we got a great crowd on hand here tonight to witness one of the biggest modified races in the country.
No doubt about it. And we mentioned it, you know, right before we sent them off. 7 different states, 1 Canadian province, the 24 very best modified drivers in North America. There's not a driver watching on Owosso Speedway's YouTube channel. There's not a driver sitting in the stands that cannot agree, that they have to agree. These are the 24 very best. If those drivers think they're one of the 24 very best, they'd be behind the wheel of a race car right now.
Well, look at the entry list. When that first went out, you had north of 60 drivers that signed up, and as time whittled on and these guys had moments of introspection and the chance to think, can I compete? A lot of them said no.
Yeah, we had 5 drivers that ran at the prelude to the Hot Shoe 2 weekends ago. They didn't make the show. That Monday, Bud Gray, the third, and myself, phone calls, texts, whatever the case may be, we got to drop out. We're not going to make the show. And there's no shame in that because, again, these are the 24 best modified drivers in North America. And they're going to put on a show for you for 100 laps. As we are just about set to go, Alex Donner, Jeremy Jaraneski, your front row. Kyle Hayden, Todd Jackson, row number 2. And race fans, in just a moment. Couple of pace laps before we get going. So race fans, you're going to see the teams go into turns 1 and 2. Earlier this week, we lost one of the greatest race car drivers in Central Michigan. We lost Charlie Ryan Sr. At this time, we want you to get up. We want you to stand up as we pay tribute with a missing man formation. This is in the honor and the memory of the late Charlie Ryan Sr. And race fans, we want you to stay standing up. We want you to stay getting up. It's time for the crown jewel of modified racing in the country. 24 of the very best open wheel warriors will go one-on-one for 100 laps. This is Hot Shoe 100X, the 10th anniversary of the greatest modified race in the country. This time by the field, we'll get the 1 lap to go signal from Chief Starter Wheel Schweyer from Angola, Indiana. Your honorary starter. 1 lap to go signal, we're going green next time. Your honorary starter is chairman of the board of the International 500 Snowmobile Race, Rick Federer. Alex Donner, Jeremy Giernesti lead the field out of turns 3 and 4. Rick Federer, the green flag in hand, and we are racing.
100 laps, a long way to go. The 3-car at Donnert slid the rear end just a little bit on the initial start. Kyle Hayden in that white number 22 is going to be one to watch here in the early going. He's the fastest qualifying car towards the front of the field, Matt. He's going to try to capitalize early and run away in height.
Kyle Hayden's one of the ones to watch. How about all 24 cars are ones to watch in this one? As Kyle Hayden, but your call, Kyle Hayden takes the lead on lap number 2. 2 laps, 2 leaders.
Yeah, very aggressive move there by the 22, but this is going to play into his strategy. I think now Hayden, a very smart driver in his own right, can maintain his lead at this point. So as the cream starts to rise to the top, he's the one leading the charge.
And that's just a thing, Chris Foby. All 24 cars are the cream rising to the top. You're going to see a lot of moving and shaking, back and forth action. Case in point, Alex Donner the second. He's got 2 of the very best. Brian Nestor, Aaron Taylor, 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, Nestor, a 4-time winner of this event. And it's been quite a long drought for him in this event as well. It's gone to 3 different tracks since he's last won.
He won 4 of the first 5 Hot Shoe 100. He won it in 2014, 2015, 2017, 2018, all at Whittemore Speedway. It's been 6 long years since perhaps and arguably one of the very best modified drivers of the modern era has gone to victory lane in this event. Looking for win number 5. He's on the podium in 3rd.
And right now it's a nose-to-tail battle for second spot as your pole sitter Alex Donner tries to hold off Nestor, who's trying to hold off Aaron Taylor in the 22, our current weekly points leader.
Yeah, Valley Truck Center modified points leader Aaron Taylor trying to get by Brian Nestor, but he's got a back bumper full of Todd Jackson, who's in the same car that Blake Rowe won this event in 1 year ago, as now Nestor and Taylor both get by Alex Donner. We got trouble in turn number 2. BJ Marcoux turns it around, brings out our first caution.
Well, obviously the incident will be reviewed, but could potentially be a very tough break for Marcoux, a driver that has greatly improved his form here at the Owosso Speedway. I mean, last year he put in literal hundreds of practice laps trying to get this place figured out.
Remember that last year? My goodness. I mean, it was just such amazing. We got a 3rd man on the crew, don't we? It's Roger Williams. Roger, what do you got?
There we go.
There he is.
Mark just got out of the groove over here in 1 and 2, and he had no grip on the back end, and around he went turn number 2.
Roger, thank you so much. And there you have that, McGregor Plumbing and Heating. Old school chassis. How about it? A wind pusher for BJ Marcoux.
Yeah, not very many of those left out there.
But Mike Weeman and the crew there out of Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario, Canada. The cars out of Sault Ste. Marie. BJ Marcoux out of Gooley River, Ontario. You talk about northern Canada. They fight bears weekly.
Not just bears, polar bears.
Polar bears, yes indeed. The elk there are the size of trucks.
And let's not even get started on the moose.
Oh my gosh. Whew. But good deer hunting up there, I tell you what.
Well, I mean, at this point, they got to go out in the open to eat because they're all chased off by the gigantic car-sized elk.
Right.
So we did manage to get 7 laps in, 93 to go. Kyle Hayden leads.
Once again, a couple things. This is under Midwest Modifieds Tour, Powered by Wheeler Trucking rules. Caution flag laps do not count in this event. Having said that, there will be a fuel stop. 100 laps is the longest race in the country for these type of modifieds. There will be a fuel stop between laps 40 and 55 if there's a caution. Otherwise, a caution flag will fly on lap 55.
And that type of information is something these teams keep squirreled away for the purpose of strategy and gamesmanship, we'll call it. Looks like they are getting lined up now, double file. And its leader has the option, correct?
That is correct. The leader has the option of choosing the inside or outside lane. In this case, Kyle Hayden choosing the inside, forcing the second place driver, in this case, the number 3 of Alex Donner, to his right elbow in row number 1. Everybody else 2 by 2 behind him, and that is the Hot Shoe 100 / Midwest Modifieds Tour restart procedure.
We did go back to the last completed lap. That's how Donnert ends up back on the front row. So as mentioned, 7 in, 93 to go here as we work our first caution of the Hot Shoe 100. Safety car bails out to the infield. Hayden and Donnert will bring them back to green.
Kyle Hayden on the inside, Alex Donnert on the high side. Green flags out. We're back underway with Hot Shoe 100X. The 10th anniversary of the crown jewel of modified racing in the country. And there goes Brian Nestor right back to work on the inside of Donnert. Todd Jackson to the inside of Aaron Taylor. Don't see that happen very often. Aaron Taylor getting past.
Yeah, that has not happened in a very long time here at the Owosso Speedway. But Todd Jackson, a driver that could be a bit of a dark horse pick for this one. Again, a lot of the drivers from way up north don't get their due credit, but Jackson has regularly put together very fast cars, whether for himself or for someone else. Oh, 36 of Billy Luckhurst made contact with, I believe it was the 12 of Nick Lakota as the caution comes out.
Michael Stone may have been innocently involved in that one as well. Brings out a second caution flag on lap number 9. With 9 laps completed, 91 laps to go.
Yeah, and that could potentially be maybe damage suspension for the 36. Was a pretty good hit there to that left front.
Nine laps completed, 91 laps to go. So Brian Nestor was able to get by Alex Donner that time by.
Well, it looks like Luckhurst, no worse from where I saw him kind of weaving the car back and forth, seeing how it felt. And he looks like he's getting ready to take his spot back. So working on getting the lineup sorted. We'll be ready to go. We did manage to get another lap in, so we're 8 in now, 92 to go. Still a very long way to go in this one.
Guys, I don't know if you can hear me up there. Just checked in with Blaine Aiken. D blew a power steering pump. He's out of the race.
That's a bummer for your new shoe shootout winner.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Tough break for the 19-year-old from Bowling Green, Kentucky. But we talked about it earlier today. He's going to leave here with $3,624 for winning last night and for starting this race today.
Yep, that is for sure. Unfortunately, I believe he was carrying our in-car camera. So that's a bit unfortunate for our broadcast, because I think he had potential to really make some noise in this one, but unfortunately Blaine Aiken having to call it an early night.
And we're down here in the Nick Lakota pit area here. They're replacing the right front on this machine, waiting to see if they're going to drop the jack on it to get him back out there.
All right, Roger, we appreciate it. 9 laps completed, 8 laps completed, 92 laps to go, excuse me, reverting back to the last completed lap. Now, Kyle Hayden's got to deal with the all-time winningest driver in Midwest Modifieds Tour history, as well as the only former winner of the Hot Shoe 100, Brian Nestor.
Yeah, winningest driver in the series, winningest driver in the race, winningest driver probably in this type of car anywhere that's still active.
It's a fair argument that Brian Nestor, one of the very best of the modern era of modified racing, modern era, we can go 25, let's go back 25 years, to 1999. Can you name one any better? No.
Definitely not one that's still doing it.
You can make an argument here at Owosso Speedway for Bill Luckhurst. For Bill Luckhurst, not Billy, Bill Luckhurst. But that's just here at Owosso Speedway. We're talking about all over the country.
Yeah, well, particularly in this part of Michigan, a lot of the shine that Nestor's had over the years kind of gets overlooked because he did so much of it not here.
Right.
I mean, he was a threat every week down in Spartan. He raced here periodically, but really his bread and butter has been down south, Ohio, Indiana. That's where he's made his name.
And Roger Williams may have something. We'll hold that thought, Roger. The green flag's coming back out. We're back underway.
And Kyle Hayden, a very solid restart in that number 22, pulls ahead of Nestor going down the back straightaway. Todd Jackson continues to be on the move to the outside of Nestor now for the second spot as we come around.
Hayden, your leader. Nestor second. Here comes Todd Jackson. We mentioned right before the caution, that car is Blake Rowe's winning car of all three of his hot shoe wins. 2019 at Kinross Raceway Park, 2021 at Springport Mid-Michigan Speedway, and 363 days ago today, right here at Owosso Speedway.
Ooh,
Todd Jackson in that car. Yes, Nestor got sideways. Jackson to the inside will take second.
Yeah, tank slapper for the 11 allows 51 to sneak through. Matt Dimmitt shows him the nose. Oh, they make contact. Dimmitt goes around. Oh,
Josh Ware.
Josh Ware. Wow.
Hard contact for Josh Ware, the Mickey Sleds and Snowmobile Depot, number 7. Heavy damage to that machine on lap 11.
Yeah, Ware might have rode the wall there a little bit. Heavy damage to the right front. Getting word he is okay down there, so great news. Josh Ware is okay.
Yeah, he was up on 3 wheels. He had 3 wheels in the air when he hit that wall over there outside of turn number 4. And I'm going to imagine it knocked the brakes right out of that machine as he went right across the track and was unable to stop.
And you can see, thank you very much, Roger. You can see he's taking the helmet off. The window net is down. He is moving down there. The 49-year-old from Michigan's Upper Peninsula in Barbeau, Michigan. For where is Barbeau? It is southeast of Sault Ste. Marie, northeast, if you will, of St. Ignace, Michigan, for those of you who know your geography of Michigan's Upper Peninsula.
Yeah, Josh Ware wheels a boat out on the Great Lakes during the week.
Indeed, a dockmaster. Looking forward to it. He's giving my wife and my daughter a ride on his boat up to a freighter during our vacation in September up in Mackinac Island.
Yeah, he's very giving with those rides. He offered, he offered my family one a while ago, but that's a bit of a hike. More so for you than me.
Yeah. Tough break for Josh Ware in the number 7 car. Winner of the inaugural Bob Finley Memorial for the Modifieds. Both Bob Finley Memorial winners for the Mods are in this field. Ware last year, Curtis Spencer back in June. That's quickly becoming a crown jewel in the modified ranks.
Yeah, we had 39 modifieds for that race this year back in May or June.
And last year in September, there were about that many, if I'm not mistaken.
It was a good amount for sure.
So tough break for Josh Ware, a former 6-time track champion at 3 different racetracks, the only competitor in the field tonight that has competed in the International 500 Snowmobile Race.
Hey guys, Matt Dimmitt back here in the pits as well. They're replacing the right front wheel on this one. Soft for that contact as the Burkett Nestor race cars, Dennis Kraft construction machine getting attended to here in the pit area. Looks like they'll have them back here short.
Appreciate it, Roger. Roger already hard work down there, isn't he?
He's getting his steps in today for sure.
Yeah, for sure. How many steps, Roger, so far?
I'm sure 17.
17, not bad.
I'm working on the 18. That's getting a little tricky.
I got you.
All right, so Kyle Hayden will have the pick of which lane he's going to take. We've got, what are we down to? 10 laps in, 90 to go.
10 laps completed indeed. 90 laps to go. Kyle Hayden took the lead on lap 2. and chose the inside on the restart. Now, and he has Brian Nestor to his right elbow. That's got to be a little intimidating.
A bit of a reprieve for Nestor going back to the last completed lap. He had lost second place to Todd Jackson. So he gets a mulligan, if you will, and he'll restart on the outside of that front row.
Trevor Berry, your Birkin Nestor race car's fast qualifier, started 10th. He is quietly up to 6th. In that, O'Connor Trucking number 37, right next to fellow DG Performance entry, Alex Donner, who is your pole sitter. Out of turn number 4, green flag's out. We're back underway. Nestor working the high side of Kyle Hayden. Aaron Taylor's right back there as well as Nestor in a 22 sandwich, but Todd Jackson trying to break that up. Kyle Hayden continuing to show the way, but he's got Brian Nestor, Aaron Taylor, Todd Jackson breathing down his neck.
Yeah, Taylor has been one of those regularly trying to get that second groove warmed up and running. So if anyone can make it work right now, it's going to be Taylor as he now gets to the outside of Nestor for a second as we get back to the line.
Aaron Taylor around the outside. The number 22 machine, your Valley Truck Center modified points leader, makes the pass on Brian Nestor. And it's kind of a little bit of a deja vu, only with the spots reversed. Kyle Hayden, Aaron Taylor, round 2. For those of you that were here 2 weekends ago on July 27th, Midwest Modified Tour event, these two number 22s went toe-to-toe in the prelude to the Hot Shield. They'll resume the battle here with 86 laps to go.
Yeah, still a long way to go as these two will duke it out once again. Battle for third still going on as Todd Jackson tries to take the long way around the 11 of Brian Nestor. And knocking on the door to your top 4 is the 37 of Trevor Berry, your fast qualifier, with Curtis Spencer now trying to get around Berry on the outside.
Kyle Hayden, your race leader, the number 22 car. Aaron Taylor riding second. Todd Jackson in third. Battle for fourth. Brian Nestor shuffled back into the grass of Curtis Spencer. Has Trevor Berry right there as well in the 6th spot. Well, up front into turns 3 and 4. Hayden, Taylor again. They're joined by Todd Jackson.
Now Curtis Spencer, that number 93, has had a very up and down season. He won the Bob Finley Memorial. Barely snuck his way into the show in the Midwest Modified race a couple weeks ago, but now he's working around the outside of Brian Nestor to move up into 4th and trying to run down your top 3.
Curtis Spencer into the 4th spot around Nestor. As Trevor Berry right there as well in the 37. Jeremy Jaroneski's hung around. We go to the back of the battle up front to turns 3 and 4. The 22's duking it out. Aaron Taylor to the inside. Give him the lead on lap 19.
So the scoreboard stays the same, but your two drivers at the front of the field will swap positions. Aaron Taylor leapfrogs Kyle Hayden to be out in front. Curtis Spencer has very quickly reeled in your top 3.
Curtis Spencer looking to make it a 4-car battle. Spencer looking awfully strong. Perhaps the first time since he won the Bob Finley Memorial, he has looked this good in that gap through towing and recovery number 93.
And Todd Jackson now beginning to look to the outside of Kyle Hayden. Oh, caution flag out.
Oh, we got BJ Marcoux spun over in turn number 3 one more time, bringing out the caution flag for the 4th time. 21 laps completed. 79 laps to go. By the way, Chris Phobie, JP Del Pazio, who's tuning in on the Owosso Speedway YouTube channel, wanted me to let you know that he actually just skinned a bear in his backyard recently, barehanded.
Yeah, that sounds Canadian.
That sounds Del Pazio-ish.
Yeah, I can see it. Anybody who goes by JP.
He don't go by a phone, it's just his initials.
Yeah, that's.
We wish you were here, brother. We wish you were here, my man. He was to your point from earlier, he was one of the drivers that just felt he wasn't quite ready for this, you know, so he decided to backtrack a little bit. He said he's going to come on strong for Hot Shoe 111.
Well, you think about the competitive nature of a race car driver. You got guys that are just happy to be here, but then you have those guys that if they're not coming fully loaded, they're not coming at all.
Right.
And Del Pazio, one of those drivers that holds himself to a pretty high standard.
And we go back to the B feature. We were talking about it, about winning the B feature, whether you're going to be happy or disappointed. Buddy Gray was a little bit of both. He was disappointed in the fact that he was in the B feature, but this is his family's race. So that made the elation and the emotion just pour out of the Petoskey, Michigan driver.
Very circumspect in his interview. Very, realistic. He was happy to be there. A win is a win.
Oh, for sure.
But definitely it seemed a little bittersweet.
20 laps completed, 80 laps to go. 20% through the Hot Shoe 100X. The 10th anniversary. As Aaron Taylor, Kyle Hayden, and Taylor choosing the inside lane, puts Kyle Hayden to his right elbow, the pair of 22s. Seems like we've seen this before.
Yeah, it's kind of giving me deja vu.
2 weekends ago, for those that missed it, the prelude to the Hot Shoe from the Midwest Modified Tour powered by Wheeler Trucking. These same number 22s, Aaron Taylor in the orange 22, the white 22 of Kyle Hayden, they put on a battle for the ages in that event. Aaron Taylor taking the win. This is round 2.
Available to watch on our archives on the YouTube channel.
Indeed. Green flag's out. We're back underway. Todd Jackson is right there in the 51 machine. Taylor got a good start on Hayden. Jackson's third, Spencer fourth. There comes Brian Nestor and Trevor Barry. Jeremy Jaraneski hanging on the number 1 machine. And how about Billy Luckhurst hanging out in the top 10?
I'm going to be honest, when I saw that caution he got mixed up in, I really thought Billy was probably done for. But there he is hanging out in the upper half of the field. A little bit of contact there with the 00 Hudson.
22 laps completed, 78 laps to go. Aaron Taylor now with a slight advantage. First battle on the racetracks for 5th. Fast qualifier, Trevor Barry around the outside of Brian Nestor. Barry saying thank you very much for the $200 for the Burke & Nestor Race Cars Fast Qualifier Award. Now in a passion going in the top 5.
And Barry's had a pretty quiet race this first 23 laps, not making a lot of explosive moves, but just very methodically picking his way towards the front, and now finds himself inside of the top 5 for the first time this evening.
Almost a quarter of the way through the 10th anniversary of the Hot Shoe 100. This time by 25 laps completed, 75 laps to go. Aaron Taylor, your race leader in the 22 car, the orange 22. The white 22, Kyle Hayden running second. The 951 of Todd Jackson third. 93 of Curtis Spencer fourth. Trevor Barry, your fast qualifier, is running in the top 5. Brian Nestor sixth. Jeremy Jaraneski seventh. Pole sitter Alex Downard eighth. David McManus up to the 9th spot. The number 7 machine. As he started in 17th, McManus up to 9th, and Billy Luckhurst running at the top 10.
Well, this is another one, Matt, where you look at the depth of talent in this field, and movement like what we're seeing out of McManus from that far back is very impressive. We've talked about it till we're blue in the face. Top to bottom, this is a outstanding, amazing, all the superlatives you can think of describe this field. And McManus showing why he's a champion here at the Owosso Speedway as he continues to pick his way forward. Kind of a similar modus operandi to what we're seeing out of the 37 of Trevor Barry, but unfortunately he had to start from a lot further back than Trevor Barry did.
And to the point about McManus, that white and maroon number 7 making his way down the backstretch, he has had a very auspicious season this year. Splitting time between this modified and an Outlaw Super Late Model in the Reveal the Hammer Outlaw Super Late Model series. He has freely admitted it has been very tough to maintain 2 cars, the 2 disciplines. He's yet to go to victory lane this season.
And that's coming from a guy that won 2 track championships last year and more races than you could probably count. So he's been very open and honest about the struggles, but the 05 of Greg Fullerton pulls it down to the infield. Looks like his night's over.
Oh, tough break for the driver originally from Melbourne, Victoria, in his native country of Australia. We talk about JP Del Paggio fighting bears. Greg Fullerton, when he was growing up, he fought kangaroos.
And probably spiders the size of his face.
Yes, indeed. Aaron Taylor continues to show the way. Kyle Hayden second. Todd Jackson is just all up in the back bumper of Kyle Hayden.
Ooh, well, he was there for a second. He might have overcooked it there going into the corner, and he lost touch with the white 22.
Of Hayden as Aaron Taylor now opening up that lead, biggest lead of the race. A 1.6 second advantage over Kyle Hayden, who has fought off the advances of Todd Jackson for now, while Curtis Spencer is lurking there in 4th, Trevor Barry riding in 5th.
And we are very quickly closing in on that range where we could see the fuel stop happen, Matt. We're at lap 35 right now. Anywhere between 40 and 55 is the range. So if we get a caution sometime after the next 10 laps, we'll end up with a fuel stop, which will be a big reset for this race. The cars will stop, they'll get fueled up, tires will cool down, and we could see a totally different landscape once this race resumes.
And that's the thing with a fuel stop. All you can do on the car is put fuel in it. That's it. You can't change tire pressures. You can't do anything to that. You can't pull a fender. You can't do anything but put fuel in that car. That's all you can do.
Well, I hate to break it to you, but these cars actually don't have fenders.
Quarter panels, how's that?
That's better.
38 laps completed, 62 laps to go. If a caution does not occur between laps 40 and 55, once lap 55 is complete, the caution will then come out from Chief Starter Wheel Schwer. As McManus continues to work his way through the field in the back, let's look towards the front. Todd Jackson back up in all over Kyle Hayden for that second spot. Hayden cannot get rid of Todd Jackson.
No, Todd Jackson kind of like a bad itch right now.
Todd Jackson, no slouch, to say the least. The 47-year-old from Dafter, Michigan. A three-time track champion at Kinross Raceway Park. He'll go to the inside of Kyle Hayden. Gives second spot to Todd Jackson. Jackson doesn't race very often anymore. He'll make about 4 or 5 appearances a year. This is only his third start of the year. He started the year at Bristol Motor Speedway, won a last chance race to get into that show. He ran this year here at Owosso Speedway to debut that car he just bought from Blake Rowe.
Ooh, big moment there for Jackson off of 2.
And to finish that thought, this is the third race of the year for Jackson in that Preston Excavating number 51.
Well, it looks like quite a few cars now are getting a little slip slidey coming out of the corners, Matt.
A lot of drivers, a lot of teams praying for that fuel break. Give them that rear end weight they so desired when they started this race with. But the difference will be once the fuel break's over, they get the fuel back, they got the weight back, but the tires will have how many laps on them.
Exactly, plus a complete heat cycle
from qualifying, yes.
From how long things run, another heat cycle. We are in that range. The next caution up to lap 55 will kick off the fuel stop unless we don't have a caution in the next 10 laps.
And for the first time tonight on lap 46, check that. Yeah, 46. Aaron Taylor's in lap traffic. It took 46 laps for Aaron Taylor to get to the back of the field.
Yeah, Lucas Ripley, the first one to fall.
The Urich-ville, Ohio driver goes a lap down. First car go down. And how about this? Aaron Taylor, the back of the lead pack cars. Last car in the lead lap, that's Chuck Barnes Jr. How and when have you seen Chuck Barnes Jr. potentially go a lap down?
I don't think ever.
It's the first. This is the first right there. Aaron Taylor just put Chuck Barnes Jr. a lap down.
Well, Chuck Barnes is kind of like the guy that wakes up in the morning and has nails for breakfast.
Yes.
He learned to drive and has excelled at driving on some of the most difficult tracks there are anywhere. He comes here to a nice, new, smooth surface, and you might as well have handed him a Chinese Rubik's Cube.
And that's, yeah, exactly to that point. He's used to the tracks, as we're halfway home, by the way. 50 laps completed, 50-0. He's used to those rough, cratered racetracks as Jeremy Jaraneski is off the pace of the one car, and that's going to bring out the caution flag at the halfway point. But to finish that thought, Chuck Barnes Jr. is used to those rough, cratered, high-banked, sweeping, cornered half miles of Winchester Speedway, Salem Speedway, and a little bit bigger half mile down the Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway where the bulk of his victories have come. This is a whole new ball game for Chuck Barnes. He said, he has admitted this is the hardest track he has ever had to try to figure out.
All right, well, looks like, I believe we got, is that Roger tuning in?
Sounds like it. Hey, Roger.
Hey, just wanted to say, Jeremy Jaraneski for about the last 10 laps or so had been showing a lot of smoke out the back end of that machine, and it looks like that motor finally, I know they've been working on what they swapped some motors around, and it looks like this one may be kaput's.
Yeah, that exactly. Good call on that, Roger. Late last night, early this morning, after Randy Jaraneski, his brother, was wrecked in the new shoe shootout last night. Jeremy was having troubles with his motor in his primary motor. So with Randy dropping out, they decided to go ahead, swap out the motor out of Randy's car, put it in Jeremy's car, and Jeremy qualified 11th quick, put him on the outside of the front row.
Yeah, Jeremy's done a tremendous job this season, has been a top contender here week in and week out.
Yeah, third in the points here in the Valley Truck Center's Modified Division.
And before you guys get into the fuel stop here, I did catch up with Josh Ware. This is what he had to say. Well, apparently that is not going to work, I hope. But he said he got into a bunch around some drivers that were a little anxious. And unfortunately, it looks like they're going to have to do some big-time chassis work on that machine to ever get that car back out on the speedway here in the next week or so.
Appreciate it, Roger. Thank you so much. By the way, first car in the lead lap, or first car one lap down, was Luke Warhurst. He'll get the free pass. He's back on the lead lap.
Yeah, we'll get everybody lined up in order and get them stopped on the track as we head into that fuel stop.
Our good buddy JP Del Paggio is trying to make us laugh on the air. That is hilarious.
I am beginning to think JP should be here just because he clearly has too much time on his hands.
If nothing else, yeah, I mean, at least come up here and entertain us,
right?
You know?
There is nothing more dangerous than a man with nothing to do and a Photoshop subscription.
My gosh.
We could have had him running around the pits with me.
Yeah, exactly. He could have definitely done that. But this is the fuel stop. 49 laps completed, 51 laps to go. Reverting back to the last completed lap. So the teams will park on the quarter. That is a quarter mile, right?
I haven't measured it yet. I am not confident in calling it. It's probably a very large quarter mile.
Yeah, I mean, what's right between, let's see, a quarter mile?
It's like a third mile, probably.
Like 3/10 maybe?
Yeah, in that range. We'll have to get one of those measuring wheels out. It's been on my to-do list, but it's hard to walk with an injured arm, I guess. That's my excuse.
So the fuel stop is now occurring. They are stopped in turns 1 and 2. There's a fuel stop only. Any work done to the car other than fuel will result in the cars going to the rear of the field. They're going to have about 10 minutes. So Chris Philby, I'll let you take care of some business here, Owosso Speedway track-wise. I know you got a big schedule coming up here pretty quick.
That's right. Well, first off, want to wish Alicia Story spending her 25th birthday here. They wrote "Say Something Funny." So, hey, Alicia, you're old now. That's cool. All right, so got that taken care of. But, yes, a very big schedule of events coming up, race fans. We'll be back in action actually tomorrow, 3 p.m. with our Destruction Overload event. We have something in the works called a jump race. And for those of you wondering, that'll involve a huge ramp and a lot of cars. So stay tuned for that tomorrow, as well as all the normal events, the double stackers, school bus figure eights, and the such. And then coming up next week, the Michigan 200 for the ASA Stars National Tour. Those ASA letters making the return to the Owosso Speedway after a very, very long time away. Also want to give a shout out to one of the best announcers in the business, Jerry Liscombe, listening from far and away. So thanks for tuning in, Jerry, helping us keep those numbers up on the Track Tune app. We have about a 10-minute break here, race fans, if you do want to stop and grab something from our concession stand real quick. And souvenir stands and hot shoe wearables open as well. And remember, these drivers can only refuel the cars. Anything else will result in a penalty.
Guys down here, while they're fueling up, going to talk to our leader, Aaron Taylor here. And Aaron, boy, you've got a car that's very capable of leading the rest of this. Talk about the race here early on.
Yeah, we're having fun. Just trying to maintain, and my spotter's doing a great job. He's keeping me calm and letting me know what's happening around the track, and we're just having fun out here. Just another Saturday night.
How are the tires holding up? Seen a lot of slipping and sliding going on. Was that just because of the lack of weight in the back with the fuel, or are the tires starting to wear a little bit?
No, I think, guys are racing hard back there, and tires are getting hot. We had a pretty good long run there, but I think they're holding up, and I think it's just going to get better.
How good does it make you feel that it takes you 47 laps to finally get into lap traffic? That's a pretty tight field to race with. You're racing with some of the best in the Midwest and across the country. Got to feel pretty good about where you're sitting right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Taking the lead from these guys is just nothing short of amazing. There's a lot of talent here, and I'm just happy to run up front with these guys, and I hope we can take one home for the home team.
All right, Aaron Taylor right now sitting in the lead at lap 51. And see if we can get a word here with Todd Jackson as he's getting fueled up. Todd, how are we feeling behind the wheel?
Not too bad. Happy to run second here behind Aaron. I'm going to try to give him a run for his money anyway, so we'll see what happens.
Well, so far, good run. Long time. You got a lot of green flag laps. You start to get into a rhythm. Does this little break help or hurt you?
I think it hurt me. I was just getting in a rhythm, clicking off some laps, and hopefully the rest of it goes green here, and then we'll see what we got.
And how is your tires holding up?
Tires are great. Track's great. Hopefully the rest of the race is good for the fans.
All right, Todd Jackson starting here in the second spot when we go back to green flag. See if we can get some more words here. As Kyle Hayden sitting in the third position. Kyle, you're sitting third. You still you still have the leader in your sight. You know you can get it done here. How you feeling behind the wheel?
Feeling all right. This race is always about the last 50, so I'm just trying to get the break with decent track position and take care of the tires. So hopefully I did a good enough job of that. And last 51 here, we can get up on the wheel and do something.
Is the track gotten any wider? Usually you guys are on the bottom. I'm seeing a little more up top. Are you finding any grip up there, or have you not ventured there yet?
I was on the top the one restart, and I got to the bottom about as fast as I could. I think you can move up maybe a quarter or a half a groove, but I don't think it's quite wide enough to side by side unless you're a lot better than the car on the bottom. But that's just the place, the way this place is, and we're just going to make it happen from here.
All right, we wish you luck. Thank you for your time. Kyle Hayden running in the third position. And Curtis Spencer, we see him in the fourth spot. Kurt, you got something hidden in this car that'll get you to the front and get you past that 22?
I don't know. He's very, very strong, but these last 50, we'll see what we can do.
Anything that concerns you out there? Seems like good racing out there. The bottom was working all right. Anything that are you seeing anything on the top as far as you're concerned?
If it rolls on the top, we'll go. I mean, got a couple there on the top, but might be a little harder with these cars, so we'll see.
Well, good luck to you. And that's Curtis Spencer right now running in the fourth spot. And Trevor Berry, the number 37, currently in the fifth spot. Trevor, how's it looking out there? How you sizing up the guys in front of you, the four in front of you?
No, we actually made a slight adjustment here before the race, so we're going to elect to go to the tail and put the show for the fans today. Made a couple adjustments here, and we're going to go 51 laps to try to win this thing from the back.
All right, that should be exciting. So Trevor Berry going to make it very exciting here as he currently sits fifth, but going to go to the back of the field. Back up to you guys.
Well, that is quite the turn of events there with the 37 to Trevor Berry. Going to make an adjustment, going to take the penalty, head to the back, and see what he can do with 51 laps remaining. We are 3.5 minutes away from the conclusion of the fuel stop as they get the command from race control that the time is ticking out on this session. Upcoming next after this will be our Flory Crane Rental Sport Compact A feature. Looks to be a pretty good show there. 20 good cars starting that race. And we watch over the field, looking as the crews are beginning to start exiting the track. Got the cars fueled up. We are, let's see, looks like 18 cars on the lead lap right now. Luke Warhurst, Chuck Barnes, Lucas Ripley on track a lap down. Greg Fullerton, Josh Ware, and Blaine Aiken, your 3 cars that have retired from this event, as we are just 1 lap shy of halfway, 49 in, 51 to go.
That is huge. Trevor Berry going to the rear of the field for an adjustment. All you could do on these fuel stops is just put fuel in. That's it. Trevor Berry taking the chance. There's still 51 laps to go. Basically a whole race on a weekly Saturday night in the Valley Truck Center's Modified Division.
Yeah, but there's still a lot of cars left in this one.
Yes,
he'll
sir.
have to drop all the way back to 19th once we get this one rolling again, Matt. And that's 51 laps is a long way, but it's not impossible, but it feels improbable.
So also Nick Clemens will go to the rear of the field, and Chuck Barnes Jr., nothing to lose. Got the free pass. He made adjustments as well. He's already at the back of the field, so why not make an adjustment?
I was going to say, he's had 49 laps to learn everything he can, and again, he's a pretty smart racer. So. And
this is the first time Chuck Barnes Jr. has raced under the lights here at Owosso Speedway. All of practice yesterday and today and qualifying was all in the daytime. This is his first time under the lights.
Yeah, and again, it's a very weather-sensitive track compared to probably a lot of the tracks that he's raced on. So what you see in the daylight and what you see once the sun goes down could be very, very different.
Several members of the Finley family tuning in on Owosso Speedway's YouTube channel. Ashley Finley tuning in. Appreciate it. We got to get her some Hot Shoe 100X apparel. She couldn't make it tonight, so she's watching on YouTube. So we got to figure out a way to get Ashley some apparel. Speaking of apparel, speaking of Hot Shoe 100 stuff, the Ryobi Toolkit is the only thing not claimed down at the Hot Shoe 100X Circus tent located behind the grandstand of the concourse. That white ticket number, 393-302. White ticket, 393-302. If that is you, you won a Ryobi Toolkit. That's the only raffle prize not claimed. Did you see that little mini cart down there that was all decked out in Hot Shoe 100X colors?
Yeah, luckily my wife didn't come out because I think she would have spent a small fortune on raffle tickets for that. She saw Ellie Gray, Buddy Gray's wife, shared that on Facebook.
Yes.
And my wife was like, I want that. I need that.
Well, I think your wife Venmo'd me $200 to get raffle tickets, Chris. I forgot to tell you.
Well,
nice.
That's her money.
Hey, Roger Williams, we wanted to tell you thank you so much for heading over to the St. John's Mint Festival. Was it yesterday and I believe today as well, if I'm not mistaken.
He was over at the parade today and from what I heard, did a great job. They didn't throw that much rotten vegetation at him.
Right.
They're throwing corn and candy and all kinds. Got a few shut-up Rogers in there as well.
All right.
All right, so 51 laps remaining here as we will... Well, we'll shuffle the field a little bit, Matt.
We will.
As you mentioned, Trevor Berry going to the back, Nick Clemens going to the back. Those are a couple very stout cars.
And Nick Clemens, nothing to lose. He was running 17th in the field, and Clemens started this race in 23rd. He advanced 6 positions, but as we mentioned, any one of these 24 drivers could go to victory lane.
Yeah, I mean, the margin of error here is non-existent. You're either 100% on your game or you're out to lunch. There is no middle ground in this race.
It took 46 laps before lap traffic started becoming a factor.
Yeah, that
was just 3 laps ago.
Yeah. And now we're resetting the field once again. We may not see another left car the way things have gone.
So here we go. Aaron Taylor takes the inside lane. To his right elbow will be Dafter, Michigan's Todd Jackson.
That's not a real place.
It is. Outside of Sault Ste. Marie. He's got a tie here to Owosso Speedway. His wife is the daughter of former Owosso Speedway track champion in the street stock division, Tom Stone.
All right, Luke Warhurst is the lucky dog recipient. He'll get back on the lead lap.
So here we go. Aaron Taylor, Todd Jackson, out of turns 3 and 4. Chief Starter Wheel Schwager, the green flag in hand, and we're back underway. 49 in, 51 to go. They'll see the official halfway signal given this time by, as on that last caution, we reverted back to the last completed lap. Curtis Spencer to the high side of Kyle Hayden. Now we're halfway, 50 in, 50 to go.
And you got to keep one eye on the back half of the field. Trevor Berry has got to be in the conversation of this race. He made the big gamble. We'll see what he can do. And up at the front of the field, Kyle Hayden now getting back by Todd Jackson to move back up into the second spot.
Hayden trying to resume that battle with 22. Nice, nifty move. Crossover by Todd Jackson. They lock wheels. And Jackson able to keep it in the second spot. What a crossover move by Jackson. But here comes Hayden right back.
Yeah, Kyle Hayden tried to go for the switchback himself. Wasn't quite as successful. Then now Jackson wide off at 2. Hayden gets the nose in there, but not able to advance forward. Problem for Terry Trost.
Trost falling to the back of the field. How about the run by David McManus? Started 17th, and your defending track champion is up to 6th.
He's got to be closing in on being a shoe-in for a hard charger of this one. Caution on the speedway.
Caution flag out. Looking around to see where it's at. Possible debris
over here in turn 2.
So
good, nice eagle eye by Roger Williams. Debris over in turn number 2.
Yeah, a car.
Unless it's green or red.
And it's a whole car. That's a lot of debris. Thomas May spins it. He was caught right behind those tractor tires, right behind the light pole.
Yeah, they got bottled up going into turn number 1, and he slipped the front straightaway. You can kind of see the tire marks just past the start-finish line going through the infield.
Oh, yeah, there it is. You can see it right there going down. In our line of sight. It's right by that fence post there, Matt. So Thomas Mays, unfortunately, going for a ride.
Tough break for Mays, who had a great run yesterday, 3rd in the New Shoe Shootout, powered by Wheeler Trucking. Could not get over, Chris Phobie, just the wonderful compliments about that race last night.
It was cool.
It was such a great concept. It's definitely coming back for Hot Shoe 111. But unfortunately for a few drivers, they're not going to be eligible anymore.
Yeah, there's a few drivers that. Good news is you had a great weekend. Bad news, you don't get to race on Friday next year.
That's right. Blaine Aiken is one of those. So is Luke Warhurst. So is Thomas Mays. So is Terry Trost. And looking through the field.
Billy Luckhurst.
And Billy Luckhurst. Yep, had to look it up. Had to find him. So Chuck Barnes Jr. gets the free pass. He's back in the lead lap. I know he qualified 24th, last car to qualify in. I know he went a lap down. I know he just got his free pass. You cannot count out Chuck Barnes Jr.
Well, keep in mind, he made that adjustment under the fuel stop.
Yep, nothing to lose. Why not?
Nothing to lose. But now he's made that adjustment and gotten his lap back.
Indeed.
So he's right back in the game. He may have a long way to get back to the front of the field, or to get to the front of the field, but he's in the discussion now.
Yes, he is.
Yes, all cars on track will now be on the lead lap. So that's 19 lead lap cars, 47 laps, or 53 laps into this race.
Jim Gray's Cottage Care Hard Charger Award, one of the special awards tonight. $500 bonus going to the Hard Charger this event. And right now, David McManus in the driver's seat.
All right, Taylor and Jackson lead them off in turn 4. Green flag's back out. We're back underway.
Aaron Taylor, race leader. He had Todd Jackson to his right elbow. Cal Hayden going to try to get in and get by. Curtis Spencer is there. So is Brian Nestor. Alex Stoddard's been hanging around the top 10, and here comes Brett Hudson. We haven't called his name much tonight.
No, up to this point, Matt, all we've talked about Brett Hudson is him being adjacent to other things going on. But yeah, he's definitely having a good run here in the back half of this race.
Matt Dimmitt has quietly worked his way back in the top 10. The number 7 machine, he started 8th. Dimmitt running in the 9th spot. Nick Lakota rounding out the top 10. He's got a back bumper full of B.J. Marcoux, went to the back twice And now he's battling Lakota for the 11th spot. Taylor and Hayden continue to show the way. Todd Jackson 3rd, Curtis Spencer 4th, Brian Nestor 5th, David McManus 6th, Alex Donner 7th, not for long. Matt Dibbett to the inside.
And Trevor Berry, we talked about him, went to the back. He's already up to the 12th position, Matt.
Trevor Berry, your Bergen Nestor Race Cars fast qualifier, breaking his own track record in the Hot Shoe 100 by 2/1000th of a second. Now working on BJ Marcoux for that 11th spot. Dimmitt, though, right in front of Brett Hudson. Now going by Alex Donner. Put Dimmitt to the 7th spot in the number 7 machine. He'll set his sights on another number 7. That one, David McManus.
Yeah, and McManus has had a full day of work in already, just getting up to this point. Started deep in the field, up to the 6th spot. And really, Matt, I expected the landscape of this race to change a lot more here as we came back to green from the fuel stop. But so far, other than Trevor Berry going to the back, really it's remained pretty much status quo.
It has, and speaking of Trevor Berry, he's working on the high side of Nick Lakota to try to put himself back in the top 10. That red number 37 of Trevor Berry working on former track champion Nick Lakota. Berry still trying to make that lane work. Lakota shuts the door, back out in front. Aaron Taylor leads, a battle for second now. Kyle Hayden, Todd Jackson continue to duke it out. Curtis Spencer's 4th. Brian Nestor is 5th. You're in that kind of stage where you want to ride a little bit, but you know with 37 laps to go, the time to go is going to be pretty soon.
Jackson and Hayden making contact. This is very reminiscent of Rene Arnoux and Gilles Villeneuve, where they're not racing for the win, but boy, are they racing.
Oh, no doubt about it. And that second place payoff, it's $10,024 to win. But that second place payoff ain't no slouch either. $6,500 for the runner-up in this event.
Oh, there goes Jackson back, trying to get up ahead of the 22. He does, but Hayden goes for the switchback off of turn 4.
Oh, Jackson got all kinds of squirrely coming out of turns 1 and 2. He made to stay moving forward, and he keeps the 2nd spot. What a display of driving by the Dafter, Michigan driver, Todd Jackson.
That's been the thing about Todd Jackson's race so far. It certainly has not been error-free, whether of his own doing or whether a handling issue with the car. There's been mistakes made by the 51, but he has so much speed and handling in that car. Once he gets the car back underneath him, he can drive through it, drive past it. And you got to think, too, for the 22 of Hayden behind him, that's going to make him really hesitant to make anything resembling a bold move on Jackson. Because if Jackson doesn't know what his car is going to do, how is Hayden going to be able to predict what it's going to do?
Todd Jackson, as we mentioned, he's a 3-time track champion of a Kinross Raceway Park up in Michigan's Upper Peninsula. That is his home track. This is by far, and he'll even tell you, this is the most competitive car he has ever had in his career. And it's a good piece, too. We've talked about it ad nauseum. That is the 3-time Hot Shoe 100 winner, Blake Rose, former modified.
And those 3 Hot Shoe wins are just some of the wins that car has.
Oh, yeah.
That car has been to victory lane in some of the biggest modified races besides just this one.
Blake Rose went to victory lane at Indianapolis Raceway Park. He won 7 times on the Midwest Modifieds Tour. And Trevor Berry calls it a night in a 37. Your fast qualifier is done. Tough break for Berry.
Yeah, that's got to be a huge disappointment. He made the gamble. It looked like it may pay off in the long run, but unfortunately, he hit snake eyes.
You're not missing a thing out front. Aaron Taylor out in front by a 1.5 seconds over Todd Jackson, who has now finally put some real estate between himself and Aaron Taylor. Curtis Spencer is 4th, but he's got the Wheeler Trucking pseudo teammates of Brian Nestor and David McManus right behind him.
Yeah, I feel like this race will give that 93 car a strong aversion to the colors maroon and white.
Yeah, no doubt about it. As Nestor working on Spencer, and Jackson has cut 2/10 into Aaron Taylor's lead with 26 laps to go. This race has gone relatively quick, Chris Foby.
Yeah, he's Jackson has finally broken free of Kyle Hayden, which he struggled with for the majority of the 75 laps we've ran so far. And now that he's gotten free of that battle, he's beginning to chip away at the advantage that Taylor has. He's been consistently and quietly quicker the last several laps, not by a huge margin, but by enough. And he's still got 24 laps to chip away at that lead, and there's still the potential of a caution.
Your race leader is your Current Valley Truck Center Modified points leader here at Owosso Speedway. The 27-year-old from Jackson, Michigan, Aaron Taylor. He has had a career season. 4 feature wins here at Owosso Speedway, and another one in the Midwest Modified Tour here at Owosso Speedway. He was the winner of the Prelude to the Hot Shoe. My goodness, if he's able to hang on for Hot Shoe 100X, wow, Aaron Taylor would definitely stamp the exclamation point on his 2024 season.
Well, and you got to think this race, something that probably is weighing really heavily on him. His grandfather, Charlie Ryan Sr., passing away earlier this week. And you know this is exactly where his grandfather would want him to be, behind the wheel of that car, turning laps.
Indeed, as Taylor working his way into turns 3 and 4. 20 laps to go. We're 80% through Hot Shoe 100X. But Todd Jackson's not going to make it easy. The lead now less than a second for Taylor. Here comes that black number 51, Todd Jackson.
Yeah, Jackson's got the advantage under a second. Make that 0.8 of a second now. Continuing to chip away.
Roger Williams, what do you got?
Trevor Berry, well, those adjustments did not work out on that car. He is very frustrated. He parked it, and we'll leave it at that. Keep it clean.
Trevor Berry, who made his broadcasting debut last night in the New Shoe Shootout powered by Wheeler Trucking. Unfortunately for him, that's going to be the highlight of his Hot Shoe weekend.
Yeah, Trevor Berry, the type of guy, kind of wears his heart on his sleeve, and that level of disappointment, you know, the Hot Shoe owes him one. He's done everything in this race except win it.
And speaking of winning it, 2 drivers have never been to victory lane, the Hot Shoe. They're about to duke it out. Aaron Taylor leads, but Todd Jackson now 0.4 of a second. There's a couple car legs as Billy Luckhurst sideways in front of your leaders. Aaron Taylor splits the gap, and Luckhurst spins in the backstretch, brings out the caution flag with 16 laps to go. Oh boy.
Wow.
$16 laps to go. And that's going to put Todd Jackson right next door to Aaron Taylor in this restart. But Taylor's been good in the restarts. Jackson, not so much to this point.
Well, and keep in mind that also draws Kyle Hayden, Curtis Spencer, Brian Nestor, David McManus, Matt Dimmitt. They all come together now.
By the way, the Gray's Cleaning Services Hard Luck Award, $300 bonus. It's going to be between Blaine Aiken and Josh Ware, leaning towards Josh Ware. That was a hard hit earlier today.
That was a very hard hit. You got to feel for Blaine Aiken, too. I mean, he had so much momentum going into this race. And for something like a power steering pump to fail, I mean, that's just a kick in the teeth.
It is, no doubt. They'll choose. Safe to say Aaron Taylor to take the inside lane.
Yeah, looks like that has been decided and locked in.
Todd Jackson to his right elbow. Kyle Hayden is third. Curtis Spencer fourth. Brian Nestor running on the top 5. David McManus is 6th. Matt Dimmitt 7th. Alex Donner 8th. Brett Hudson 9th. Nick Lakota 10th. They got BJ Marcoux in 11th after going to the back twice. Thomas Mays 12th. Luke Warhurst 13th. Terry Trost 14th. Nick Clemens 15th. Michael Stone quietly in 16th. Billy Luckhurst will go to the back. There's Chuck Barnes Jr. 17th. Luckhurst is 18th. 18 cars still on the racetrack with 17 laps to go.
And 18 cars on the track, 18 cars also on the lead lap.
Yeah. Nobody got a free pass, by the way. Lap traffic wasn't an issue.
All right, safety car pulls into the infield. We have 17 laps to go. It's still anybody's race.
Aaron Taylor, Todd Jackson to go one-on-one for the final 17 laps. Out of turn number 4, green flag, we're back underway. And Taylor, another strong start. Can Jackson make it work on the high side? Kyle Hayden's going to stick his nose in there. And the Jackson-Hayden battle resumes once again. Brian Nestor to the inside of Curtis Spencer.
And that's the very last thing Todd Jackson wanted, was Kyle Hayden to get up there again. Oh, they're leaning on each other a little bit going into one. Jackson just trying to wrestle himself free of the 22 of Hayden. He knows he's got the pace to catch Taylor. Oh, they hop wheels.
And Jackson able to get away. That may have played in the favor of Todd Jackson. He's able to get away from Kyle Hayden. But now he's got to chase down Aaron Taylor again in the 22 machine. Here comes Curtis Spencer. They know the time is now. It's time to go. 14 laps to go in Hot Shoe 100X.
Yeah, you can hear it at the distance, Matt. The pay window's getting ready to open, and that's when the intensity goes up. Right now, Todd Jackson, fresh off a contact with Kyle Hayden, so keep an eye on that. He may have further issues as we get into this one, but he is once again running down Aaron Taylor.
Jackson has been kind of off on the restarts, but once the car gets going, he is fast. And he's running out of time. 12 laps to go, buddy. Your good call, Chris Folby. He is reeling in your race leader, Aaron Taylor.
Yes, shaves off a couple hundredths there, but he lost a lot of ground coming out of turn 2. It looked like the car tried to step out on him.
Kyle Hayden back in third. The first battle on the racetracks for fourth. Curtis Spencer and Brian Nestor as they battle for the fourth spot. 11 laps to go. Aaron Taylor, your race leader. Anyone in the top 4, should they go to victory lane, it would be the biggest win of their career.
Absolutely.
Brian Nestor's an old hat at this. He's done this 4 times. 10 laps to go. 10 laps to go in Hot Shoe 100X, the 10th anniversary of the crown jewel of modified racing in the country.
And as the laps start to get down closer to the single digits remaining, Aaron Taylor's now started to grow that lead again. He's now up to 7/10 over Todd Jackson.
If Jackson's got anything left in that Preston Excavating number 51, he's got to show it now. He's got a safe piece of real estate between himself and Kyle Hayden, so he should be able to just concentrate on Aaron Taylor.
Nestor continuing to wrestle with the 93 of Curtis Spencer for the 4th position. Nestor going to pull ahead down into turn number 3. Spencer falls in line behind, but Jackson continuing to lose ground to Taylor.
Brian Nestor up to 4th. Best run for him in several months for the Hamilton, Indiana driver. In a race he's won 4 times. It's Kyle Hayden working on the back bumper of Jackson. Taylor trying to get away. 6 laps to go for the Jackson, Michigan driver.
I would say it's pretty safe to say at this point, Matt, this is probably the best run Brian Nestor has had here at the Owosso Speedway in quite some time. It's been a struggle just to make the show for him recently. Oh, Todd Jackson gets to the back bumper of Kyle Hayden as we hit 5 laps to go.
Whoa,
Jackson way out of shape. Oh, what is that?
Hard contact by Thomas Mays into the turn 1 wall. He started, it looked like a right front tire may have went down on Mays. He slapped the front stretch wall, then collided with the turn 1 wall. Brings out the caution flag with 5 laps to go.
Wow.
That's exactly correct. The right front down, put him into that wall.
Tough break for Thomas Mays, who finished on the podium in 3rd last night in the New Shoe Shootout, powered by Wheeler Trucking. And that caution may have just given Todd Jackson a reprieve. He was all kinds of sideways. In turn number 1, Kyle Hayden was ready to make his move, but then Mays brings out the caution.
Yeah, I saw the 51 of Jackson out of shape there for a minute. That's what I had my eye on, and then out of the corner of my eye, I saw a shower of sparks.
Yes, I saw the same thing.
And Thomas Mays just slapping the wall.
Yeah, the last couple of laps, that 51 of Jackson has had a heck of a time trying to even hold the bottom. Turned outside the groove, and just wondering if that wheel-to-wheel contact that he had earlier on with the 22 machine could be an issue that's starting to rear its ugly head here in the late laps.
That is a very good point, Roger. Him and Hayden did make pretty big contact there a couple laps into that last green flag run. And these are open wheel cars, as we mention regularly, and something that you hear a lot about talking to these modified drivers is you have to protect those wheels. And especially with the components of the front suspension in these cars designed to be modeled to a more, we'll call it a more affordable spec.
Yes.
Which means that sometimes durability can be an issue. I mean, just a few years ago, we had the issue with hubs breaking on these cars all the time for quite a while, and it's, you know, the same thing. These front suspensions on these modifieds are very my eye on, and then out of the corner of my eye I saw
Brian Nestor 6th, Jeremy Jaraneski 7th, Polson and Alex Donner.
Well, and that's exactly what I was going to say. Evan Varney.
On these restarts.
Well, I mean, you look again at the pedigree of Aaron Taylor, the drivers that are in that same gene pool that he came from. I mean, he genetically at this point, he's got to be an amazing restarter. And so far, he's ate Todd Jackson's lunch every restart.
Exactly. That's a great way to put it. So if Todd Jackson's learned anything, he's got to apply it now. 5 laps to go in the crown jewel of modified racing in the country. Taylor, Jackson out of 4. Green flag. We're back underway. And Jackson may have just learned a little something. He's staying up front, but he got sideways. Got a bump, got a tag from Brian Nestor. Here comes Kyle Hayden to the inside. Jackson trying to make the high lane work. Hayden to the inside for a second. Gives second to Hayden.
Yeah, Todd Jackson for sure has his hands full with that number 51 right now, just trying to keep the car going forward. I mean, it seems to try to walk away from him in the corners. And where the heck did Matt Dimmitt come from? Dimmitt's now on the outside of Nestor for 4th.
He came from his parents.
Fair point.
Matt Dimmitt in the number 7 car. He has quietly worked in the top 4. Dimmitt making a late charge. He got around Brian Nestor, who theoretically is his car owner. That's the Nestor Race Car's house car. The caution comes out.
A lot of smoke down there.
As Chuck Barnes Jr. goes around in turn number 2, so we get to do it again. So we're going to try this again, but this time Aaron Taylor will go one-on-one with Kyle Hayden. Roger Williams, what do you got?
Well, I'm just going to say that smoke smoke from Barnes as he went around. He was trying to keep it going, and yeah, that was all just tire smoke there.
So 2 weeks ago, Chris Phobie, the orange 22 of Aaron Taylor and the white 22 of Kyle Hayden, they went toe-to-toe. Aaron Taylor won that round. Does he do it again with 3 laps to go as they'll go at it again? The 2 number 22s.
Well, this is a tale of 2 cities here, Matt. You have Aaron Taylor, who has got to be racing with so much emotion right now.
Oh yeah.
I mean, he's an emotional driver as it is, but he's got so much that's weighing on him right now. He wants this win probably more than anything, just because of what he's been through this last week. But you have Kyle Hayden, who's maybe one of the most cerebral drivers we have in this field. He's surgical in the way that he performs out there. I mean, this is 2 totally opposite approaches that are coming together here.
And I'll tell you what, don't count out defending Midwest Modified Tour champion and current points leader Matt Dimmitt, who has been lurking in the weeds this whole race. And as soon as the 10 lap to go signal was given, he started moving up. He was 7th with 10 to go. He's now up to 4th.
We've talked about how tough Aaron Taylor has been to beat at this track all year. You know who has beaten Aaron Taylor here, heads up?
Matt Dimmitt.
Exactly.
May 4th.
So we'll see what happens. A 3-lap shootout. I have literal goosebumps.
Oh,
right
dude,
now.
I'm telling you. The 222s, Aaron Taylor, Kyle Hayden, lead them out of turns 3 and 4. Chief starter Wheel Schwer, the green flag in hand, and we're back underway. And they're side by side, and then turns 1 and 2. Here we go. Taylor and Hayden, they go down the backstretch.
And they're about dead even as they get to turn number 3. Hayden on the outside, going to try to wring every bit of speed he can from the upper shelf. And that was Hayden at the line by 17 1/1000ths of a second.
With 2 to go, Kyle Hayden was able to take the lead, but Aaron Taylor takes it back. The white flag is out. 1 to go for Aaron Taylor.
Hayden went for the switchback. Taylor had the better drive off the corner. We're heading off at turn 2 for the final time. Who's it going to be?
Matt Dimmitt up to 3rd spot, but he ain't going to catch the 22s. Into turn number 3, out of turn number 4. One last chance. Checkered flag. Aaron Taylor wins Hot Shoe 100X. Kyle Hayden second, Matt Dim in third, Brian Nestor fourth, Todd Jackson in fifth.
What a race. What a race. Wow, a second round of this battle that has been amazing all year round. Aaron Taylor, the weight of the world on his shoulders, and he picks up the biggest victory of his career, hands down. Takes an extra cool down lap here to take some deep breaths, maybe a couple quiet moments talking to his grandpa. He heads down the back straightaway, getting ready to head to Gross Construction Victory Lane. And Taylor's gonna do a little bit of a smoke show over there in turn number 3. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner of the Hot Shoe 100 10th anniversary, Aaron Taylor.
Your Valley Truck Center's modified points leader has just won the biggest race of his career. 2 weekends ago, he picked up the win in the prelude to the Hot Shoe, which at the time was the biggest win of his career. And now he just won $10,024 for winning Hot Shoe 100X. The Taylor Concrete Birkin Nestor Race Cars number 22, 27 years old, from Jackson, Michigan. 6th feature of the season here at Owosso Speedway. He's climbing out of the car. Your winner of Hot Shoe 100X, Aaron Taylor. Aaron Taylor, getting a hug from wife Erica. Aaron Taylor getting congratulations all around. Aaron Taylor, let's turn you around here for a minute. You just won Hot Shoe 100X. How's it feel, my man?
Absolutely amazing. A packed house, man. You can't do it. It can't be any better than this. A stout field. I couldn't ask for anything more.
These were 24 of the very best drivers in the country. The 24 of the very best open wheel warriors in the country. And you're number one, my friend. I know this has been a rough week for you. We know everything that it took to lead into this race. The biggest win of your career, battling with Todd Jackson, and then Taylor versus Hayden round 2. How'd you end up here?
Oh man, it's this is everything we've been preparing for. You know, we've come out here every week and we've done well, and this really put it to the test. And I couldn't ask for better guys to race with. You know, I don't think we touched anybody the whole time. You know, Kyle Hayden, he's one of the best, and so is Todd. And I couldn't ask for anybody else to run with. Everybody runs with respect up front, and that's how we got here. And I can't thank them enough.
You know, I mean, you look up and down the field. I mean, one of the weird things, this is a 100-lap race. Lap traffic only became an issue once. That's how close this field was. On the restarts, though, you were absolutely perfect on those restarts each and every time, whether it's Todd Jackson, whether it was Kyle Hayden, whoever the case may be. What's the secret on those restarts, man? You can tell everybody now.
Yeah, just holding composure, man. Just, you know who's out there. You know they're going to race you clean, and if they run hard, you know you're going to run hard, and this is what we've been preparing for. This is what the Endless Nights in the shop does, and I can't thank my dad enough for all the hours he puts on this thing. You know, this is just what we hoped for, and this is what we planned for. You know, we lost my grandpa on Tuesday, and So I know he was riding with me. He rode with me the whole time.
In addition to your dad, Lee Taylor, last question for you. I'll let you go celebrate. Tell us about everyone else that makes this possible, all your marketing partners, everybody.
Oh, well, I'm gonna grab this. You see the whole front stretch is full here, man. Every single one of these guys has something to do with it. It takes a village. I couldn't be more proud of this team. Taylor Concrete puts us in his car. I can't thank Butch enough. My wife, my two boys, they put up with it. They live with it, and this is what we live and dream for. My parents bust their ass. My dad has endless hours on this thing. Taylor Concrete, Wilby Concrete, Coffee Plumbing, the Lost Shoe Tavern, man, we just can't do it without any of them, and this is what got us here today. All of our friends and family, thank you all the fans for coming out. Hopefully we put on a show for you. Appreciate it.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner of Hot Shoe 100X is Aaron Taylor. It seems like a little bit of deja vu from 2 weekends ago. The orange 22 going one-on-one with the white 22. Wheeler Trucking Modified points leader at Bertrand Speedway, Kyle Hayden, comes home in second place. And looking through, this is deja vu. Same top three as 2 weekends ago. Boy, Aaron Taylor's got something figured out, don't he?
Yeah, I mean, he's been the class of the field here all year. Congrats to Aaron and his entire team. They work hard. They got a great thing going right there. I want him to come over to Bertrand and race me on my turf one of these days, but we had a good car. I don't know, that 51 guy, he's just a clown. He ran me over 3 different times, ran me to the concrete, knocked the toe out. So if he wants to come have a chat with me later, I'll be more than happy to. But I'm not going to shake a stick at second place, that's for sure.
Second place pays $6,500. Not a bad payday for a runner-up spot, eh?
That's the best payday of my career, and I've been doing this for 22 years now. So I'll definitely take that, and we'll take it and put it back in the race program and see if we can come back to Hot Shoe 11 and do one better.
Ironic that your biggest payday of your career came in a second place effort, isn't it? But tell us about those sponsors. Everyone makes this happen for you.
Rick Wycoric right here. He's the man. Rick Wycoric Racing. Ted Johnson, Robbie Johnson, Josh Hahn, my uncle Tim Preeby, Johnny Hopkins, Mike Ebner, Dave Collison, who hasn't been able to come with us a lot. We got Jacobson's Mountain Inn on Dort Highway in Mount Morris. We got John Blott and Sons Auto Purchasing. We couldn't do it without them, and we're real proud to run second tonight.
Kyle Hayden comes home in second place tonight here in Hot Shoe 100X. Third place tonight. And we were just talking to Hayden about this. This is deja vu from 2 weekends ago. Taylor, Hayden, Matt Dimmitt comes home in third. It looked like you were kind of lurking in the weeds for the first 80, 85 laps. And then that last 15 laps or so, you came on like gangbusters and got yourself a podium. Do you think, Pace, maybe if you made a charge a little earlier, you could be up there with them?
No, I think if the 51 didn't put me in the wall lap 10, it'd be a little bit different. But outside of that, congratulations to Aaron Taylor, and he brought the whole town with him. Congratulations, guys. It well-deserved. It just drove my ass off from the back, and I loved every bit of it. I'm so happy to be here in third with the hot rod that we had, and I would do that again in a heartbeat. That was fun. We had a great time.
Tell us about those sponsors to make everything happen for you.
I see if I can remember here. Burkett Nestor Race Cars and Dennis Craft Construction. It's just a hot rod. Castle Centron Exteriors, Roger Axt, Black Road Designs, Platt Show Pigs, Getaway Layaway Vacations, Aaron Platt Contracting, Victor Industrial Cleaning. I'm missing a couple here. Ace Radiator, Tyler Rohrig, he gave me some pretty sweet shocks here. So just this whole team effort. There's my wife, I didn't forget her. My wife and kids and family that come up to watch this. Thank you.
Well, man, we can concentrate now on the Midwest Modifieds Tour in defense of that championship the rest of the way. Congratulations. Third place for Matt Dimmitt. On behalf of the Gray family, we thank you for being a part of the crown jewel of modified racing in the country. There are still 2 more races yet to go this evening. The All-American Trucks and the Sport Compacts A feature. But on behalf of Bud and Amy Gray, the entire Gray family, the entire staff and management of the Midwest Modifieds Tour, powered by Wheeler Trucking, my name is Matt Preer of the Performance Racing Network. It's been a privilege to be a part of Hot Shoe 100X, Hot Shoe 111. Coming in 2025, right here at Owosso Speedway. In the meantime, we'll turn things back over to the co-voices of Owosso Speedway, Chris Phobie and Roger Williams. Thank you all so very much. Oh, we got one more thing. 50-50. Aaron Taylor's going to draw the 50-50. And we need the I-500 folks down here for a victory lane. I-500 people, come on down real quick. 50-50 ticket being drawn. How much? For $3,672. Aaron Taylor will draw. $3,672. I-500 folks down to victory lane immediately. $3,672. Red ticket 988-922. That's 988-922. If that's you, and it's the number of Aaron Taylor's card at 22. So if that's your number, find Amy Gray at the Hot Shoe 100X Circus tent, right across from the concourse, the concessions.
Attention in the grandstands, if you have a white 4-door Dodge pickup, plate number 8LM866, that's 8LM866, we need you to move that immediately. Thank you.
Well, we still have a couple more features left to go, including the Sport Compacts with their A feature and, of course, the Michigan Paving and Materials All-American Trucks with their 20-lap main event. So still some more racing left to go. 20 cars expected to make the start for the A main for the Flory Crane Rental Sport Compacts.
Well, that was quite a race.
Very good race, especially sitting down there over in turns 1 and 2, really watching them whip those cars around the banks. Don't get a real feel for how banked the corners are here until you're standing right on top of the, you don't get that perspective from up here on the tower. Yeah, pretty cool view as we get set to go for the Compacts as they make their way out onto the racetrack. This is how they are scheduled to line up. Bobby Joe Jernigan gonna start on the pole in car number 38, Matt Elsey Sr. in car 63 to her right. Row number 2, it's Adam Krzyzakowski in the 16, and Damian Waters, your point leader in car number 1. Nick Murdoch, your defending champion in car 79, and Brandon Barkus, he's been busy today in car number 50. Matthew Elsey Jr., your fast qualifier, going to start back in the 4th row. Patrick Dent out of Lansing in car number 6 to his right. Randy Moore in the 69. Nolan Gross in the 02 make up row 5. Row 6 is Ira Hosner in the T1, and the F1 belongs to Herb Freeman. Scott Cassidy in the 28, and Corbin Kelly, he's in the points chase in the 54. That's row 7. Connor Hogue in the 18, Dan Hassard in the 6X make up row 8. Kennedy Jernigan and Oliver Kukar in row number 9. Your final row, Bryson Hosner and Caden Comer.
All right, this time around, race fans, we want you to get up on your feet and give them a wave. From turn 4 to turn 1, get on your feet. Flory Crane Rental Sport Compacts, A main. Guest flagman up on the stand, Dylan Cassidy. His dad's out there making his first start at Owosso in, I think, close to 10 years, I think. It's been a minute since Scott's been out here. So give him a wave, everybody.
Well, Dan Hassard stopped in the infield here. He's going to rejoin. He might still be having a problem as he dives back into the infield. So problems on the 6X machine as he's not going to be able to get it started here as he pulls back to the infield as the field will get the 1 to go signal. 25 laps, your fastest 20 in the Sport Compacts here tonight.
Well, it was your fastest 20, I think.
Yeah, make it 19, yes.
Trying to blend in with our safety vehicles, it looks like, down there. All right, so we'll go with what we have. 25 laps on the board. Jernigan and Elsey lead them into 3 and 4. Green flag's out, we're underway.
And here we go. We're going to fan them out as they work their way into turns 1 and 2 for the first time. Matt Elsey Sr. now out in front. Here comes Damian Waters in the 1 machine to second. Bobby Joe Jernigan in third. They're 3 wide now going into turn number 3. Oh, look out. That almost didn't work. Barkus had to back off of that in car number 50.
Well, Barkus able to continue on as the field working to sort itself out. Damian Waters takes a peek to the inside of Matt Elsey Sr. up at the front of the field.
Krzyzakowski up in a higher line allows Barkus in the 50 to take a look. That's the battle for the 4th spot. Meanwhile, up front, Waters again tried to poach that top spot away from Elsey Sr. He'll look top side out of turn number 2. He'll tuck in the line. Bobby Joe Jernigan coming back to life in car 38 now. It makes it a 3-car battle.
Matthew Elsey Jr. not making the progress we're used to. We're 2 laps in. He's only made it up 1 spot so far off the initial start. Up to 6th, and he's behind a very fast car. Second fast qualifier today, Brandon Barkus in the 50.
Top 2 side by side now. Elsey Sr. bottom side, Waters top side. Bobby Joe looking on. 3 cars under a blanket for the top spot here in the early going of this Flory Crane Reynolds Sport Compact. 3 wide down the back straightaway. Bobby Joe thinks about it.
Well, Damian Waters keeping it wound up, and that outside groove gets a good run as Bobby Joe takes him 3 wide once again.
Wow, your front 2 using the middle to high groove opened up the inside line for Bobby Joe to take a look, but I think she scrubbed off too much speed trying to pull that car hard left to get to the bottom side. OLC Senior a little bit out of shape there in the center of 3 and 4. Waters will lead him out of turn number 2, but here we go. LC Senior, Bobby Joe, they're right there. Waiting, boy, this is a great race up front. Here comes Matthew LC down on the top side, rather, up on the top shelf, trying to get around Krzyzakowski. He wants to join that top trio.
And this is a race of redemption for the 38 of Bobby Joe Jernigan. Had to take a few weeks off, battled some intense mechanical gremlins across all of their team cars. She finally got her 38 car back together and is out here and is looking to pick up a checkered flag here tonight.
Boy, it would be a huge win for her, as right now she's got a good shot at it as she takes a peek under Waters, still on the top side, trying to get around LC Senior again. LC Senior out of shape. Here comes LC Junior now, and Krzyzakowski. It's 5 cars up at the front of the field now.
And Matthew LC Jr., if he wants to make his way to the front of the field, he's got quite a bit of traffic to negotiate through.
So now we have 5 cars, and it won't be long before Barkas and Murdoch get up there, as well as LC Senior and Waters trade the lead back and forth.
And they're coming up on lap traffic now.
Boy.
First up, the 33 of Caden Comer, as the 69 of Randy Moore takes it to the infield. Oh, Jernigan now to the inside of Waters for the second spot. Now to the inside of LC Senior for the top spot.
And Waters kind of got stuck behind that 33 in a really bad spot, and that gives LC Senior the race lead back as Bobby Joe up to second. And here comes the 27 of Matthew LC Jr. Waters falls back to 4th. Krzyzakowski still in 5th.
Well, LC Senior was playing defense, trying to hold off the 38, left the inside open for the 27. Now his son, Matthew LC Jr., the quickest compact in the state of Michigan, going to try to get by, but now they've come up on lap traffic. The 88 of Kennedy Jernigan, as she will move out of the way of your top runners.
She'll stay down. Well, is she going to stay down on the bottom side? Looks to be the case now as they go out of turn number 2. LC Senior leading Junior behind. Jernigan, Bobby Joe in the 3rd spot. Waters, Krzyzakowski, Barkas, and Murdoch. Pat Dent by himself in car number 6.
And Bobby Joe closing in on your top 2 once again. Damian Waters beginning to fight back, as well as the 2 Elsies run side by side, heading off into turn number 3. This time by, we're coming to 10 laps to go. 10 more laps for LC and LC as LC Jr. now takes the lead.
About mid-pack, Nolan Gross and the T1 of Ira Hosner been making a lot of contact back and forth now, as that's a 3-car battle there mid-pack, but boy, they are racing each other hard here. Wouldn't be surprised if a caution comes out, it's going to be one of those 2, because they're leaning on each other.
Yeah, they are quite a bit as this race has gone on. Matthew LC Jr. now beginning to gap the rest of the field over 0.6 of a second. His advantage that last time by as we come to 8 laps to go. It's LC, Jernigan, Waters, Krzyzakowski, your top 5.
Yeah, front of the field now starting to, I guess, settle in as more lap traffic about to play its part here, as Hosner is going to go a lap down in the 29, as well as Kukar in the 86 machine, as Matthew LC Jr. makes his way by on the inside, and he's going to have some clean air in front of him until he gets to the 18 of Hogue. Problems for the Herb Freeman machine, the Damian Waters backup vehicle, as he's well off the pace and heading towards the pit area. LC Jr. a big 2-second lead over LC Senior.
And coming to 5 laps to go now.
Drivers doing a nice job getting through that lap traffic. Still Junior and Senior 1 and 2. Bobby Joe running in the 3rd spot.
you got to think, Roger, with everything that 38 team has been through in the last few weeks, a top 3 finish has got to feel almost as good as a victory.
I would think for the fact the troubles they've had finishing, first finishing, and then, yeah, a top 3 on top of that, just a cherry on top.
Well, shoot, beyond finishing, it's been tough just to start the races.
True, very true. She's had a number of fast qualifications, or fastest time in her class, and just not been able to capitalize on it by the time it gets to race time. And here, everything's looking real good for that 38 machine.
Just a pair of laps remaining now as the 27 LC Jr. heads down the back straightaway into turn number 3. This time around, he's going to see the white flag. 1 lap to go for Matthew LC Jr. in the 27. He'll head into turn number 1, down the back straightaway now for the final time. Got to be just about the winningest driver in all of Michigan this season. And is he off the pace? A little bit, but he still crosses the line. Your winner, Matthew LC Jr. Senior will come home in 2nd. Bobby Joe Jernigan 3rd. Damian Waters 4th. Adam Kurzakowski comes home in 5th. Then Nicholas Murdoch, Brandon Barkas, Pat Dent. Good run for Scott Cassidy inside of the top 10. And Ira Hosner will complete your top 10 runners. Well, it may have let go right at the end, but at least it made it to the end. That's what counts. Matthew LC Jr. going to take it to Gross Construction victory lane as we go wire to wire here in our Flory Crane Rental Sport Compacts.
So Matthew LC Jr. climbs out of his machine, picking up the win just ahead of Pops. Picking up the win, this nice hot shoe trophy as well for your efforts. Another sticker to add to the many on the window here of this 27 machine. But boy, sometimes when you set the bar, everyone has something to work towards, and boy, it was not as easy to get to the front here as maybe it was say a year ago or even at the beginning of the season. Talk about your fight to the front and then showing the old man how to get it done.
Yeah, like you said, it was really difficult to get through the field. A couple of side-by-side battles in front of me, so I obviously had to wait it out. Ultimately, in the end, it worked out. Actually, out of turn 4, the car died. I coasted across the line. I don't know what happened, so we're going to look into that.
Well, then you're pretty happy then it went green to checkered then.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, congratulations. Go ahead and thank everybody.
Most certainly my parents, without them, we wouldn't be here. All my sponsors, we got Michiana Curb Appeal, Preferred Insurance. We got Napa Auto Quality Graphics. We got Ray Septic and Hiscox Stowing.
Well, congratulations on another feature win. Matthew LC Jr. picking up the win tonight in the Sport Compacts. Matthew has some shirts. He just tossed one over there by turn 1. He's got one over here who wants a shirt. Now, see, neither Chris nor I could do that with our shoulders today. One more event to take place. Chris, you missed a heck of a truck race show last week. And
I was watching from home. That was a good one.
And I'm pretty sure these drivers are excited to give it another shot here. Because I'm pretty sure they'd like to move up in the show.
Well, you know what they say, you save the best for last.
That's very true. Very, very true. The truck's about ready to come out onto the speedway here as they finish up here. And Matthew Elsey said that that car died on him when he came across the start-finish line. Looks like he's able to fire it up now, so he will make his way to the pits to savor his victory. Feel like I need to get my lighter out and sway a little bit.
I mean, yeah, every rose has its thorn, you know.
Logan McCaslin would not know what this song is because it was way before he was born.
This song came out roughly 30 years before Logan was born.
Don't even get me started on Cruz.
Zane Cruz, the nicest head of hair in racing.
Yeah, trust me, I'm jealous.
Like, he's got to spend no less than 45 minutes a day brushing his hair.
At least, as we get set for the trucks.
And here's some guys that brush their hair on the regular. Starting on pole, the number 79 is going to be Matt Mosier. Outside of him, Eric Davini in the 13. Josh Shaw in the S23 with Anthony Duvernay to his outside. Then Brian Doherty in the 22. Jason Dvorak in the 67. Ricky Gillette in the 51 starts inside row number 4 with Mark Palmer in the 50 to his outside. Then we're going to see the 21 of Greg Long Jr., 95 of Cameron DeLong. Darren Burton in the 05 able to make it through after some mechanical gremlins got him earlier on in the day. Brad Rizet in the 7, Charles Hamilton in the 79, Mark Wilcox in the 67, Joe Shamel in the 47. Your fast qualifier, Greg Long the 3rd in the 38, and Walt Dalrymple in the J21, a late arrival out there. Palmer looks like he's having some struggles, though, as the truck seems to be only vaguely under power.
Well, it's interesting that Gregory Long, the 3rd, GL3, starting at the full invert. That was the draw. Last week, he tried to take the Kimball Midwest Challenge, and it did not work out in his favor. And tonight, he gets to do it again without the extra cash. As Palmer back underway.
Just needed some extra motivation.
$20 laps for your trucks. Picking up some debris over there in turns 3 and 4, but we're just about ready to get to the racing here today. How about it's the final event of the night, folks? How about we get up on our feet? We give them a wave. We give them a hoot and a holler. Let's hope they give us a show just like they did last week, as some of the heavy hitters are going to come from deep in the pack tonight.
Well, Roger, if it's half as good as last week, it'll be twice as good as most races we've ever seen.
That's a lot of algebra.
A squared plus B squared equals C squared. Anyway, while we're doing math, race fans, give these guys a wave as they come around.
One more time. Aww.
Nope, no more thunder. Thunder's over. All right, so the safety truck's going to duck into the infield, and we'll set them loose. 25 green flag laps will be the distance here for the Michigan Paving and Materials All-American Trucks. Closing things out on Hot Shoe 100 night here at the Owosso Speedway.
Matt Mosier, Eric Davini, ready to bring this field to the green flag. Here we go. The trucks are underway, and we're 3 wide. Here comes Duvernay. Will it work, Chris? Will it work?
Until it doesn't.
Oh, hold on to it.
Oh, yeah, there it goes, not working.
Oh, boy. The stress was too much as Duvernoy into the wall. Davini getting a piece of him after the fact, and we got 2 corners in.
Yeah, well, 25 laps in this race, so obviously you got to lead the first one.
So they went 3 wide, and which they're used to doing.
I mean, they do say patience is a virtue. And just apparently these guys aren't very virtuous
So
tonight.
are fenders, apparently. Fenders are a virtue. This is a 25-lap feature event, not the 20 that I had originally advertised.
Well, in all fairness, we also originally advertised 20, but had some numbers wrong.
Again, didn't carry the 1. Yeah, or carry the 2. Davini going to take his truck to the pit area. And he's at a stop here. We'll see if he's going to, nope, he's apparently just wanted to make sure that he could put his order in before the turn. His sandwich will be ready momentarily as he'll jump back wherever he is going to go here. Is going to guess the 13 might be, did they name the 13 truck as the caution truck in this one? What was the...
So it will be a complete restart.
Oh, gotcha.
I think the 13 might just be having some troubles keeping it going.
Well, he got up over there at turn 2. I'm not sure if he's trying to point out something, but or maybe he's waiting for the field to come around. We shall see here. Okay, that would make sense, and that's what that squealing is. It's not the county fair.
Oh, I thought that was my stomach.
So the right front is broken apparently on the 13 truck. That's what I'm hearing. Be great if we had a pit reporter to tell us that.
Yeah, where'd that guy go?
And Davini's going to get, yes, I was going to say, it didn't look like he was going to be able to make that turn, but he does. And we'll remove him from the racing surface. And they'll get the 1 to go signal this time by. So Dvorak will start on the front row now. So Jason Dvorak, who was scheduled to start in row 3, will be on the outside front row next to Mosier's number 79 as we get set to rock and roll again. 25-lap main event for the trucks back underway. Dvorak gets a nice jump in that 67 truck. Will lead him out of turn number 2. Here comes Palmer in the 50. DeLong in third in the 95. Here come the heavy hitters as they start to move their way to the front. Doherty, one of those. Shaw, Gillette, they're all there. Last week's winner, Shamel, way back at the tail end of the field in that number 47.
Yeah, deep invert here. Makes things plenty of fun as the fast guys have to try to cut their way through traffic, and you got guys that are starting ahead of the fast guys that don't always get to, that are trying to make the most in a limited amount of time.
Mark Palmer takes over the top spot in the 50. Dvorak falls back to second. DeLong in third, Doherty fourth, and fifth is Wilcox in the 67.
Not a bad run for a guy whose truck looked like it wasn't even going to start the race.
Greg Long the third already moving through this field. Sitting back there just outside the top 5 in 6th. He's ahead of Darren Burton's 05.
And unfortunately, the 67 of Dvorak will be shown the black flag.
Oh, yeah.
2 laps greater than a 0.3 of a second faster than his qualifying time.
as he waves out the window, letting Cameron DeLong to move to the inside to make the pass on the 67. So that'll move DeLong to second, Doherty to third, GL3 now up to the 4th spot, Wilcox 5th, Burton in the 6th spot. Long Jr., Gillette, Hamilton, Shamel, Rosé all back there in a single file formation. Look out, Doherty off the pace in the 22. He'll lose a couple of spots, a little squirrely coming out of turn number 4. Big lead for Mark Palmer, 1.7 seconds over Cameron DeLong and GL3.
You know, Roger, I knew one of these teammates was going to win eventually. I honestly had my money on the 05 and Darren Burton out of the 2, but Mark Palmer got out in front and he has taken off. But now your fast qualifier going to work on 2nd place.
That truck loves clean air for Palmer. It's been a long time since he's been in victory lane. As GL3 to the inside of DeLong. Wilcox going to come with him now. He gets into that draft. Look how quick he pulls up on that battle for 2nd spot there, Chris, as he got right to the tailgate of the 38 truck.
Yeah, and Wilcox was one of those 3 that were in that instant classic we had last week.
They'll replay that one on the Ocho later this month. Big lead. Let's see if it shrinks any as Greg Long the 3rd now up to that 2nd spot. Now 1.9 second advantage for Palmer. 10 laps complete. We've got 15 remain.
Well, that last time Long took a couple chunks out of that advantage, but laps winding down. We're 11 in now.
Yeah, down to 1.5 seconds there. Is
Yeah,
that what it is?
took a couple more tenths off that last time by.
Both drivers need to just make sure they hit their marks. They're going to come up on the former pole sitter, Matthew Mosier, in the 79 truck to put him a lap down. Front 2 well ahead of the field. The good battle right now is for the 3rd spot. Cameron DeLong, Mark Wilcox, and the 05 of Burton. Those 3 were, those were the 3 cars or trucks that were really in there with Shamel last week in the closing laps. Greg Long the 3rd, just about over a second behind Mark Palmer, this time by 0.7 of a second. So pretty soon, Mark Palmer is going to have some company here at the front of the field. It's about 3 truck lengths now. And then it's a whole straightaway before you get back to that 3rd place battle with DeLong, Wilcox, and Burton.
Yeah, it's about down to a truck length between them now, Roger.
So where will Gregory Long the 3rd make his move? And caution is out. Oh, Wilcox around. Lighten him up.
Oh, you can't say he didn't stay in it. Or I guess you could, but you'd be lying.
Wilcox was in the 4th position on lap number 15. Burton was behind him, and Burton was a little slow through the infield there. Not sure if he's having an issue. We'll see what Darren Burton is going to do here. If did not see the incident there, but there were 3 trucks there battling for position. Again, that was about a straightaway behind the battle for the lead between Palmer and Long the 3rd. So lap 15, it was Palmer, Long the 3rd, Cameron DeLong, Mark Wilcox, Darren Burton. That's what it was for your top 5. Then Shamel, Brian Doherty, Greg Long Jr., Brad Rosé, and Richard Gillette were your top 10. And we'll get the bunch that's filled up. I'm guessing here the 05 may have been the caution vehicle. As I see him floating to the tail of the field, and Wilcox back up into the 4th position. So a 10-lap shootout to decide this truck main event here tonight. Don't forget, we're back at it tomorrow, 3 o'clock for our Destruction Overload. Gates open at noon. 3 o'clock be our first event of the afternoon. Field gonna decide where they want to restart here, and Palmer's gonna take the inside. Gregory Long, the third, will take the top side. DeLong inside, Wilcox top side, Shamel top side, Doherty inside. And the J21 looked like he may have ran right over the box. And indeed, that's exactly what everybody else saw. Maybe a couple of, oh, he must be thinking the other 21.
Whoops, too many 21s.
Yes. So it was the Dalrymple 21 that ran over the box on the choose. So front row, Palmer and Gregory Long, the third, your point leader. DeLong and Wilcox in row number 2. Doherty and Shamel, row 3. Rosé and Long Jr. in row 4. This is where things start to heat up here in the truck division. They're coming to the M&K Truck Center restart zone. To the green flag they come. We're underway. Absolutely even as they came across the stripe with Long and Palmer. Boy, look at the run Long Jr., or Long the third rather, was able to get coming out of turn number 2, able to get half a truck length ahead of Palmer. Palmer still on the inside. But Greg Long the third will lead the lap. Palmer falls back to second, Wilcox third, Shamel up to fourth now. Last week's winner has moved up to the 4th position, Cameron DeLong in 5th. Wilcox tried to step out of line, took a peek high side of the 50 of Palmer, nothing going, is pulled by a string down the back straightaway, nose to tail.
Boy, Wilcox got right on the back bumper of the 50.
Yeah, if he had a hitch on the back of that truck, he'd be towing the 67 around as close as they were. Shamel now wants the top side as he's going to watch a side-by-side battle in front of him as Wilcox now pulls to the inside of Palmer. They touch a little as they come out of turn 4. Shamel takes a peek. He's going to move up a position as well in car 47. So Wilcox to second, Shamel to third. Palmer falls to 4th, 5th is DeLong. But right now, Greg Long the third's race to lose as he's got a big advantage. Burton out of this one in the 05. He dives to the infield. 5 laps to go. Field spread out. Long the third has had quite a stretch here where he has not had the success he'd been used to seeing. A lot of motor problems, blowing motors after really dominating this class in the early part of the 2024 season.
Looks like he's exercised those demons as he comes down to 3 to go.
He's just hoping it holds on for 3 more laps, the way his luck's been running.
Yeah, maybe I should knock on wood for his sake. Try that.
He shouldn't have to deal with any lap traffic, although Mosier is about a straightaway in front of your race leader, but he's coming down to 2 to go. 2 to go for Greg Long the third.
Still about half a straightaway advantage for Long. As he comes down to the line, he'll see the white flag, 1 lap to go for the final time tonight. And he'll head down the back straightaway one last time. Another victory in hand for Greg Long III as he comes back to the line. Checkered flag is out. He'll take the win. Mark Wilcox second. Joe Shamel third, Mark Palmer fourth, and Cameron DeLong completes the top 5. Going a little bit further back in your field there, it's going to be Brian Doherty, in 6th, Brad Rosé 7th, Charles Hamilton 8th, Greg Long Jr. in 9th, and Ricky Gillette completes your top 10. All right, so we'll get our winner down to Gross Construction, Victory Lane. He'll get a word with Roger Williams to close things out for us here tonight.
Well, GL3 said, hey, hope we're talking to you in Victory Lane later on. And, I like to make dreams come true. To get this beautiful trophy, as Gregory Long III picks up another feature win, another checkered flag courtesy of Top Speed Motorsports. As he gets it done here tonight, boy, I tell you what, you've had nothing but trouble the last few weeks after a breakout start to the season. And is it fair to say that maybe those days are behind you now?
I don't know, man. These past few weeks haven't treated me the greatest. I'm actually losing my voice. Sorry if I sound bad, but these last few weeks have treated me very poorly. Blown up a few motors, got in Dad's truck. I got it done in Dad's truck, and then last week I popped a tire doing a challenge to come from the back to the front. So really today I used it as a redemption. I told myself I'm starting in the back. I'm gonna win it. That's my goal. I gotta win it.
And you did that. You've had a lot of people to help you out to get you back on the track and back in your truck. Why don't you go ahead and thank them?
I'd like to thank Remax Select, Jim Miller, my mom, dad, Josh Shaw. He wrenches on this truck all the time. My uncle Ryan, he actually helped us out tremendously when my motor had blown up and to get this motor in. I'd like to thank Rock Solid in Solution. That's my girlfriend's uncle. He's great. If you need spray foam, just go to him. He's pretty awesome. The Smoke Shop, Mitch Manuel Law Services, Steve's Auto, and Extreme Indoor Kart Racing. And yeah, that JJ's Tree Service 47 looked real good in Victory Lane last week. I'm proud of the kid. He's ran his butt off. And Joey, you did a hell of a job last weekend.
Well, congratulations on the win. Go rest that voice, have some water there. And how about it for the win for Gregory Long III, picking up the truck feature event here tonight, Chris, as we wrap up today's festivities here for this Hot Shoe X weekend.
That's right. Friday and Saturday are done, but we still got one more day to go. Race fans, hope to see you back here for Destruction Overload tomorrow afternoon, 3 p.m. start time. And we hope to have you back. In the meantime, have a safe travel back home or back to your campsite or wherever you're staying tonight. Be safe in your travels. On behalf of the Wheeler family, all of us here at the Owosso Speedway, Roger and myself, have a great night, and we'll see you soon.